Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Muntik lang. Muntik manalo sa VCT, muntik manalo sa LCQ.
Kalaban na lang din namin that time is yung sarili namin.
After ng game ng Zeta Finals, umiyak ako sa waiting room. Sobrang blank yung utak ko. Parang nawala yung motivation ko maglaro.
Siyempre may nababasa rin ako na critics na yung dapat isa din daw ako sa nawala, ganun. Hindi ko na pwede hayaan na mangyari ulit yun.
This 2024, feeling ko makakarating kami sa mga Masters and Champions.
We learned a lot from 2023 and lahat gutom manalo.
Mas gusto ko pang i-push yung limits ko. Alam ko naman ma-surpass ko yun if patuloy-tuloy lang ginagawa ko.
I think this year will be different for Team Secret because we want to take the next step forward and we expect to take the next step forward. What role did we want? Jeremy played a little bit of Sentinel and he also played a little bit of Duelist. Which one did we want to go with? He was grinding a lot during the offseason on Duelist. So we'll look for a Sentinel. We looked not only in the Philippines but elsewhere as well.
Since yung result namin last year is hindi naman siya sobrang negative, feeling ko hindi naman namin kailangan ng big changes. Yung isang changes lang na ginawa namin, malaking impact na siya. Nakakuha kami ng player na sobrang sipag maglaro.
Hello everyone, my name is Noel Yudikia, also known as NDG, and I'm a player for Team Secret as a Sentinel.
Si NDG parang madami siyang potential. Sobrang different na niya from before since mas aggressive na kami at ganun.
Feeling ko kailangan namin is someone na mag-influence sa player namin na mas maging masipag maglaro ng Valorant. Nakita namin si Noel, consistent siya, top 10, top 20.
May papakita ko na yung talent ko sa buong mundo. May laptop kami sa bahay na medyo luma-luma na and tinry ko maglaro. Umaabot siya ng 60 to 75 FPS. Sobrang naglalag pero tiniis ko kasi wala naman akong panlaro sa computer shop. Since then, umabot ako sa Radiant nang hindi ko inaasahan.
Nabuboost niya yung moral and isa siya sa sumasabay sa akin sa energy lalo na pag nag-hype yung buong team.
He does shoutcast his own game. He's very loud, but it's like it's needed because I think last year we had a pretty quiet team.
Main duelist na ako for Team Secret. So kailangan ko talaga hindi mag-overthink tsaka hindi ma-pressure. Dapat confident talaga ako.
Nasa condition na kami to win something. Napakita namin na well-deserved namin yung VCT slot.
Going to this year, a lot of the focus was on stability and having set roles as opposed to flexing 3 or 4 people. Trying to not put as much pressure on each other is really important for this upcoming year.
May times din talaga na nag-struggle kami. Composure and yung energy. Kahit lamang or under pressure kami, kaya namin i-handle.
Sabi lang nila yung gusto nilang sabihin.
Let them think whatever they want and papakita ko sa nila kung gaano ako kabagsik.
Kami yung parang isa sa mga unang naging pinakamalakas sa Asia, nag-represent sa Champions. Feeling ko ito yung year na magkakamba kami.
It's time for Adobo Gang.
負けから得るものとかはたくさんあると思うんで、チームメイトとのコミュニケーションだったり戦略だったり相手への対策だったり結構勉強になって、確かに全勝したチームと比べたら得るものは少なかったかもしれないですけど、自分のためチームのためみたいな必要なことが分かった年でした。 まあその新しく入ったシギャル組は去年とか一昨年くらいから一緒のチームでやってて、その部分で言うとまあ連携力とかそういうものが結構期待されてて今のメンバーになったって感じですね。
Thank you World. I'm JP No.1 ソーバープレイヤー。エージェントで言うとソーバー、フェイド、スカイとかメインイニシエーター系をやりつつも、サブ IGL するかしないかみたいな。
まあ元気があって結構明るい性格なんで、
みんなのコミュニケーションをうまく取ってくれるようなプレイヤーで助かってます。
ネッさんは師匠ですね。
普段物静かなんですけど、一緒にふざけたりとか、なんか面白い人だなって思ってます。
チームメンバーの中で一番クラッチのパーセントが高い選手で、 1V2 とか 1V3 になった途端に本領発揮するような選手です。
저 메인은 일단 총을 잘 쏘고 타격대라는 게 아무래도 제일 앞에 서야 되는 포지션인데, 제일 앞에 서야 됨에도 불구하고 성적이 잘 나올 때가 많아서 이 친구는 정말 타격대에 특화된 친구구나.
自分のプレーで味方が乗れるようなプレーをして、かつ、味方の士気を上げるようなコミュニケーションを取れるようにしたいなと思っています。
僕らが彼のポテンシャルをしっかり引き出せるようなサポートができたら、もう間違いなくトッププレイヤーになれると思います。
セスは前のタイトルのゲームとかからいるんですけど、経験値とか知識とかを結構みんなに共有してくれるんで、そういった部分では助かってます。
エイムも強いし、頭も1番か2番ぐらいにいいレベルで優秀なプレイヤーです。
샘 선수는 지금 저희 팀에서 IGL을 하고 있는데,
フィジカルも強くて持っているピックプールが広くてかなり万能なプレイヤーで
믿고 갈 만한 것 같아요. 저는 원래는 일본 팀에서 플레이를 하다 온 메두사고요. 센티넬을 주로 하고 있고 럴킹을 좋아합니다.
目指すはもちろんナンバーワンなんですけど、その簡単にいくと思ってないんで。
全員が攻撃的なスタイルで試合中に対応するのが非常に難しいチームで、
他のチームと比べてメンバーも変わったし、
멤버 정하는 기간도 되게 길었고 지금도 연습 시간이 되게 없는 그런 상황인데,
とにかく勝たなきゃいけないことには変わりがないので、一試合一試合全力で頑張りたいなと思っています。
端的に言うと、僕たちがお互い信頼し合って一つとして戦っていけるようなチームになれば、
新しい DFM はこうなったんだぞっていうのを見返すチャンスだと思ってるんで、自分たちの時間、
最後に笑うのは俺たちだみたいなイメージです。
I think we had some good runs in the beginning of the year.
ตอนแรกก็คาดหวังไว้นะครับกับหลังจากที่เห็นไลน์อัพมาก็คาดหวังไว้สูงเลยว่าอาจจะได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนไปมาสเตอร์อะไรอย่างงี้แต่ก็ผลก็ไม่ได้เป็นตามที่คาดหวังไว้
I think it all came down to teamwork. One of the core values that we really liked when we work as a team is how we could be more vocal about each other, but it didn't really happen as much in the previous squad. That's why we look towards having a mixed roster. Some agree, a lot of people disagree. There's no better time to prove ourselves than now.
I know a lot of people in Pacific are probably unfamiliar with me and they see me as like, I came from Challengers, Tier 2 and A, right?
Even though he came from like a Tier 2 team, I think his comms, ideas, and everything is on par with other Tier 1 pros.
The way he plays is very off the books.
I definitely think I'm smarter than most duelists. Actively reading the game, I'm looking at orbs, ults, I'm looking at tendencies. It's good to have a duelist that, thinks
out of game. He likes to disturb Ban.
Governor and Ban, to me, both of them are like brothers.
It was my idea to bring him here. I'm really happy he's here. He surprised me a lot, especially in the practice when it comes to like focuses and what we want to work on.
Sharing how much work you need as a team to get to that level, I think is super important.
จริงผมว่าชอบแบนสุดเลยนะแต่ก็อยากคุยกับเขาแหละแต่เรื่องภาษาด้วยก็คุยไม่รู้เรื่องแต่ก็ในเกมก็ผมคิดว่าเขาใจเย็นดีแล้วก็อ่านเกมได้ขาด
Shid, mechanically, is probably the best on the team. He's what I would call the rock of a team. Someone who just is consistent, is always, hitting their shots. Someone whose emotions are always in check.
Jit boy, respect him. Like changing to a whole new language. He's still trying his best, helping the team, being the solid player that he is.
อยากจะพิสูจน์ตัวเองนะครับว่าคนไทยก็ไม่แพ้ชาติใดในโลก
Lenny, I've known him for quite a while.
I think Lenny has really good potential.
He's very good with accountability. If he makes a mistake, he'll call himself out immediately and apologize. As a player, I was surprised by his ability to play make.
Because I'm the IGL this year, I want to make sure that we have everything like drilled, structured. I want us to like play together as a team. I want to show like my individual skills too.
We all know that he's working really hard in both studies and in game. It feels pretty good to have someone who is that diligent in his work to be the leader of like the team right now. So our last addition to the team is Surf. Surf is kind of like a goofy kid, but he looks different when he's on stage.
ก็ที่เข้ามาช่วยก็มาเสริมทัพครับแบบเรามาเติมเต็มทีมเราขาดอะไรก็ผมก็มาเติมเต็มครับว่าจะเป็นการเดินยิงความกล้าเล่นหรือว่าความมั่นใจครับ Beat Scary ครับคิดว่าทีมนั้นก็คงไม่เท่าไหร่ครับน่าจะโดนผมยิง5คนก็อาจจะผมน่าจะคนเดียวก็ไหวทั้งทีม
Last year, people were calling them the new Paper X, you know. I don't think that's what we're going to do this year.
We're bringing in something new.
We have different players from different parts of the world.
We're definitely going to be way more structured, way more disciplined, playing out rounds clean, playing rounds optimally.
I think it'll catch a lot of people off guard.
I think for most of us, we didn't get our chance to show what we have last year. It's just like watching from the sidelines. Definitely a rough year.
Honestly, this opportunity, I guess, yeah, you can see it as a second chance.
ความหมายของผมก็แชมป์ทุกรายการอยู่แล้วถ้าเป็นไปได้ก็อยากให้เป็นอย่างนั้น
ดีใจครับที่จะได้เล่นเป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดแล้วก็จะเอาแชมป์ครับ
We know that it's make it or break it. I'm just gonna be honest, like we don't feel like we're at the top yet. We're not even close, but everyone is just as committed as everyone else in the team.
We have to prove the doubters wrong.
And I just want to give good results to like the Talon who trusted me, the coach who gave me a shot, and I feel this year is going to be our time.
ก็อยากฝากเชียร์พวกเราทารอนเนี่ยครับถึงแม้ว่าจะไม่ใช่ไลน์อัพเดิมแล้วก็อยากให้ตามเชียร์พวกเราอยู่ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่ยังตามเชียร์พวกเรานะครับ
작년 시즌을 이제 되돌아봤을 때 말로는 저희가 맨날 변화를 준다 막 이렇게 말했지만 큰 변화는 없었던 것 같기도 하고 그런데 이제 2024년의 DRX는 큰 변화가 왔잖아요. 아예 로스터를 변화시키는
저희가 그 로스터로 발로란트 초창기 때부터 이 자리를 고집해왔고 이 자리에 계속 저희가 그 멤버 덕분에 있었으니까 저도 만약에 팬이었다면 만약에 굉장히 아쉬웠을 상황이었을 것 같거든요. 역지사를 생각해봤을 때
너무 모험인 것도 맞고 기대가 되는 것도 맞고 저희도 처음에는 걱정을 많이 했었었는데 콜업되고 올라온 친구들이 너무 잘해주고 있어가지고 믿고 한번 응원해주시면 너무 감사할 것 같습니다.
이제 지난 시즌에는 모든 경기를 출전하지 못하고 중요한 세계대회라든가 아니면 결승전에서 좀 많이 빠지고 했어가지고 굉장히 많은 아쉬움이 있고 이번 연도는 이제 고정으로 뛸 것 같으니까 꼭 우승을 위해 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
이번 시즌에 주목받을 선수는 저희 팀에 있을 것 같아요. 왠지 이전과는 좀 다른 필이 좀 오는 것 같아요. 진짜로 큰 거 왔다. 플래시백 선수.
퍼시픽 리그 05년생 원탑 먹을 플래시백입니다. 제가 또 총 좀 기깔나게 쏘거든요. 퍼시픽에서 한 번도 보지 못했던 선수가 저는 플래시백 선수라고 생각을 하거든요.
저만 보기엔 좀 아까운 그런 포텐셜들이 진짜 있는 거예요. 내가 얘 샷이었으면 진작에 챔스 우승했겠는데 약간 이런 생각을 하게 되더라고요.
기존 DRX보다 훨씬 좀 공격적이고 교전 위주로 풀어나가려는 모습 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다. 저희가 이제 노련비도 있고 경험도 좀 있다 보니까 똥싸이 같은 걸 조금 해주면서 이제 정색에 맞는 플레이만 해도 든든한 받침목이 되지 않을까라는 생각이 좀 큰 것 같아요.
우승한 팀들이나 우승 근처에 갔던 팀들을 보면 항상 이제 막내 라인 쪽에서 되게 잘해가지고 강력한 막내 라인 2명이 들어오기도 했고 받아야죠. 그 느낌을.
저랑 이제 플래시백이 이번에 합류하면서 연습을 많이 하고 있는데 그 연습을 하는 과정에서 형들은 솔직히 많이 힘들어갈 것 같고 하지만 이 연습을 해서 플래시백과 저가 이 산을 넘는다면은 전과도 이제 비교가 될 수도 없는 강함을 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
이제는 재성이도 막내 포지션 벗어났기 때문에 조금 더 플래시백 선수를 많이 신경 주기도 하고 저희만 잘한다면 진짜 어려울 거 없이 잘 이길 수 있을 것 같다라고 생각하고 있어요.
경기되는 팀은 뭐 항상 말씀드리는 거지만 한 팀, 두 팀이 일단 제일 경계가 되고 싹을 잘라버려야죠. 야, 발로란트는 우리가 없어질 때까지 아무것도 하지 마라.
되게 화려했잖아요, 이 팀이. 103연승이라는 기록도 세웠었고 자신감 차 있다가 막상 국제대회 나갔더니 5, 6등. 1등만 했었는데 왜 중위권이냐. 열정 있게 게임을 하게 되는 계기를 가지고 이제 22년도 챔스 3등 했었죠, 저희가. 그렇게 열심히 했는데 이제 3등밖에 못했다. 이제 좀 흔들리는 시기. 잘한다 이런 느낌도 없었고 스트레스 받는 슬럼프였다고 볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
퍼시픽에서도 무너지고 세계대에서도 조금 힘없이 무너지는 모습들을 보여줬지만 이번 24 시즌에 우승해버린다면 그거만큼 진짜 완벽한 다큐멘터리 감동 영화 스토리가 없을 것 같아요. 저는
새로운 인재들을 발굴하고 1등을 딱 찍는
소년 만화 맞습니다. 주인공은 저일 수밖에 없는 게 지난 2년 동안 주전을 못 팀으로써 한이 좀 많이 맺혀 있어가지고 주인공이 되지 않을까라고 생각합니다.
역사에도 약간 굴곡 있잖아요. 한 번 꺾였다가 쭉 상승세도 타고 제가 약간 그 터닝 포인트가 되고 싶습니다.
그 누구한테도 데스를 하지 않고 총을 쏘기만 하면 헤드샷이고 반응 속도도 아무도 못 따라올 핵 같은 존재가 되고 싶어요.
모든 비판과 역경과 이런 거를 안고 가면서도 절대 무너지지 않고 앞으로 나아가서 우승을 한 후에 비난과 모든 역경들이 이제 찬사로 돌아오는 그런 스토리가 있으면 좋을 것 같아요. 솔직히 뭐 아니면 도라고 생각하지만 저희는 성공할 확률이 좀 더 높은 도박이라고 생각하거든요. 그래가지고 이제는 우리의 시간이다라는 그런 타이틀을 갖고 말할 수 있을 것 같아요. 이제 우리의 시간입니다.
To our enemies, you see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and wait. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes. Cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really me? Bring it on. Enemies all around. Ready for war now. Standing on this ground. And we will not give up the ground. Fight. Into the jungle.
It is another day here at VCT Pacific. We have another team moving over to playoffs, and we have another team being eliminated today. What's up, guys? My name is Mika Fabs, and we're here right now with William and Achilles back on the desk. How are you, gentlemen? It was quite a day yesterday.
It was, but I still managed to get a solid amount of rest, so I'm ready for another day of Valorant.
Good.
There you go.
Excellent.
Yeah, same here. Obviously today just 2 matches as well, but like you said, high stakes once again, so it's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, my brain's still on yesterday, actually. And how could it not be, especially after seeing PRX and T1 qualify over to playoffs? Unfortunately, it meant, though, that we had to bid goodbye to Bleed for now.
Yeah, I mean, a bit unfortunate for Bleed. I'm sure they were prepping throughout the offseason, trying to show off their best form coming into VCT Pacific as that newcomer, but we'll have to wait a bit longer for that to come back for Stage 1. Meanwhile, Paper X making sure that they prove that they won VCT Pacific last year for a reason. They go out in first place in Group C, and T1 continuing to look upgraded every match.
Yeah, obviously Paper X, not without their struggles, did drop that one map over to the side of Gen G, who continue to look absolutely incredible, but we can't not have the rematch of Gen G versus RRQ. It'll be the 4th time that these teams have met, and we're just at the beginning. There's obviously still stage 1 and stage 2 that need to be played, so they will clash again in the future. These guys are just inseparable, and that's going to be a very interesting series to see tomorrow, to see whether or not RRQ can finally get some revenge.
That's right. It's going to be very exciting to see Gen G's journey continue, as well as Zeta Divisions. Now, of course, we have to turn our attention back to Group B, where we have Team Secret and DFM, as well as Talon and DRX, which we'll be seeing today. And we were already discussing this over in the, the backstage area. There are a lot of stories to focus on here.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, the kind of new rise here of DFM, who looked wildly improved compared to what we saw from them last season, with this new roster coming in, the core of that Crazy Raccoons roster alongside Anthem, looking overall a lot stronger, whereas Secret not at all being at the power level that we anticipated for them coming into the kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big story, right? Team Secret has always been known to be this consistent value and always able to just punch right above their weight, and kind of known as those Titan killers as well throughout multiple international tournaments. And yet they just had a rough showing while keeping 4 of the original members from last year's VCT Pacific. So, today's question is was that just a blip on the radar, or is there something underlying here for 2024?
As we're seeing our teams arriving to our venue right now, I did see Jesse Vash. He did have a quote saying that the first match in any tournament is always the hardest. It's getting your feet wet and everything. However, we're seeing a lot of amazing debuts here. If we look at Team Secret, and yes, it was quite a topic of discussion, seeing that it wasn't quite the same story for them.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly can be the case, but I don't know if Talon would necessarily agree with that sentiment, given how well their debuts did
look
go.
at it right here. They have Governor right up there.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been incredible. As we take a look at a lot of the new faces here that are competing in Tier 1 Valorant for the very first time, these guys have just been incredible. Governor, his performance was so astounding, and yes, those are average stats across the maps that he played in the series. That wasn't just a one-time thing with that 340 ACS. That's his average. He had such a whale of a time, and no matter what Secret's trying to do, no matter what they threw at him, it didn't really matter. They just couldn't stop him.
Yeah, I mean, Governor was on fire, and a good way to look at that is if you look at May's stats, he looked pretty solid in his first outing in VCT Pacific as well, really living up to the hype that he's had in Japan for so long. But despite those stats, Governor just skews the entire duelist ranking chart, so May is still sitting at 8th because Governor's leading with 340 ACS among the duelists. But it's great to see these new faces, right? Izu continue to perform so well on that T1 roster alongside Xcura. And of course, today we'll see another newcomer, Flashback. He impressed so many people. People saying that we haven't really seen this style of aim in Korea here in Valorant, so it's exciting to see how much longer he's going to be able to keep that up against the best of the best.
Yeah, I think it's going to be so exciting to see Flashback, not only in this tournament for kickoff, right, but to see his development all throughout Pacific, because he's been improving so much. He did have those off-season tournaments where it's like, okay, he's still getting his bearings, he's still, learning the ropes and everything, but now we see him now, and look at that. He's on our chart right now.
I mean, the growth from his debut, and I believe it was the 10 Invitational, that first map that he was playing, you could say, okay, this guy, he's playing in a tournament with these very known players, worldwide famous players on the side of DRX for the very first time. You can see that it was taking him a little while to really find his footing, but out the gate here, I thought maybe he was going to have a similar slow start, kind of like we had from Karon over on Gen G, but from the outset, he was just looking incredible and continues to do so.
Absolutely. But right now, we are going to put a hold on Flashback story just first, and we are going to go over to our first match of the day, DFM versus TS. And guys, there seems to be a recurring theme here for TS. It seems to be that the Japanese teams are their bane.
I mean,
well, DFM wasn't last year.
Yeah.
But
well, we saw it in the merge video as well, right? Jesse Vash saying it always felt like they were almost there last year, all throughout 2023. They always got to that one match where they could have gone over the line and made it to an international tournament. The difference here is this isn't that match to go into Masters. It's just about staying alive to have that chance. You still have a couple more steps. So, I mean, given the history of Team Secret, they need to be able to show a bit more improvement, because what DFM showed in this match against DRX, sure, they lost, but they put up a fight.
Yeah, I mean, we already highlighted May, even in a loss, only picking up 16 rounds across the 2 maps that were played. May continued to look absolutely excellent when he was playing there, and also was just a great first contact point for DFM. It ends up going 10-7 in that loss as far as first kills, first deaths are concerned. So overall, I mean, pretty much anything was going to be better than what we had seen from DFM last season, to be perfectly honest. But this was leaps and bounds above what we could have anticipated, just given the chaotic just influx of players and the departure of players during the offseason.
Yeah, and also I want to give credit to Cess, right? I mean, we haven't really seen him too much. He doesn't have too many matches in his career. And we all thought Popogacci was still going to be part of that starting roster. In that last match, they had Cess playing both maps, and he had a pretty good showing. He was right up there alongside May, providing that support, providing those trades in a lot of these instances. So this is not the same DFM that we saw last year. You cannot underestimate them.
I want to point out as well, speaking of the support that DFM provides to May, right? You know, it's an interesting matchup between him and Jeremy, just because Team Secret basically rearranged everything in their roster to cater to Jeremy being that aggressive duelist. We saw it in the merge video as well. They want him to be that. But if he can't meet May, where May is at, what's that going to do for Team Secret, right? They're going to probably end up in the same position that they were at when they went up against Talon.
We can dig into this further, but something I talked about during the offseason, one of the biggest things that if you want Jeremy to be your primary duelist is going to have to be his opping, right? At some point, the duelist has to be the main opper on a lot of these maps that we have, especially in this map pool. And here's a crazy stat. I mean, in that last match against Talon, Governor had 9 op kills. Ban had 5 to boot, so 14 op kills across 2 maps. Jeremy had 1 single op kill. And I don't want to put it on the guy, but you have to be able to fight back in those long-range battles. That's how you shut down parts of the map.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw those jitters and that uncomfortableness coming through from him again with that weapon in his hands. But after the departure of Dubstep, he has to be the one to pick this up. It's either that or you have to go for a 2023 EG style play where it's going to be your Sentinel player, your Busio that is taking up that operator. But if nobody else is really feeling comfortable enough to do it, then that onus fully falls on Jeremy.
Yeah, and I also just want to point out the latest additions to the roster, right? Medusa and NDG for the side of Team Secret, the Sentinel matchup that we have here. So other than May, Medusa was also one of those reasons why DFM was able to hold their own against DRX, considering that he was also a very last-minute addition to the roster, right? This is a player that you want to look out for. And you go over to TS with NDG. The stats are there, and up against Talon, he had an ACS that barely broke into 3 digits.
He didn't make 10 kills across 2 maps. I mean, I think that tells the story, right? He just couldn't find his bearings. And to be very fair, I mean, his movement, it looked like he was lost on that map. So that's something they're going to have to really shore up as well in those kind of lurk battles between the 2 Sentinels. But we talked about the duelists. I mean, I'm happy for May, first of all, because he's had so much hype in Japan, right? People saying that he's the next player to look out for along the likes of Laz, Depp, these superstars that are going to carry Japanese Valorant. Meanwhile, Jeremy, he's had some hype here and there, but again, it's much more of this, whether you wanted it or not, the pressure is now on you. You are the primary duelist. The movement has to be there. The shots have to be there. And his rifling, we saw some sparks. The highlights were starting to try to trickle in, but the opping has to come online.
Yeah, I mean, we know what Jeremy is capable of, but the op has just never been a part of that equation. You think back to him playing on Haven, that 3-second ace that he had right outside of A main. Like, we know that this guy is insane. He can flick, he can hit his shots, he can get those headshots coming through. But right now, the support system that we saw from, just one opening game from Team Secret, it wasn't really there compared to what we saw from DFM, who were enabling May. May walks away with, more deaths overall compared to what Jeremy had in their series. But we also saw increased trading from the side of DFM. They were able to play off the information that May was gathering for the team way better.
Yeah, there were definitely times when Jeremy was kind of left on his own island as well on some of those entries. And just to clarify for some of our viewers, these rankings are within that role, right, of how they've been played. So while we only have 11 teams, obviously we see some double duelist comms come out and that just goes to show how rough of a time that Team Secret had overall. They just could not support their primary duelist to go in and frag out, create that space, and then get those trades so they can actually lead all the way to the objective, which is the spike.
Jeremy knows that all of this pressure is on him, and you can't get away from it when you're in such a high-pressure role and you're the only duelist there in Team Secret. They know that you're relying on you to create that entry, and nobody else can do it. So it is immense pressure, but he knows this. He knew this coming into this 2024.
You can know this, but you have to be able to rise to it. You have to be able to defeat that pressure. Otherwise, it's going to completely crumble you.
It's a competition, right?
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look behind the scenes as we toss it on over on stage for the coaches interview.
VCT Pacific Kick-off 오늘 또 4번째 날을 맞이했습니다. 더 이상 물러날 것이 없습니다. Valiant Champions Tour Pacific Kick-off. There's no place to step back. Today we have TS and DFM match coming up. So I have 2 coaches to greet me. Hello.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. And I'll start with DFM coach Ascent. I mean, last time you couldn't win the match, but it was really impressive to see May's play. So how can you rate his performance? 이제 또 DFM이 이기지는 못했지만 메이의 활약이 정말 눈부셨거든요. 그래서 그 어떤 평을 내리실 수 있을지 궁금합니다.
네, 좀 저번 경기는 그래도 저희가 준비해낸 만큼 좀 그냥 만족스러운 경기이기는 했는데 그래도 좀 아직은 네, 메이가 활약을 하긴 했다만 그래도 평소보다는 그래도 퍼포먼스, 개인적인 퍼포먼스는 아직은 그래도 덜 나왔다고 생각하거든요. 근데
Okay, I think it's quite satisfying, but we have more to go because he has more energy and more skills that we couldn't show at the last match. 그럼 또 다음 질문으로도 이어가 볼게요. 이제 DFM이 TS를 상대하면서 그 전의 경기도 봤을 것 같거든요. 그 전의 경기를 보면서 어떻게 느끼셨을지 궁금합니다. I mean, you must have seen TS's match, latest match. So what do you think about that?
네, TS 좀 일전부터 봤을 때 되게 은근히 기본기도 탄탄하고 되게 좀 맵에 대한 이해도가 높은 팀이라고 생각해서 경기를 하고 있긴 한데 그래도 저희도 네, 많이 준비한 만큼 그리고 좀 선수들도 팀 합도 많이 맞아가고 있는 상태라 네, 오늘은 충분히 이겨낼 수 있지 않나 생각하고 있습니다.
I mean, TS is really well prepared, knowing about the maps really well. So we think that as a good team, but our team is really well prepared for this match. So I think it's we will have the luck to win through the game. So next we interview. The first question is, I mean, your latest match was with Talon, and it was quite rougher than we thought it could be. So any disappointments or improvements you think after the match? 이제 바로 전 경기가 탈론에서 좀 아쉬운 결과로 이어져서 혹시 더 고쳐야 할 점이나 좀 실망한 점이 있으면 어떤 것인지 들어보겠습니다.
Yep, so for us, we really struggled. I think Talon played very well, but at the same time, I thought we played pretty rough. So a lot of it going into today was just keeping our composure, making sure we don't overheat.
네, 저희도 물론 충분히 잘했지만 탈론이 워낙 잘했기 때문에 조금 아쉬웠지만요. 오늘은 또 경기력을 이렇게 힘껏 끌어올리고 처지지 않으면서 승리를 이끌어갈 수 있을 거라고 다짐을 해줬습니다. So you have seen DFM's play style, right, before the match also. So what can you say about that? 또 DFM의 경기도 봤을 텐데 어떤 말을 할 수 있을지 물어보겠습니다.
Yeah, so DFM looked a lot better as opposed to last year. Their play is looking really solid, and I think that they will be a tough opponent for today.
네. DFM이 작년보다 더 강해졌고 조금 더 탄탄해졌다고 볼 수 있기 때문에 조금 어려운 경기가 될 수도 있을 것 같지만 최선을 다해보겠다고 답변을 받았습니다. And the last questions for both coaches. Any final words to each other? 마지막 한마디 부탁드립니다.
네, 저희가 아직 좀 연습을 시작한 지, 이 멤버로 연습을 시작한 지 오래되지는 않아서 아직은 팀 합이 완벽하진 않은데 그래도 좀 많이 올라오고 있는 상태여가지고 그래도 오늘은 좀 좋은 경기로 네, 팬분들께 보답할 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
Since we are newly formed, we can't say that we are perfect with teamwork, but we will do our best and show our fans great work. And also for you?
Yep, so for us, I think it's just both teams are looking to be on the come up. So for us, we're gonna try our best to pull out the win for today.
Yeah. 두 팀 다 모두 잘하기 때문에 오늘 저희가 이기기 위해서는 최선을 다해서 끝까지 하는 게 승리로 이끌 것이라는 다짐을 해줬습니다. So thank you coaches for the interview. And we saw both teams are heavily prepped and ready to go. So let's go back to your desk and enjoy the show. Bye bye.
Tell the mood from that coach's interview, right? This match is so important to them. I just want to contrast, like, for example, Warbur's first interview compared to this. He knows what happened and he knows what's on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very serious tone. I mean, you don't want to come into the opening tournament and then just be eliminated, not even having potentially a map win behind you. When you have this entire fan base, I mean, this is the sole representation, really, for the Philippines on this roster. There's so much pressure riding on this squad. So to be able to just get eliminated after having a relatively good season in VCT Pacific last year, that would just be absolutely brutal.
Yeah, I mean, this was that team that continued to really surprise us on the analyst desk and on the casting desk last year, right? Where we kept rating some of these other known Titans a bit higher, and they continued to punch right above their weight, even taking down DRX in some of those matches. And that surprised a lot of people, the prep that they had. But again, that's another part that we mentioned coming into kickoff is now you don't have that much prep. All these are new rosters, not much tape to go off of. How does Team Secret bring up the fundamentals that they have to bring up the floor and then work on the ceiling throughout the year?
And not only that, sorry, but like one of the other things that we saw was that when Team Secret had to prep for multiple teams during a week, that's where they really struggled.
Of course, the predictions have to be this way. They have to be this way. Come
Listen,
on, guys.
I give respect because here's the thing. Again, there's this big question of, was that a day one thing?
Yeah.
There is a possibility. Obviously, we don't want to count into it too much. That's not something we can analyze and break down. But that's always a possibility just because it was so different than what we saw last year. Like, the trades just weren't there.
Yeah.
The boomer on the map just was not there. The utility wasn't there either. So if that's the case, then this could be a very competitive game.
Exactly, and I have to, raise, I guess, a big question mark, especially since, the only new addition to the roster was basically NDG. And they did mention that they wanted that hard Sentinel role coming in. However, NDG is actually a controller, so he might be forced into a role that he's not exactly 100% comfortable in just yet. His first matches on Sentinel were actually with Team Secret already.
I feel like I just saw something similar to this yesterday.
Don't go there. Don't go there. I know
who
what's
was
going
it?
through your head.
The team that got eliminated. Yeah, forcing
No,
some roles. Anyway,
nobody's ever done that.
Yeah, that's not conducive to just a good environment and bringing out success in
Unless
somebody.
you're DRX.
Yeah, unless you're DRX.
You put all your jets on
I suppose so. But look, for me, there was almost nothing to glean from Secret's match.
Sure.
I have almost zero things that I could take away that look like a positive. So I have to go with DFM here because there is clear improvement from what we had seen from them before. There is synergy that is built into this team that was severely lacking from Secret versus Talon.
And that's the other thing. Obviously, we talk a lot about Secret and how they were disappointing just because, again, 4 members of that core remaining, so we had high expectations. However, this isn't just because they looked weak in their first match. DFM looked quite impressive. I mean, they were firing back in duels against DRX, even against the likes of Flashback, although obviously he was farming quite a few kills. So I think it's just a matter of, okay, the mechanics look better for this new roster of DFM, and the teamwork, bringing over that core from Crazy Raccoon. Okay, the chemistry seems to be there. Anthem's calling seems to be working well amongst that team. It's an exciting prospect.
I'm gonna put a little bit of the copium on there. These rosters have actually met before. If you remember Champions 2021, the core of the Crazy Raccoon squad was actually here.
Gosh.
There might be a little bit of information there, but we're gonna find out as we step into the game. It's gonna be Team Secret versus Detonation Focus Me. Let's get into the game.
デトネーションフォーカスミー所属のアンセムです。他のチームと比べて僕たち2週間で準備しててチームのスタイルを確立するには短かったなっていうのを感じます。新しく入ってきたメンバーはみんないい選手です。メデューサは競技経験も長くて死ぬことを恐れない、倒されることを恐れずに、積極的に1対1仕掛けたりするところですかね。うちのチームはエイムが強いと思うんで TS に比べたら、その辺で差をつけて戦いたいなと思います。戦ってみたら手も足も出ないと思います。このチームはポテンシャルがあってみんな全力を尽くしているので次の試合も応援よろしくお願いします。
Hi guys, my name is Vash. I'm from Team Secret. I feel like this is our unlucky day. We did so many mistakes. The communications are not that active compared to what we are doing on scrims. Some of the players are pretty pressured. Again, especially our new guy. It's unfortunate what happened last game, but next game against DFM, we're gonna win. I see DFM as a new team, so they will be more unpredictable. For now, I think I will just gonna focus on what my team needs to do, and the preparations versus DFM will happen after I watch their game against DRX. As an experienced player in the team, I will make sure to guide and share the experience to NDG so he can play well, and I will make sure I will bring him to the Masters.
Introducing today's teams. First, give it up for Detonation Focus Me! and their opponents. Make some noise for Team Secret!
So as both teams are here, we'll begin the map veto of today's first match. We'll be conducting a coin toss.
Big promises on both sides, big fan bases, and a big match. I wonder what's going to happen here, TS versus DFM. One of them has to go.
That they do. It is unfortunate, but whoever wants this the most, whoever can have some improvements off of those opening series, that is likely who's just going to be able to take this one. As we can see, DFM, though, going to be first to ban. Curious to see where they want to go, and it's going to be Icebox, so
that's fair.
A previous, strong map from the side of Team Secret makes sense to take that one away.
Yeah, it just seems that DFM, I mean, we saw it in that interview as well, they only had like 2 weeks or so to really prepare with the core 5, so not wanting to deal with some of those changes. And, I mean, they looked okay on Lotus. They looked pretty decent on Lotus, so they're going to pick that, as that was also a ban from last time from Team Secret in their match against Talon.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them pick up the majority of the, it was 8 rounds on both maps they played versus DRX, but I think they overall looked a bit stronger on Lotus when it came down to it. But Secret is again electing to go to Breeze. This didn't pay off for them so well versus Talon, but they're going for it once more. And again, that pressure on the operator to find value here on this long sightline map is there.
Now, here's the thing, though, right? That's the game where, I mean, Governor was just farming them in long range. DFM was playing the single Euro composition against DRX, so perhaps saying that was a Governor thing, not a Team Secret thing. We still feel confident what we can do by bringing out this Breeze.
I mean, I feel like it's just because Haven's out of the rotation and TS has to, diversify their map pool, and I don't know. Right now, though, I feel like Ascent, okay, potentially if this goes to a map 3, this could go Team Secret's way. Tita Miga's on desk, everybody, for some Copio, all right?
Ascent is, again, another one of those maps where we would see Dubstep be swapped over onto that Jet, and we would have Jeremy taking up the role of the Killjoy. So this is one of those ones where Jeremy doesn't have that many reps actually playing the Jet, getting that operator into his hands, so it'll be a different look here for Secret. It'll be our first time seeing him coming onto that map in this season. I think, honestly, if they can make it to map 3, then clearly the improvements are already there, though.
Yeah, sure, obviously. It's a big step forward, but that Ascent, like you mentioned, it looked so shaky against Talon. I mean, putting things aside about the performance of Talon, now Team Secret going to be, bringing out it's just going to be mirrors. I mean, very standard composition, right? If you're going to stick with the Sky still, you have the Omen to help pressure that Rubble fight, things like that.
Again, eyes are on NDG. He's the newest member here on Team Secret, and he has to hold that backline so that Jeremy can go forward. Eyes are also on Jeremy because he has to be able to set that pace for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, we see ops all the time on this map, even if there's not a chamber in the mix, especially on the defending side. the Rays oftentimes will take it up. So Jeremy, will he do that, or is he going to just try to stick to vandaling the entire time?
Yeah, and not bringing out the Sova. They used to try to force the Sova on this map as well for Team Secret. So Jesse Vash saying that I need to be more flexible as an IGL, and that's going to put Envy away from the Flash. She's now going to be on that Viper.
That's right. Very curious choices here for the side of Team Secret. We're going to see if it's going to pay off against DFM, a team that has been steadily improving throughout VCT Pacific Kickoff. Let us kick off this first match. Team Secret and DFM, who is going home? Let's find out as we toss it on over to our casters. It's Asarai and Paperthin.
Slight gap there.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Nandito na tayo syempre sa last match na sana hindi last match syempre ng Team Secret versus DFM. Ako nga pala si Ray Ray. Kasama ko ngayon si Osiris at kasama din namin si Hev Abby sa likod namin. Ang aming patron saint ngayon. Sa kanya tayo magdadasal para manalo ang Team Secret. So Hev Abby, suportahan nyo kami dito. So ngayon, na mga kalaban natin ng DFM, yung bago nilang roster na nanggaling sa Crazy Raccoon. Ano sa mo ang mangyayari ngayon sa match? 2-0, sino ang mananalo?
Tulad nga na sinabi mo, di ba, medyo mataas ang potential ng DFM na ine-expect din natin. Although, syempre, hindi mawawala ang puso ng Pinoy. Lalaban tayo sa Team Secret.
Ay, syempre naman. Nakita natin yung Lotus ng Team Secret dito. Maganda din talaga yung performance nila. Pero ngayon hindi ko guys, nung nakalaban ng DFM yung Genji, kami ni Taylor nagulat kami. So sana ngayon talaga prepared ang Team Secret dahil nasa mapa nga ng mga Pinoy to. Mamaya pupunta tayo sa Breeze, nasa Boracay tayo. At all in all, mukhang nagbago sila ng onte para sa kanilang lineup pa rin. NDG still on that sentinel role pero still nga, sana talaga ngayong oras na to na nasa para tayong last chance qualifiers ay makuha nga to ng Team Secret.
Ayun, kumaga tulad ng sinabi ng ating panel kanina, magkasunod na parang 50-50 ang laban ng mga do-or-die matches ang nilalaban nila dito at mukhang sihit nga ang gagawin ng Team Secret ngayon. Sisimulan na ba nila ang raid at unti-unti na sila nakuha naman na sa loob. Kaso mayroong kalaban doon sa rotating door. Si Ces ang unang mabibiktima, kasama na rin doon si Anthem.
Pero ang lakas ng Team Secret, di ba? Abi sa inyo, attacker-sided ang mga Pinoy. Kahit defending, attacker pa din sila. Pero ngayon, nasa attack sila at mukhang si Medusa may kita siya. Pero kalikit sa top. Yun na lang, may trades pa nga lang. Down to 2v3 tayo ngayon. Si Main na lang together with Neth. Galing sa side ng DFM pero Team Secret na plant na nga nila kagad ngayon yung spike. Pero syempre, itong mga miyembro ng DFM, wala na to. Save nyo na yan next round. Kaya na to ng Team Secret. Kahit mamaya na kayo, amin na to.
Ayan, ang sabi naman kasi natin, Team Secret na to, panalo na kaagad. Pwedeng-pwede na silang lumipat kaagad sa next map. Pero syempre si May, mayroon pa yatang ibubuga hanggang ngayon with a 2 versus 2. Si Jesse Vash mauuluhan din, but Jeremy with a return kill. Tap-tap lang muna dito, pero one tap din ang ibibigay ni Jeremy.
Nanalo na ng pistol sa wakas! Ang Team Secret ulit!
May naipanalo. Ito ba magandang sign, Ray? Ito na ba yung inaantay natin?
Let's go! Sabi ko sa inyo pag nanalo ang Team Secret dito sa Lotus, mataas ang chance na clean 2-0 to Promise. Pero mukhang parang araw na naman muli para kay Jeremy. Madali na lang daw yun, mga 2v1. Walang problema. Pero medyo kinabahan ako dun Nawala yung
nakadami si May
si May nakadalawa pa. Pero syempre, ngayon na nga lang, magpupush ang mga taga-DFM. Hindi kind of getting already kung saan sila magagaling. So, finally calls, okay, dito sila magpupush guys towards A at may oras na kayo para lumipat either B or C.
Ayan, so magkakasama ngayon ang depensa ng DFM pero wala silang nakuhang impormasyon dito sa A. Kaya ayan, balik muna tayo sa kanilang pwesto. Tamang bantay muna ang DFM. Nilabas na ang dog. Kuha ng impormasyon kung meron bang nakapag-occupy dito sa space natin sa main. Pero ayan, dahan-dahan pa rin ang Team Secret.
Dahan-dahan lang. Parang malakanta lang yan ni Daniel Padilla, yung dahan-dahan. Kaso nga lang, ngayon, yun lang. Single na sila parehas.
Ayun.
11 years Pero syempre,
nawala.
Nawala lahat. Diba, Ossie? Mahirap pag nawala sa'yo lahat.
Oo
At
naman.
knowing na
Back to
dito,
start.
baka mawala
Uy!
lahat. And Borkum finally takes down Anthem. Ang sobrang careful ng TS, pero mas okay yun. Kasi yun yung kailangan nila maging careful sa mga movements sila. And finally, we only have one. That's gonna be Medusa laban sa 5. Kung okay, Medusa, tama na yan.
Akalain mo yun, kahit sabihin mong sila yung may upgraded dito na weapons dahil nga naipanalo na yung pistol round, hindi sila basta-basta rumaragas ang jeepney sa EDSA. Sila pa rin yung dahan-dahan o unti-unti na inaaral yung galaw nila dito. Hindi sila nagpapabaya at talagang gusto nilang maipanalo. Ang mapang ito, syempre, World GOAT! Pag napatunayan na kaya niya laban dito sa DFM, pistol lang naman, kaya wala pa.
Ito nga, real round starts at round 3. Kapag nanalo pa TS dito, I think yung momentum talagang pinakakailangan nila. Pag nakuha talaga sila ng momentum, I think it would be the good approach na meron sila sa sunod-sunod na round. So may kita natin. And good for them, Lahat ang galing ng Team Secret ngayon. Siguro yung adobo gang natin finally nakapag-adjust. Sabi nga natin, last time, first game nila in a while, diba? After nakita natin sila on the previous tournaments. Dito lamang sa nangyari sa Mall of Asia. Doon sila nanalo. But then, natisa si Jeremy doon. At di ko alam kung sino naka-flash. Na-flash ba ni Anthem ang kalaban o na-flash ni Tito mo, Jessie Vash, yung kanyang teammates. But all in all, mukhang may mga pagtitigil pa dito sa ating laro. Pero syempre, TS Borkum tries to go already. Papunta sa side, pero nga lang si Net, kinukuha nila pero si Ate mo May takes down Borkum, nakadalawa pa. So sobrang bilis ang pangyayari, pati spectate natin kay Net napunta. Envy na lang together with NDG ang natitira. He's passed out to 1, pero nga lang may konting wallbang lang. Pero grabe, konting hininga na lang kagad para kay NDG ngayon din.
NDG 11 HP pero si Net na 31 naman niya, medyo may kapalitan naman ng putok doon. Toxic screen sa may kasama dito mga usok, hindi pa magkakakitaan kaso crossfire has been established. Masilip ni Envy, kaliwat kanan kay Noel naman. Napupunta ang isang kill na yon ni Noel the GOAT. Ngayon nasa loob na ng A-side, 2 versus 2 ang ating senaryo pero malusog pa dito yung mga taga DFM.
At tandaan nyo it's Envy the GOAT. Buhay pa si Envy. Ang laki pa kagad ng chance ngayon for the side of Team Secret. Despite na low 1 HP si NDG, alam na kagad kung saan manggagaling. May turret na nga tayo ngayon. Akala ni Medusa meron nasa flank. 2 yan, Beshi Wapko. Pero syempre, habang yan nangyari, naka-crossfire yung Team Secret. Playing for time lang sila as of now. Meron pa tayo kasamang bowling mula kay Envy. He goes for the flash. And finally, he's able to hit him. Isa na lang kagad natin. That's gonna be Medusa. And Team Secret. 3 kabote ang score versus DFM. Sabi ko sa inyo, basta buhay si Envy. Nakay Envy na ang lahat.
Ayun, grabe. Ang in-establish sa crossfire doon, sinubukan, isipin mo, nilabanan nila si Envy. Hindi nila alam, kayang-kaya may pagsabayan ni Envy doon na medyo na-blind pa nga siya. At mayroon pang snake bite na kasama si NDG saving his comrade at the very last moment. Patience play lang, using the nano swarm. Lahat ginamit na nila para lang ma-secure ang round na to, leaving DFM once again in a broken bye.
Speaking of broken bye, konti na lang. Sige, laban nyo pa. DFM.
Silip nyo pa.
Sige, bigay nyo pa. Bigay nyo lang. Salamat kagad sa side ng DFM. Masyado kayong mabait sa amin at tatanggapin namin ang inyong kabaitan. Pero tatandaan nyo Japanese teams has always been the curse for Team Secret. Kahit lalo na sa mga last chance. Ito, last chance na naman. Japanese team na naman kalaban nila. Last time, binugbog sila ng Zeta Division sa LCQ kaya hindi sila nakatuntong papuntang champions. At ngayon naman, ito na yung last chance para makapunta sila papuntang Madrid para sa ating, syempre, Masters. Pero ngayon, mabilis na take lang wala sa side ng Team Secret. After opening it up, tapos si Medusa ang natulog, they finally get this comfortability. Tapos ngayon naman, tatandaan nyo, mapik to ng DFM and yet they are losing against Team Secret. May right out. Oh my God, right behind.
Nakakaisa,
Bakit wala kay May you spectate? Gusto namin makita yun
Ilipat nyo yung channel. Oh, kay Noel the GOAT.
O yun, NDG finally cut off yung flank pero nga lang naglabas ngayon na showstopper ni Jessie Vash na patigil si May. At 2 sa 2, kakasta lang namin kahit hindi namin nakikita. Nagbabay sila ng time ngayon. Si Neth, hinuhulaan nasa ng iba't ibang miyembro. Nakataas pala si Jeremy. Anthem na lang kagad ang natitiri na interview natin kanina lang. At nakikipag-battle pa siya kay NDG. NDG, wallbang ma lang yan. Wallbang ma. Yan! 4-0 goes into the hands of Team Secret.
Rumaragasa ang Team Secret and the economy starting to snowball, although meron nga tayo mga napitas doon, kaya kahit paano kailangan nila mag-buy for this round. Pero kita mo naman, no, ito yung mga hindi natin nasilip na laban kanina eh. Sa loob ng site, sinubukan nga ilaban nila May at Neth, kaso bitin na bitin yung kanilang pwesto doon. Verticality has been taken advantage doon ni Jeremy at nagulat yung pag-push nila sa loob ng site, pero may napaka-agresibo nito. Operator to!
Natandaan natin guys, kung nakita natin against Genji, ang daming pinatulog ni May with that operator. Lalong-lalo na dito sa Lotus map nila, sobrang daming nangyari sa side ng DFM versus Genji. At ngayon nga guys, kung sino man matatalo dito, sila ay uuwi. Pero ito na nga, mukhang gusto na kagad ni Jessie Vash pauwiin si May. Dinaan na naman sa edad. At ngayon nga lang si Ses humawak kagad. Nakapag-trade nga lang kahit papano. Kinuha ni operator ni May, pero may gusto pang sumunod kagad. Pero mukhang mag-out na nga lang kagad sila. But then, good performance together with Jeremy. All of them are going down. At ngayon si Neth na lang kagad ang natitira. Tapos ngayon pinupunta na siya. Sabi ni Bor, kung kaya ko na to, ismokan ko na to. Pero wala. Neth, kung ako, save mo na lang yan. Nice try sa'yo. Amin na to. 5 kamote na to.
Ano nyo na yan, i-next map nyo na. Isa na sa Pilipinas kaagad. Napakadali ng pagpasok nila dito eh. Parang konting pitas-pitas lang naman. Kahit ilabas na nila yung operator, hindi pa rin nila na-take advantage. Ngayon, si Jeremy meron na dito. Nasa kanya na yung operator at meron pang showstopper. Napakarami pang pwedeng pakinabangan ngayon ng Team Secret moving into the next round. At si Net, ano na lang to, exit frags lang siguro ang pwede na makita dito kasi nagkasilipan sila ni NDG. And yan ang tumumba as Neth, makakaisa pa, pero unti-unti niyang pipitasin ang mga miyembro na Secret. Checking the flank, magtatago siya dito sa rubble. Kaso, ayun, nakita na siya ni Borkum para tapusin ang round to. 5 kamote.
Team Secret. Sabi nga natin, inaral nila tong DFM versus Genji match. Alam na nila kung anong next step ng DFM at paano sila i-shutdown. At kahit medyo heartbreaking nga against Talon, at least for the first 5 rounds, natatalo ng Team Secret ang DFM. At tatandaan nyo guys nakakagulat kasi ibang-iba yung performance nila ngayon. Aside from last time na medyo talagang naging heartbreaking against Talon, ngayon, seems like lahat na ayos nila. Hindi sila nagmamadali. No such thing as press W. Right now, it's been connecting all together. While for the side of DFM, NT na lang. Kasi alam ko Team Secret ang mananalo ng first map.
Ayun. So talagang sure na tayo dito. Pero maniniwala ba tayo, Ray, na it's a 2-0 o talagang 2-1 ang ending natin ngayon?
Uy, big shout out nga pala kay Bill na nanonood ngayon. Ayan. Kamusta, Bes? At syempre, shout out din natin yung mga nanonood sa atin ngayon. Hello po sa inyong lahat. Manood lang kayo, guys. Huwag niyo kalimutan na i-follow ang PPGL. Pero ngayon, Osiris, ikaw na naman ang DFM.
Matik.
Deserve.
Ayun, at least kung merong Ray Rakers ngayon, Ray buffs ang dala sa Adobo Gang. Kaya dire-diretso yung panalo
Nasano ka ba? Nagsasalita ako sa inis
naman.
OT.
Confident lang ako sa Pinoy.
Mariririkers pa rin tayo. Hindi pa tapos. Sinabi na ni Ossie, guys. Paano ba yan? Pero syempre, Jeremy, denied Medusa. Wag na kayo sumilip DFM dahil mapapatay lang kayo ng mga taga-Team Secret.
iba talaga pagtiwalang Pinoy, Ray. Matik yan, hindi na binabati yan eh. Kuwang-kuha na ngayon ng sitwasyon ng Team Secret at dahil nga nasa eco sila, hindi sila basta-basta makakagawa ng play. And syempre wala na kaagad doon si Medusa. So bawas na naman ang kailangan nilang harapin dito. Less of those utilities na kailangan pang abangan. Kahit Moira Deratoret na pangkuha lang na impormasyon, mawawala din. Starting to stack up na ang mga tropa natin dito sa Team Secret papunta sa C.
Pero habang nagsistock ang Team Secret, papuntang simultang maganda yung plano nila. Magdanoy sila kagad, reminding them dito sa doors para medyo magtaka yung DFM or malito. Pero kasi hindi nabigyan ng Team People! At kagad, left, nasaan ka na, hinahanap ka na. What a sneaky move mula kay Secret Invi na naman. Ngayon, kahit nakuha siya, okay lang dahil na-clear na naman just because of that. And this round goes into the hands of Team Secret. Talagang grabe, sabi sa inyo, basta yung rotating doors na yan, galaw-galawin mo, malilito kalaban mo. At saka si Invi, napaka-confident niya. Sure siya na may makukuha siyang kills and now he goes for the 3K once again.
Yung tulad nga nung sinabi mo, yung pagkalito nila doon, akala nila magko-commit sa C, akala nila nakastack na lahat sa C, bigla na lang lumiko. Rotating doors pang distraction. And at the moment na iniisip nga na pagka-plan doon nila plano umatake ng sama-sama. Kaso di nila chinek yung corner at moment na yun ni Invi.
Moments ang meron ngayon sa Team Secret talaga. At sabi ko nga, buti nakapag-reset sila ng mask. Kasi usually, di ba, pag galing ka sa Talon, medyo heartbreaking talaga. Lalo na yung against Talon na may pagka one-sided talaga, whether we like it or not. Pero ngayon, si May, mukhang di nag-work yung operator. Kasi yun alam na nila parang i-shutdown to. Alam na nila na ito yung tumalo sa Genji noong mga first few moments dito sa Lotus. At ngayon nga lang, si May, yun lang. Nabati ko. Mapagbigay kasi si Jeremy. Sabi niya, ikaw naman. Masyado na ako
Kasi, tsaka zero na sila eh. Parang kailangan naman nila ng konting paalog, konting paramdam naman. So, okay, may isang kill ngayon si May at bawas ang mga miyembro ng Team Secret pero walang problema. Sila na maganda ang kanilang pwestuhan ngayon dito. But alam din naman natin na ito nga yung buy round ng DFM. Yet they need to score. Nasa gilid si Borkum! Net going down. Huwag kang sisilip basta-basta.
Kasumilip. Dahil si Borkum ang katapat mo. Pero ngayon, may na-flash. That's gonna be Anthem. Pero ngayon, may lockdown na nga mula kay NDG. At ngayon the fact na umiilaw yung champion si NDG, ibig sabihin siya yung nagta-top frag sa lahat. Siya may magandang performance so far. And I'm happy that he's quite back on track. At ngayon naman, 4v4 na nga lang tayo. Nag-buy time ang Team Secret with that lockdown. May kasama pa ngayong Viper Spit para talaga masecure lahat ng angulo against DFM. Pero si Anthem, tinatry niya ngayon. Wala na nga din siyang pang blind kagad. May kita ba siyang iba't ibang mga tao? Ayun na nga, Borkum with a sneaky pick. Takes him down. At ngayon, tiny sticking. Save nyo na lang yan kung ako sa DFM. Thank you.
Mas kailangan nila i-save yan dahil pa yung operator ni May ngayon nagbabalik na sa kanyang kamay. And wala talagang, hindi ka makakita basta-basta dito sa B. With that Viper Spit, hindi rin mag-work well yung kanyang operator dahil hindi naman nila pwede basta-basta lusubin yung loob at mag-face check. So good move with the respect ng DFM pero still ang Pinoy Adobo Gang with a lucky 7.
Ang Adobo Gang natin. Lahat siguro ng tao ngayon nakangiti. Ayan, ngiti lang kayo guys. Huwag kayong ma-stress masyado. Sabi sa inyo ng Team Secret, diba? Let them cook. Katatandaan nyo, atong VCT Pacific Kick-off, they only have 7 days. And most probably, kapag first day mo, ang tagal mong hindi naglalaro gano. And you're going up against Pacific teams, diba? So talagang, malay nyo, nung unang araw nagkaroon tayo ng first day jitters at ngayon they're back on track. Mas maging comfortable na sila kagad. At ngayon na nga, push towards C. May kasama kasi ngayon na Roomba. Pagdating para kay Jeremy, may kasama pang operator, diba? Naka-operator, pagdating sa entry, ganyan na ganyan. Be like Jeremy. Pero syempre, habang yan na yung nangyayari, meron naman din kasing Seekers ata si Anthem na gagamitin niya. But then, again, Team Secret, wala nang press W. Buying time sila. If merong mga utilities na na-overwhelm sila, hindi muna sila magko-commit. And I think that's the right thing to do pagdating sa Lotus.
Yes, exactly. Kailangan ready muna bago mag-commit. Kaya maganda rin ang pagbabantay dito ni NDG for any flank or possible entry. Pero showstopper, hindi nga lang ko-connect. But then again, maganda na pwesto dito ni Jeremy. Entry na may kasamang operator. Hindi pa rin tatamaan, may paranoia na lumabas. Bantay muna dito sa backside. Pero si Anthem, medyo namumula na siya doon. At hindi tumama muli ang operator, pero still good spacing na manggagaling dito sa Team Secret.
At ngayon, habang ang Team Secret ay nananalo, mukhang nag-aalangan ng DFM. Jeremy takes the shots down. Meron nga lang konting whips. But then, Anthem na lang together with Medusa ang natitira. Working close to his own angle. At ngayon na nga Medusa ay babagsak. NDG as well. 8-0. Bakit hindi nyo pa i-13 kamote? Team Secret para world breaking tayo sa Lotus.
Ilipat nyo na sa susunod na mapa. Nangingitlog ang DFM. And kahit anong gawin nila at this point, hindi pa rin sila manalo-nalo. Ngayon, broken by na naman na makikita natin. Meron silang mga ultimates. Pwede naman nila i-take advantage yun. Lalo na kay Neth na pwede mag-hold mag-isa ng site. Kaso yung firepower na dala ngayon ng Team Secret. Ramdam na ramdam natin yung init ng Pinoy. Si May, siya ang unang sisilip. Makakakuha naman siya at mukhang DFM makakabawi dito. Pero konting patikim lang, konting hospitality lang na mula dito sa Team Secret na binigay lang ang konting mga kills. Kayang-kaya pa to ni JC Vash at saka ni Envy.
Ayan nga. Pumupuso yung DFM. Sinabi ko kasi 13-0 na eh.
Ayan, narinig ka.
Narinig ako. Baka kasi, alam niyo na, mahirap na. Ginilingin naman siya ng DFM. Wait lang ha. Joke lang naman kami. Pero yun nga, mapagbigay ang Team Secret. Siyempre, friends din naman nila yan. So ngayon, Medusa takes Envy out and we only have Jessie. But I think medyo nakakuha na ng konting adjustments yung DFM kahit papano. Alam na nila kung saan sila usually natatalo. That's going to be against Jeremy. But then, ang laki pa rin ng gap against Team Secret. Okay na itong nakuha ng Team Secret in the first half, pero kailangan lang nila talagang panindigan on their second half. Pero to si May talaga, parang ang hirap pagsabihan si May, or mahirap kapag sinasabi natin na hindi siya tatama.
Tatama bigla. Pero pag hinahayaan natin siya, wala siyang tinatamaan. Pero kakaiba rin kasi yung aggressive na pagkuha nila doon sa ating B main. Kaya nagulat din ang ating mga miyembro sa TS na hindi natin na-expect na sila pa yung siyang magiging agresibo at dire-diretso ngayon ng Team Secret. Ito na ang raid ng DFM. Showstopper, wala na mga dito sa rubble, pero sila palitan na kompleto dito ng detonation. Mauubos ang Team Secret.
Ang aggressive ng DFM. Ayaw na nilang pinapayagan makapag-default pang Team Secret. Pero Team Secret ngayon, chill lang sila guys. 2-8, malayo pa din. Kahit nga mag-8-4 yan, malayo pa rin. 4 rounds din yun. Pero ngayon with DFM, ang talino nila doon sa approach yan. Alam na lang, these guys usually play slow. That's why they play fast. At ito pa, sakto din kagad yung that combo, yung splash. May kasamang paint shells. Diba? May kasamang paranoia. Lahat na lang magkakasama. Oo, mahirap yan pag pinagsabay-sabay kayong tatlo. Diba? Mahirap pag pinagsabay-sabay ka sa taong mahal mo. Pero ngayon,
ayun ang masakit.
8-2 na nga. Team Secret right now, may pera pa rin sila. Napakarami na ng pera. Aabot pa nga yung iba sa kanila for the next round. But then for DFM nga, they have the lockdown. Meron din silang Viper's ultimate pa na pwede nilang gamitin para lang ma-TikTok against Team Secret. Pero syempre, Team Secret need pumuso.
Yes, at kung pupusuan nga nila ngayon, parehas nilang sinisilip ang sitwasyon dito sa A at C. Pero 3 miyembro ang nakastack sa B. Once sa buksan itong pintuan na to, pwede nga nila surpresahin dito si Envy. Viper Spit has been committed ni Neth dito sa C. Habang most of the members ng Team Secret, ginagapang na nila.
Mukhang parehas sa ginagapang. Pati GFM mas able to take the kills. Pero nandiyan para ngayon sa mga miyembro ng Team Secret. At less na lang kagad natitira sa isang iglap. Gusto nyo na press W Kami din nagpe-press W kami ngayon. NDG together with Borcom na combo. Parang ginawang 2v4 sa mga miyembro ng DFM. And we only have Neth. Pag na-crush pa to ni Neth, Papakalbo
Magbibigay
ko.
ka ba ng, ay, magpapakalbo?
Oh,
Grabe ka naman.
papakalbo ko. Oo, pag naklap si Neth
O sige, sige. Yun ang ating ngayon. Akala ko bibigay ka ulit ng hugs pero alarm bot. Vulnerable na ngayon dito si Neth. Nilalagay siya ng orb. Kaso paranoia, hindi tatamaan. At na-expose na nga isang miyembro doon. Jeremy, alam natin meron tao dyan. Pinapatagusan. Makukuha pa rin na dito si Jeremy. But then again, nandito naman sila Borcom. Pwedeng nila bantayan. NDG, Noel the Goat. Saan nga ba siya titingin? Hindi niya alam kung saan siya pupunta. Wala siyang kaide-ideya at binigyan pa ng konting paputok doon. 70 HP. Kailangan na lang niya itakas ang kanya sarili. Will be successfully saving on that one. Pero still, napunta na naman ang round na to sa Team Secret.
Wala guys. Comfortable na si NTG. 14-4. 14-4 guys, tatandaan nyo. Sa first
Mainit.
half halos, oo. Nasa na daw yung NDG doubter. Sabi ko nga NDG is the new player here. Malamang nag-a-adjust pa siya. Malamang dito sa VCT Pacific, galing ka sa VCT PH. Syempre may mga konting jitters tayo. But right now, when he's really comfortable with his role, looks like kayang-kaya niya makuha parati yung mga upgrades, mga kung ano-ano pa. And that's NDG for you. At ngayon, sumasagot siya on the second match na dapat nila talagang makuha. And I'm happy na ganito yung performance ng Team Secret all throughout. Well, as for DFM, sige, okay lang. Si May and Friends, by the way. Yung
Ayun.
totoo, ibig sabihin dyan ng DFM, diba? Detonation,
The Friends
focus
of
on
May.
May.
Ayun pala yun, Detonation Focus on May. Akala ko The Friends of May.
Ay, hindi. Pwede na din. Pero focus lang kay May kasi focus sa goal. Pero to, si Sis Mars, walang makukuha si Ascent kahit naka-wallbang pa. Pero ngayon, all throughout, hindi na rin. Hintayin lang siya ni Invi kagad dito. Baga 1v1 sila inside the Ecoms. Pero sinabayan na nga din kagad ang lockdown ngayon din. At ang mga miyembro ng Team Secret, dire-diretso lang papuntang A-site.
Yes, at ngayon hindi nila basta-basta pinupush. Giving time naman na makarotate galing dito sa DFM. Pero alam naman natin yung lockdown na yan. Kailangan nila muna lumayo. Successful ang ating flank. Papunta dito sa stairs. Ang daming ecoms para protektahan sa relay. Babalik din ang lockdown mula kanina. Wala rin naman tayo pang sira dyan. Kaya kailangan natin mag-bail out. Kasi si Bortum, tila may ipit sa loob. Kailangan niya ilaban to. At si Neth, ang susunod na deck ngayon dito. Matatapos kaya nila as May jumping in with a Sachin and Shorty. Pero si Borcom ang susunod na matatamaan dito. Doors mula kay Envy. NDG with a kill. Pero si Noel, the goat, bumunot ng knife sa laban. Masyado ka naman confident, sis. At ito na nga si NDG for the last one. 1v1 with a great one. Kaso DFM mangingibabaw with a half count ng spike.
9-3. 9-3 guys. Okay. 9-3 tayo ngayon. Agad-agad ang performance ng Team Secret on throughout the first half. And NDG right now is practically good. He's top fragging almost against everyone. At ito pa yung magandang nangyari din. Yung mga mistakes ng Team Secret, ayun nga, naayos nila. Tayo nakangiti na sila sa wakas.
Masayang-masaya.
Masaya na sila guys. They're back on track. Wala nang oras para mag-alinlangan sa team na to. And ito pa, even if sabihin natin there are few rounds na may possibility manalo yung DFM, ang daming time, ang daming rounds para makapag-adjust at Team Secret. Lalo na isanalo sila sa pistol round ngayon. This is going to be putting a little bit, hindi lang little bit, malaking kahirapan sa side ng Detonation Focus Me.
Ayun. And for now, itong halftime na to, dito na magkakaalaman kung kaya bang bumangon ng DFM. Yes, they do have their own shining moments and press W play nga kasi talaga ang meta sa Pacific. And nakita rin natin kung gaano nga kabilis ang pagpasok doon ng Team Secret sa mga sites. Kaso the moment na sila naman yung nagiging methodical, nang susurpresa yung DFM na kami yung pupush. Notably, ito nga si May.
Ano talaga eh. Si May talaga, malakas talaga siya. As in, yun lang.
Yun na yun.
Masabi lang namin sa DFM, ang lakas ni May. Tingnan nyo. Diba?
Si May ang nangingibabaw.
Si May ang magaling. Totoo naman eh. Pero the rest, NDG 16.5, sheesh. 3.0 halos, ay 3.0 yung KD niya halos. So, this is it for Team Secret. They win the pistol. This is going to be good for them. At ito pa, it's NTG versus Envy. Agad na kagad na ginawa nilang combo para hindi makapag-push ang mga taga-DFM kagad papunta sa may mount side. At ngayon, wala silang choice. But right now, with that wall, meron silang makukumpir na Envy is gonna go for that kill. Pero hindi mag-work. Kailangan tumulong ng ibang miyembro ng Team Secret as of now. Dahil mapunta na kagad sa C-site ang mga miyembro ngayon ng DFM.
Quick rotation na nakita natin pero si Borkum babalik muna sa A. Tamang silip if merong pupush. Tamang heal, tamang pagbalik sa default places. Hindi pa rin magko-commit itong DFM sa C. At mukhang magbabago na ng ifo-focus papuntang B na kung saan si Jesse Vash lamang ang natitira. Although meron namang alarm bot, this will prompt them na might be going for a push. Pero dahil sa mabilisang satchel na yan na may kasama pang paranoia at blind, makukuha na nila tong B-site.
Kahit anong mangyari, hindi natin 3-take. Saan nakatingin si Borkum? Pero ngayon, down to 3v3 and the shots are going well for the side of both teams. Pero nga lang, di pa rin napaplant. May konting distractions na naman. Wala na si Envy ngayon. Wala na ding utilities kahit whatsoever. Ang mga taga-Team Secret, lahat sila wala. Pero nga lang, Jesse Vash ay mapipitikan. Ngayon, 2v2. Pero nga lang, mag-isa na lang kagad natitira. That's gonna be May himself, pinatuhan, and Jeremy raised diff against May. And now, nanalo ng pistol pa rin ang Team Secret. It looks so good right now. 3 na lang at makukuha ng adobo ang pinakaunang mapa.
Ramdam natin ang init kung pistol round pa lang. Nakukuha na ng Team Secret. Nasabi din yan nung uli nilang laban, no? Itong sa The Mods na na hindi talaga gaano na nanalo ang Team Secret sa mga pistol. So ibig sabihin, them winning these kinds of openers, maganda ang pag-transition nila sa mga susunod na round at sila pa yung makakuha ng mga graded na to, inching us ng malapit nang maipanalo ang mapa ng Lotus.
And speaking of mapa ng Lotus, out muna siguro ang mga miyembro ng DFM ngayon. Ano ba yan? Naman. Kahit
DF na lang. DF na lang. Wala na si May
wala na si May. DF
wala na. Tapos na. Next round na.
Pag sinabi kay Bini ng DF na yan, hindi na makakapagtas ng VCT. Sige! Ayun! Kayo sa Jeremy. Sige. Jeremy got talent. Sige. Bigyan nyo din yung frag kay NDG. Sis na lang. Together with Anthem. Thank you.
Last player standing.
Domo. At ngayon, sis na lang. Ano ibig sabihin ng Domo? Thanks.
Yan. Akala ko Domo arigato dapat. So Domo yung mas maigsi.
Mas casual.
Parang
ngayon. Ayun,
casual lang din.
Sabi ni Jeremy. 11-3. Dalawa na lang.
At ito na.
Let's go! Welcome nga pala sa official watch party. Shout out nga pala kay Razzie Binks siya kay Revy na nanonood din sa watch party ng Team Secret. Pero syempre ngayon, Team Secret, chilling like a villain lang, guys. Another day for Jeremy is back on track, guys. Sabi na yung face mask na yan, may buff yan. Let's start this party.
Dahil doon sa face mask na yun, hindi nila nadidetect, hindi nila nalalaman kung saan pwesto dito ang Team Secret and the bonus round ngayon ng Team Secret. Once na maipanalo nila to, this will bolster their economy pagdating sa mga guns at pwede nga nila makuha yung mga upgrade. Mapupush naman ang DFM na magtipid tips na naman. Kaya dahan-dahan lang muna ang galaw ng DFM. Respeto sa Team Secret.
Ito guys, tatandaan nyo, takoyaki versus fishball. Mas masarap pang suka sa Pilipinas, tatandaan nyo yan.
Hindi ba takoyaki laban sa calamares?
Hindi, di ba dapat takoyaki versus fishball kasi pares bilog?
Ayun, pwede diba? Naman.
Squid ball pala yun.
Squid ball. mas mahal yung squid ball.
Pero yun. Tapos nakita na kagad kung nasaan ang mga member Team Secret. Pero okay lang guys. Partida pa yan, hindi naka-full ba yan. Pero Porco, partida na nga kagad. He takes down Sis kagad. Coming in from doors. But then, Borkum is gonna get faded lang. Pero sabi ko nga, konting tutas lang kailangan ng Team Secret. Dalawa na lang ang kailangan nila. The right now is getting very overwhelmed. Balik! Bakit
Ano ba yan, May?
sarili mo?
30 seconds
Ano
left.
ba yan? Si May sabi na kakampi natin to. Taga Team Secret to. Ito yung 6-man nila
6-man, oo.
Oo.
Kinontrata si May. May send Zcash ngayon. Pero mapapalaban naman sila. Nabawi naman niya ang kanyang pagkakamali. Taking down Jesse Vash and Envy. Pero NDG. Gina nga ba siya dito? Siya ba ang pwede makapag-clutch? 3 members ng DFM. Checking every corners. Dahan-dahan lang. Pupunta dito sa link. Kaso, naku, may time bomb sa gately. At matutulak nga ba siya? Pero still, May making up sa kanyang mistake sa paint shells. Painting another number sa kamay nila.
11-4 guys, chill lang. Full buy na ngayon ng Team Secret. At meron pang showstopper ngayon si Jeremy. So this is actually pretty looking good sa side ng Team Secret. Maganda din kagad to kapag inagre kagad na ni tropa natin na Jeremy. Meron siyang alam mo ibig sabihin?
Ano
Sinabi niya, I got the kill.
Ay, grabe.
Ewan ko. Narinig ko lang kill da. Pero ngayon, 11-4. DFM setting up na sila papuntang C, pero tignan mo yung bantay sarado talaga mga tanod natin na si Envy together with NDG. Papasok na nga kagad. Papuntang C-side ito mga taga-DFM. Meron din naman kasi silang showstopper with May. Pero mukhang magbaback out lang. Wala dyan, May. Pero salamat sa paint shells mo dahil sinayang mo lang.
Oo, nagamit na. Pero naloko mo kanina, Riri. Akala ko kaka-Japan mo na, intindihan mo na yung mga taga-DFM eh.
Taga-Japan kasi talaga, guys, by the way.
Oo, ginagawa lang ni Riri na kubaw ang Japan.
Pero bayan muna bago ang sarili, guys.
Tama.
Okay.
One way?
Wala. Yung na-over.
Wala lang.
Balik ulit. Litong-lito ni DFM, guys. Nahihilo,
Guys,
nalilito na. Hindi na nila alam saan sila pupunta, guys. Ayan ang mahirap pag di mo alam kung magko-commit ka o hindi. Pero nalabas na nga kagad ngayon ang showstopper. Si Medusa nga lang, makakat si Jesse Vash. Hinahabol. Habulan sila Habulin ni May. Walang katapos-tapos no. Pero wala siyang tinamaan. Pero nga lang, NDG is trying to pop himself out sa may smoke. Pero walang makuha. Pero nga lang, he is going to be shaking ngayon. He takes down one member. May susunod ba kagad sa kanya? Yes, may susunod sa kanya. It's gonna be 3v3. Gagamitin na nga ni Jeremy ngayon ang kanyang showstopper para makuha ang mga miyembro ng DFM. Pupunta sa harapan ng kanyang kalaban. And now it's going to be May. Ano nga naman? Wasa na kisa na ko po na clutch pa! Na-3K pa ni May!
Grabe naman si May. Magkasunod na round yun. Ray, 3K. From B to C. And with all ultimates being burned, hindi pa rin naging sapat para dito sa Team Secret. Pero okay lang. Nice try pa rin para dito sa Team Secret. Pinagbibigyan lang, pinapatikim lang ng konting panalo itong DFM.
Sorry, natawa ako. Wala, guys. Ayun, nice, ano lang, no? Siya rin nagsasalita, guys, iba ng challenge. Pero ngayon, si May na naman, si May lang, guys. Pina-5v1 ni May to. Let's go. Pero to, sabi ko nga, ang daming rounds for Team Secret to actually adjust against DFM. So, marami pang rounds yan. Pero medyo sayang lang yung previous round. That was a 3v1. After na-pull out yung showstopper, pinatigil niya yung mundo ng Team Secret. Hindi pa sila nag-crossfire. Pinag-audition pa nila. Pero ngayon, na-blind ka agad si Envy. Patanong malalaban niya nga ba to o hindi. Pero mukhang ilalaban ata ni Envy. Pero nakikita siya ni Ness.
So close. Atin nga, nagkakatalbugan pabalik ang mga binabato ng DFM. Once again, changing position kasi Jeremy. 3 seconds lang yun. One tap ngayon. Wala na si May. As the friends. How are they going to proceed then dito? Alam naman natin na sila pa rin ang lamang in terms of number, in terms of their guns. Screens lang ang proteksyon dito ni Borkum. May Dusa nagbabantay sa Steve. May silip kaso muntikan na ma-frenzy. Kaso lamang pa rin doon ng DFM. Makukuhaan na nila ang B site as the last man standing sa kamay ni Jesse Vash. Ang dala ang kanyang marshal at sinusundan pa siya ni Medusa sa likod. Magkakapang-abot pa yata malilikuran. And that's gonna be it for Team Secret. Bumabawi ang DFM.
Guys, 5 na lang. Sino ba nagsabi na patig ipako sa 11 na Team Secret? Sabi si Osiris eh, wala na Osiris eh. O ba yan?
Ako naman naniniwala kasi ako sa buffs na dala ng isang Ray sa adobo gang.
Hindi, okay lang guys. Sabi ko nga, puso.
Nice.
Puso sa Team Secret, 2 na lang yan. Okay? 5 pa for DFM. Pero knowing na si May and friends lang talaga ngayon ang gumagawa, I am sure Team Secret has their pocket shot para dito. Isa na lang for Jessie Vash para malabas ang Seekers. Isa na lang din for Envy to pull off that Viper's ultimate. Pero ngayon, nalabas na kagad ni Borkum ang kanyang ultimate para lang talaga ma-check. Nasaan ang iba't ibang miyembro ngayon ng DFM as he goes through the cut pagdating sa flank, pero walang magpapakita sa kanila. But instead, nag-rotate na nga ang karamihan ng mga miyembro ng Team Secret, but May is gonna go for that flank. Wow, ang confident ni May. Ginaya si Envy! Ginaya din naman si Envy sa highlight ni Envy. Ay, nako.
Nakita na natin to no? Kinaka-copy-paste mo si Envy, lugar ni Envy tamang silip. Wala pa rin siya mahuhuli. Other members ngayon, tamang paramdam na si na may mga nag-iingay na from A at itong si hindi pa rin tinitigilan.
And speaking of, di pa rin tinitigilan. 42 seconds na lang bago makapunta ang mga DFM, bago pa manalo ang Team Secret. Sana
ayun, ginamit na!
Together with right now. Sa mga miyembro, pero nga lang medyo masakit to. Buti na lang for NDG was able to save it. Pero nga lang 3v4 tayo ngayon, may kasama pang Viper Speed ang mga miyembro natin mula sa side ng DFM. Pero nga lang Team Secret, while they actually do, medyo na-caught off guard si Envy doon. Nakita ngayon ni Jessie Vash kung saan magkakross yung mga miyembro ng DFM. Pero nga lang hindi niya na-connect yung shot. At ngayon, meron kasama ng blinding. Pero nga lang wala din mabablind as well. Ang daming ecoms all throughout. What will Team Secret do right now? Mukhang magsisave na lang sila. Ayaw nilang i-take yung risk. Dahil sabi ko nga, maraming rounds para sa adjustments.
Yes, so mas may freedom ngayon ng Team Secret. Nahayaan na lang muna. Ipatalo muna natin tong round na to, pero mamaya at least wala ng Viper Spit. At least nakakuha tayo ng mga guns natin kasi once na mawala na naman to, this will be another save round para sa kanila at mas mahihirapan silang bumalik. And what a good win from DFM. But konti na lang, kaya nang ibangon ulit ng Team Secret. Adjustment lang ulit. Even Envy, meron na rin siya sariling Viper Spit. 1 point away naman para sa Seekers at 2 naman para dito kay NVG.
At ngayon, good thing na para sa side ng Team Secret to actually call for that timeout. Sabi ko nga, dami ng pag-aalinlangan ngayon sa kanilang end. Ang dami ng nagiging mistakes. Mukhang si May talaga yung nagiging #1 problem nila. The flanks right now are being cut off. So talagang Team Secret, need na nila mag-reset ngayon. They still have another timeout later on. But right now is the round na pwedeng i-make or break. May 2 rounds na extra sa Team Secret para lang talagang maging 13 na to. At may 2 chances pa sila to make it great. At ito pa, may 4 rounds pa na pwede nga bulin ng DFM against them. Pero syempre at that risk, they gotta be careful dahil ilan na lang, marami nang magiging ultimates na pwedeng ilabas ang Team Secret against them. So I'm quite excited. Paano nga ba mangyayari to? Because for the side of Team Secret, ang laki nga na ipundar nila ng first half. So dapat kayo second half, kahit magiging minimal lang. At least, nakapag 90 kanina, at least they only have the 2 left para mapanalo ang pinakaunang mapa against DFM.
Kumaga, yung pressure isn't really nasa side nila dahil si DFM yung malayo-layo pa yung lalakbayin Ilang strats or plays pa ang kailangan nila gawin dito para makapantay ang Team Secret. Habang itong Team Secret, nagre-recover lang sila and then once makakuha na sila ng good adaptation, definitely makakabawi rin ang ating Pilipinong mga tropa. At sinimulan na nga gamitin dito ni Envy ang kanyang Viper Spit. Alam naman natin na mainit ang DFM sa pag-take nitong C.
And speaking of pag-take nitong C, mukhang lumipat na sila. Mahirap na dahil si Envy pa naman yung tatapatan mo, pero nga lang Jeremy, together with Borkum right now, overwhelms them with that one-way smoke. So ngayon, trap na naman ang DFM. Ano yung next trade? Ilalaban nila ngayon, and now Jeremy will be able to take out one. Makaka-trade off ba si Borkum? Yes or no? Pero mukhang itatry pa rin niya to. Pero kailangan niya mag-ingat. Kailangan niya ng backup. Meron ba naman pang kasama kung ano ng utilities ngayon din. From the side of DFM, he goes for another smoke right now. May kasama na din siya ngayon din sa kanyang tabi, and that's gonna be Jessie Vash. Ang mga tita mo to ay nandito para makipaglaban, para ma-defend ang A-side, ang Rabble mismo against DFM. Pero nga lang, Borkov, try silang salubungin pa rin. Nga lang, marami silang katauhan ngayon na makukuha sa kanyang mapaniligan sa Tuan. And now it's gonna be a 3v3. Nilaban ni Jessie Vash. Down to 2v2. Nilabas sa mga Seekers. And now, kailangan ma-identify ni Jessie Vash kung saan pupunta ang mga Mirbro dahil si Neth, ilalaban niya pa to. But then, good timing para sa side ng TS. Mape-pressure ang DFM to actually plant the spike dahil 19 seconds na lang.
Sakto pa sa pasusukin nila dito dahil si Jessie Vash nakikipag-ikutan. Hindi sinabayan mula sa likod at detonation muna kayo ngayon mula kay Jessie Vash. Pushing us sa match point.
Dinaan, alam mo saan? Sa maintenance. Dinaan sa edad.
Ginulangan.
Oo! Grabe! Sabi niya, ako ang master ngayon. Buti na lang din. That was crucial. Kamutik na i-commit ni Jessie Vash yung papuntang Rabble, but I'm happy that he didn't. He waited for Envy. He knows na big time constraint na sa side ngayon ng DFM. So they gotta push papuntang A-side. At ngayon, we are down to the last point para sa Team Secret para makuha ang pinakaunang mapa ngayon.
Grabe ang ginawa doon. Ginulangan. And with that match point, force out ngayon ng DFM na mag-time out. Gawan ng paraan, mag-isip ano ang susunod na moves. Dahil currently, tignan mo naman si Warbird. So, meron ba siyang ibibigay? Once again, ayun, konti lang. Keep it up, guys. Yun lang ang kanyang sinasabi dito. Alam mo, wala siyang kailangan sabihin. Team Secret knows.
Team Secret. Kung merong The North remembers, Team Secret remembers kung anong mangyayari ngayon. At sabihin natin, magastos pa rin yung round na yun for Team Secret. They've been losing a lot of rounds. But then, all in all, look at that. Sa side ng DFM, may 3 silang ultimate. So maybe TS just needs a little bit of that adjustment. So sana talaga makapag-adjust sila ngayon. And sana hindi nila asimin to against Detonation Force. Focusan pala.
Focus na nga rin talaga dito at mga tropa. Pero mabilis ang execution kasi judge na naman. Nagulangan na naman. Showstopper ang judge lang. Dinikitan lang doon ni Jessie Vash. At nag-abort mission ang DFM with less of a member. Hindi gumana yung showstopper. May lockdown at from the shadows pa dito ang miyembro ng DFM. Kaso, harang na harang ngayon ni Envy. Maganda ang kanilang pwesto. Ginamitan na rin.
And now, Team Secret, nihintay lang pero still, wala na si May, walang showstopper. Tapos parang mawala lang sa isang iglap lahat ng effort na nilagay ng mga taga-BFM. Pero nga lang, energy is gonna go down. It's gonna be a 3v3 pero nga lang si Jeremy ngayon. Makakuha pa ba? He finally gets one!
Odin!
And Jessie Vash finishes it! And the first map goes into the hands of Team Secret. Sa mapping pa lang detonation of Focus Me with a 13-7. At ngayon, sa unang map, sa unang half, pinakita sa atin how dominated they are pagdating sa attacking side. And right now, seems like the Adobo Gang is back on track.
What a game. And Jessie Vash magkasunod na round. Tinapos ito. The explosive attacker side ng Team Secret taking advantage with that huge score. At nag-take your time lang sila eh. Inantay lang nila yung proper moment na mistakes na ginagawa ng detonation o hinayaan lang nila na okay, sige, gawin niyo yung gusto nyo up until makuha namin yung aming sariling timings. And mind you, ginamit pa nila yung kanilang mga ultimates pero parehas na hindi napakinabangan. At wala na nagawa doon ng DFM kundi mag-occur. Next map.
Next map? Kaninong map pa? Team Secret.
Team Secret.
Saan? Sa Boracay. Sa Breeze. Grabe talaga, ganito pala nangyayari pag si Hev Abby ang ating dinasalan. But right now guys, let's just throw sa panel para lang syempre ma-breakdown kung ano nangyari sa pinakaunang mapa.
Secret was just fantastic
Yeah, I mean, they really kept the momentum up, right? And I think they got the read that they were, starting off on a better foot today in this map 1, right? They were hitting their shots a lot more consistently in that first half, and they just continued to push that tempo. And I would say perhaps almost in a risky way for a map like Lotus, right? We didn't see too much complex moving around the map from Team Secret for a lot of those early rounds. It was just push through, go for the fights, win the fights, go in, plant the spike. And it worked out because, again, they were firing. The trades were there. I think that's the biggest thing for me. The comms seemed to be there. NDG seemed to have his head screwed on tight today. He was looking at the right angles, the right places at the right time, and that's good news for Team Secret.
But actually, I didn't feel like it was a very, very clean map, on the side of both teams, right? I mean, obviously for the side of DFM, we did see Mei carry quite a lot. There were so many missed opportunities on the side of, all of the other players. For Team Secret, yes, they did take this map, but there were some times where you caught people sleeping a little bit. You did see the unchecked corners too.
Yeah, some unchecked corners coming through. Jeremy as well, sometimes overextending, putting himself way too far out with not enough support. I mean, Envy as well, that mound push that we saw from him in the second half, just getting himself caught and taken down very quickly. That kind of allowed for DFM to start getting the gears working in their favor a bit. So there's definitely things that tighten up, but widely, I mean, this is just a complete opposite Team Secret from what we saw in their opening series, and also, yes, a lesser opponent compared to what we witnessed from Talon. I mean, Mei is doing his best to try to put on that governor impersonation for sure, but the things that we were talking about, Jeremy being this strong entry player for this squad, getting op kills, but also NDG needing to have a stronger performance. He comes out here, drops 19 with 19 kills, 12 deaths. You compare that to, yes, this is the overall stats for their series versus Talon, where he went -21 on those 2 maps played. So this is already such a massive move in the right direction for him.
Yeah, and on the side of DFM, again, my eyes continue to go to Medusa as well. I mean, they rely on him to lurk so much, and he knows that that's his own playstyle. He's not just playing Sentinel, he's playing strictly a lurker role. And if you're going to do that, you have to consistently be winning out on those 1v1s whenever you're facing, or potential 1v2s as well. And obviously, he put up a fair number of kills, but not enough to really turn the tables around when you had such a rough start.
I mean, it was Mei, Medusa, and NDG and Jeremy that we did have our eyes on, right? In the pre-show, we talked about it. I also do want to put some attention, though, on Envy. He made such an impact last year, and now we're seeing him on a controller, which, as you pointed out earlier, Will, isn't exactly a role that he, we've seen him on quite a lot. It's been I think it's been years since we've seen him on controller, actually.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think, again, if they are continuing to grow in the right direction, and we're, I guess, seeing them wake up a little bit here in the very beginning of the year, it'd be so mechanically talented that if he is able to start to flex around for this team, that could be a very strong benefit for Team Secret.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the more flexibility you have on a roster, the stronger your roster absolutely can be. It's about not stretching people too thin and trying to force them to do too many things at the same time without them having that kind of just that solid baseline to really work off of. But this is just a big flip here for NDG. The kind of win that you really need to get in a series after you have such a really poor debut here in Pacific. This is a great turnaround for him, and hopefully this is going to, any kind of jitters that he might have had on that first day, hopefully they remain gone.
Yeah, hopefully it's all gone. He's, shaking them all off, especially with this performance, because he's also a kind of player that relies heavily on, on that energy, on that actual energy on stage. He's usually the one alongside Borkum that's actually keeping it up. So this should pretty much be uphill for Team Secret, especially since we're heading into their map pick, which is going to be Breeze.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if the same power happens on Breeze as well. Also, because there were several moments where even though they were steamrolling in that first half, they were playing very overconfident, very cocky, I would say, just straight up, right? I mean, you have Borkum like jump peeking on an entry into Mound and things like that.
Had the door thing with Vash.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you get kills and it worked out against DFM, but especially on a map like Breeze, it's such a wide map that if you do that and you get that one pick and you're not able to enter into the site, suddenly everything shuts down.
Yeah, and again, while it looked improved, we saw a couple more op kills coming through here from Jeremy when he was running that one. This is the map where it's going to be even more important for him. So if he can continue in that trend, finding these opening picks, getting those first kills coming through as the attack tries to come in or as they're trying to push into a site, then this is going to be a really good thing here for the side of Team Secret.
And, map like Breeze, it's a map that you pick with a lot of confidence, right? You can't not pick it and not, want to take those duels. For the side of DFM, I'm wondering if Mei's morale is shaken up at all. He's a very young player as well. So the rest of the team, DFM, they're going to have to, make sure that that is all intact. He doesn't lose his confidence at all, especially since, again, elimination match, ladies and gentlemen.
Sure, and I think that what we've seen from Mei already, he's not really going to get rattled too much. I mean, he's been a competitor for a very long time. He comes into DFM, he kind of inherits this 0-9 scoreline that they had from the last season, and he still is managing to push back. It's really just about getting the support around him that was lacking for Jerry and Team Secret in their last match. Getting that support that DFM did have in their opening series, because they looked a lot better, and May is still putting up solid numbers, even though the rest of the team isn't accomplishing nearly as much. I mean, this was a very poor game from Anthem in particular.
Yes, I was about to say, let's call it out where it is needed, because you're playing that solo initiator Sky, and if you're not able to trade nor set up the perfect assist for your star duelist, then it's going to be a rough going in that composition that you picked up. Now going on to Breeze, if they continue with the single duelist Yoru though, things play a little differently, right? You do have to be a bit more self-sustaining, and actually you have to have a lot more map control as well, because that's how you're going to start choking onto a site or go for those retakes. So I'm very curious if they're able to clean some of that up, especially because they're not playing against the likes of Flashback on the other side.
Right, and going into our map highlights right now, just taking a look back into Lotus, right? We did have a lot of those, I felt like cheeky plays on the side of Team Secret, right? You did have those moments where you almost felt like, are they really going to do this? Are they really going to bring around the Rosie with the rotating door? Are they really going to try, you know, the Judge, for example, on the side of Jesse Vash? And somehow it works. And they seem to be one of these teams that can still pull off things like this, for example.
Yeah, I mean, just they tried to go for the pop flash out, but you just mow them down, just tucked into the corner. I mean, it was consistently here for Team Secret. They were just consistently catching the members of DFM off, completely off guard. As I stumble over my words, but we saw a little bit of that rally back coming through as the coaching staff of DFM starts pumping the brakes and trying to identify what is going wrong. They get a decent run back where it looked like it might just end up being a 13-1, 13-2 shutout, but this still isn't what they're looking for. You come into this, you select to go to this map, you need to have that strong performance, because now they find themselves in a position where they have to play against Team Secret on their mapping of Breeze. Yes, you have seen them play this, you have decent expectations of what to expect from them, but have you developed enough to counteract it?
Yeah, and I do wonder actually if that's part of it, is that they saw the previous match of Team Secret and they just said, they just look so shaky mechanically that we can go for these duels. Because we saw it, I mean, even in that pistol round in the second half, Medusa doesn't have to take that fight 1v2, but he just kind of sits there, plants himself, and says, I can probably get these kills, and Secret shoots back. So as we see, no agent changes here for either team. Hopefully that's something that DFM talked about and say, okay, let's give them the respect they deserve once again. Play like we did against DRX, against players who will fight back, who will beat us in these duels, and see how we operate on this map.
I actually do like that they're sticking with this agent comp. They're really like, let's run with it, let's commit. Also, we have a second chance to do all of the things that we did wrong the first time, and we have a lot of information on Team Secret on how they play this map. So it's gonna be it's gonna be like, I think, a big question mark on the morale and the energy of both teams, especially since you have DFM, who's a team that needs still like a little bit of steam to get going, right? And Team Secret, it looks like they already are. So we're gonna toss it on over to our casters. No hesitations this time. It's Paper Thin and Asarai.
It's panicking a little bit there because I thought they were going to show our faces, but we're totally...
Oh, di ba?
We are back.
Oh,
Nandito na.
Diba? Oh, guys.
Oh,
Kasi
ganun lang.
mabilisan lang eh. Ayan, big shoutouts nga pala kay Taylor, kay Vil, saka kay Ichi na watch party tayo. Doon sa kabila, pwede ka magsabi ng magagandang masasamang words. Dito sa
mga
broadcast,
masasayang words.
mabait tayo. Oo. Doon pwede. Pero dito, bawal. Pero ngayon, ayan na guys, simulan na natin ang win streak ng Team Secret, guys. Tatandaan nyo, every time na kinakas natin ng Team Secret, nade-deny ang curse. Alam mo kung sino yung mga nagde-deny ng mga curse ko?
Sino?
Naos. Tsaka Team Secret. Yung Oasis, depende, 50-50, depende kung anong level ng curse ang,
nakalagay.
Kung naka-ano yun?
Naka-domain expansion ka.
Domain expansion. Depende kay Gojo Satoru kung yataps na siya or hindi.
Yan.
I-spoil na naman ang mga kababayan natin.
Naku.
Yung yataps na ba or buhay pa. Pero ngayon,
nakaputol lang.
Naku po, DG natulog. Okay, mapagbigay na naman ng mga Pinoy. Ayun na nga. Ang bilis naman ng
pistol round
DFM.
to, Pistol round. Notorious dito ang Team Secret kanina. Ngayon sila na naman yung tagilid. At si May, nasa Yoru. Kailangan na nila ilabas yung hometown hero nila para manalo dito. Pero si Jeremy, syempre, mainit pa rin on that jet. Matatag siya dito ni Ses. Naku po, Ses. Si Fortum na lang ang susunod na mahuhuli as easy. Hindi pa siya makakapush dito. Kaso tatlo yung kalaban niya. Okay lang, nice try muna tayo dito para sa Team Secret.
Okay lang, guys.
Okay lang.
Okay lang.
Pistol round lang yun. Normal yun.
Sana kakaban 4-0 na, guys.
Here. Here.
Wala palang break to,
Binigay
no?
lang muna. Kumbaga, siyempre, pag may mga foreigners sa Boracay, i-entertain muna ng mga Pinoy, di ba? Parang hospitable tayo.
Tama. Mga hospitable, mga nice people. Wala, ngayon lang sila nakatikim ng
nice,
panalo eh. Siyempre,
naging ayos din tayo sa wakas.
Okay lang yun. Pero ngayon, mapagbigay ang mga Pinoy. Mapagbigay na naman si NDG. Mabait na naman si NDG ngayon. Pero tong Euro ni May, palong-palo na naman. Pero ngayon, we only have one. That's gonna be Indy. Yung lineup ng Team Secret, guys, real talk lang, love ko ang Team Secret. Pero yung lineup nila pang 2021, 2022, breeze pa eh.
No, yung hindi pa nababago, no?
Hindi pa nagbabago. In 2022 pa, guys, yung, the KO, Viper, Cypher, lahat, guys, no 2022 pa to. Gantong type of lineup nila. Although yung sabi ko nga, with the changes sa breeze, sa tingin ko kailangan talaga namin ng bago. Pero para sa Team Secret, if ito yung mag-work sa kanila, okay lang naman. Pero I think that, sa tingin ko, there should have been some changes. Pero tignan natin, kasi last time, hindi naging effective against Talon. And sana ngayon maging effective siya against DFM.
And ano ba ine-expect mo na makita sa lineup ng Team Secret, Ray? Ano ba yung tatanggal? Dapat wala dyan sa lineup na yan. Kasi technically, cypher map to eh.
Yeah, pero pwede naman yung Cypher. Sa tingin ko talaga yung KO na yan eh. Kasi it's either they si Jigs, wow, close. Si Envy, ayan, pwede naman siya mag-iba ng role together with Jeremy. Pwede nga mag-duelist dito si Envy. Pwede nga mag-double duelist sila eh. Pwede nga siyang mag-Euro. Tapos si Jeremy ngayon yung mag-an. Pwede din sila mag-Reyna Jet. Kasi si Envy kahit ano namang ibigay mo sa kanya na role, magaling yung batang yan eh.
Gagaan eh.
Oo. Naku, hindi gumagalaw yung time.
Oo,
Alam ko na to. Hindi
nakita
na naman
natin to.
gumagalaw yung orasan, guys. Alam ko na eh. Nakita ko na to. Nakita ko na to, guys.
Ayun na, sinabi na ni Derek eh.
Ayun na.
Tekpos.
Ayun, walang palitan. Ayun, bumalik na. Ay, kinakabalo ko sa mga tekpos na yan. Ano talaga yan eh. Dailies ko kasi yan, guys. Daily roulette ko yan. Diba? Kung may dailies sa ibang mga games, ito ang dailies ni Ray Ray. Kailangan ma-complete ang check. Ito yung gacha ko na tunay. Pero syempre, speaking of tunay nga namang nakakamangha so far yung performance ng Team Secret. Pero nga lang, if this is not going to work, sa Ascent pa tayo mapupunta na parehas ang team sa to. Magaling sa Ascent eh.
Yes eh, mapa ng halahat halos yun eh. Pero sabi kasi ni Phil, mapa ng Pinoy yun. Kaya pwede tayo manalo dun. Jesse Vash, nandito sa hall. Pwede niya maabutan. May naramdaman siyang bumunot. Medyo nag-iingay dito si May. Habang mula sa likod, ang harbor, si Net. Pwede siya pumesto doon. Nilabas na ang drone. Kasi di natin alam kung meron nakita. Pero si Jeremy meron na siya nakita dito. At inactivate na nga ang dash.
Na-activate talaga yan. Pero huwag pa munang mag-alala ang mga fans ng Team Secret. Wala pang pumapasok sa DFM dahil alam niyo kung bakit? Takot na takot sila dyan. Pero to,
may kinakatakutan.
Oo, si Jeremy na nga lang naghihintay. Bang! One down. Na-trade off lang siya ni May. Niyukuan siya. Tapos nakapag-upgrade pa ng Vandal. Pero to, si Anthem na nag-lurk. Sova niya nag-lurk, guys. Mukhang medyo, mahirap to for Team Secret. Baka may makita siya. Speaking of, he's gonna get the top. Pero buti na lang, Borko was able to get the trade. At ngayon, medyo nalilito yung Team Secret. Dahil sobrang default heavy ng mga taga-DFM. Pero this is the time that they can actually go inside A. Pero it's up to Borkum to deny it. Naririnig na lang. Is it going to be Borkum's time? We're all talking about 5 seconds na lang. And still, Team Secret, kahit may pagkakonting magastos, wins the round against DFM.
Kakayanin with last 3 members na natera. And Borkum time strikes again. Inupuan lang niya ang kalaban eh. Nagtago lang siya doon sa kakahuyan. At kita mo rin naman yung ginawa dito ng Jeremy bilang sorpresa. Dalawang senaryo ang nailigtas ni Borkum mula doon sa lurk ni Anthem up until sa double doors entry. Ang ganda ng angulo na hawak ni Borkum at si Jesse Vash bilang backup mula doon sa malayo. no problem ilaban yung mga ganong klaseng senaryo.
Speaking of pinaglalaban, sana all pinaglalaban.
Ayun, sana.
Sana all,
Yeah.
ayun na lang, nilaban ni May. Sobrang perfect nung timing. Di in-expect si Borkum noon. And now we're just trying to pick them. But then, it didn't happen once again. Wala nang smoker ngayon ang mga taga-Team Secret. Kailangan na nila mag-commit ngayon. Naka-double echo. Basta yung mga tropa natin mula sa DFM. Nag-class si Jix ngayon. He will be able to take out one. Niligyan pa kagad ngayon ng bomba. At now, there's just time for the side of Team Secret to buy it. At ngayon may mahaharapan na nga sa iba't ibang miyembro. Naka-crossfire na rin kagad si Jesse Vash at ang mga iba't ibang miyembro ngayon. Nga lang na Team Secret ay babagsak. Envy right now low on HP. He tried something there. Pero may naghihintay pa ba that it's gonna be May from the side of DFM.
Ang ganda ng pwesto dito ni May. Nagpakawala na siya ng fake out kaso si Net. Oops, ginamit na rin ang kanyang ultimate dito. Tamang hanap, dimensional drift. At nag-iba ang kanyang pwesto. Makakapagtanim naman sila dito. Bala si Jeremy, maganda na rin yung angulo niya. Nagkapalitan sila ng pwesto ni May. At tumilip mula sa likod. Tumumba na si May. Cloudburst, si Neth. Kailangan niya bantayan to. At si Medusa nasa loob na rin ng spike. Habang si Jeremy unti-unti na tumumba. Jesse Vash mula sa likod. Mahahap naman niya ito. Kaso tatlo pa rin na nakabantay mula sa likod. Pero nilingon at niligpit. Kaso merong snake bite as Jesse Vash running low. But NDG as the backup. Nandito na rin at papapatumba na nga niya si Net. Kaso yung snake bite andun pa rin with 25 HP. Mali! Kaya di ba? Ano nangyari? Umabot ba? Umabot sa Team Secret!
Grabe! Don't let go! Grabe ka, Jesse Bash! Take those bros! 2-2-2! Guys, 25 HP doon si Tito mo, Jesse Bash! Calculated na calculated yun! Kahit kaya tapos pa si NDG doon, guys! Walang ka-problema! Oh, tignan nyo, ang galing eh! Kalmado lang, 2-2-2! Woo! Ang init. Mawala na ako ng boses nito. May next map pa. May next game pa.
Parang nakakaiba yata yung intro ng laban natin eh. Yung pinakamainit kaagad. Alam naman natin na laglagang portion din kasi. Kaya talagang kailangan natin ibigay ang lahat. Dahil binibigay ng Team Secret ngayon ang lahat. Habang ang DFM, kailangan nila ma-figure out kung paano maging ahead muli. Dahil tayo'y nasa 2-2 na. Pantay ang score.
At ngayon, doon sa live stream ni Bill. Ba't dyan kayo nagsasabi ng mga masasama? At yun yung type sa PPGL yan.
Spike drop.
Takot!
Delikado daw eh.
No, delikado eh, no? Diyan na lang kayo. Pero yan, support na support sa atin yan, no? Yung mga tropa natin. Yan, ganyan yung gusto ko. Hilaan pataas. Parang Team Secret lang, di ba? Talagang lahat sila focus sa goal. Tignan nyo nga si Tito mo, Jesse Bash, hindi binitawan eh. Grabe talaga, Say Don't Go yan by Taylor Swift. Pero ngayon, mukhang nagko-commit pa rin sa A pa rin. Bayan? DFM? Sige, punta lang kayo sa A. Tignan yung mga nakaharang sa inyo. At ngayon, Borkum together with the Envy. Naabangan lang din sila upon the committed. Pero there's just so much delay. 25 seconds na lang ang natitira. Tatandaan nyo. Pero ngayon, sinabayan kagad si Envy ng ultimate. Pero nga lang, tignan nyo naman si Borkum. Walang naging ambag ang mga taga-DFM. 14 seconds na lang. Nagbibilang ang Team Secret against them. And now it's a 3-2. 3 rounds na sunod-sunod na nanalo ang Team Secret.
Lawless pati yung round na yun ha. Ang hilig nila, gusto nilang lumaro sa crunch time. Kaso hindi nila nagagawang mahabol yung oras. At nakita rin natin kung paano nga tiniis doon ni Envy yung mga nasa double doors. Pero once nakuha nga nila yung crossfire, andun si Borkum, andun din si Vash. Lahat ng angulo covered nila. Kaya kahit sino man pumasok, hindi makasasabay.
Walang may sasabay ngayon for the side ng Team Secret. Mukhang happy ako kasi lahat nga ng mistakes nila na ayos nila ngayon against Talon. Borkum ngayon got the top. Binawian na niya finally ngayon si May. Dahil kanina pa siya naglalaban ni May dito sa may A eh. Pero right now, Anton takes down Envy. There's the Vipers, Molly. Mapapatigil lang yung mundo ngayon ng DFM. Out na si Envy,
si Jeremy,
but still kailangan nang mag-ingat. Si NDG, pinuntaan, pero nga lang very sneaky from Jeremy. Pero buti nakailig siya coming in from mid. At ngayon yung DFM, na-overwhelm sila. Like, finally, itong Team Secret, nakapag-adjust na din sila kagad sa DFM.
Yes, sa 3 versus 4, kahit sabihin natin nag-hero buy ang DFM, mare-recycle naman nila tong Vandal ng ilang beses dahil sila yung magkakasama. Ngunit Borkum, maganda ang kanyang pwesto dito. Ginamit na ang toxic screens, ang daming kurtina ni Nanay. Recon, wala pa rin tayo makukuha ang impormasyon ngayon. Ayun, shock dart ang pinapakawalan. Recon naman mula sa kalaban, pero Jerry make that thing up! Kasama pang nasa out! Pero kanyang classic, Pino na dito makakapag-updraft, pero doon naman si Borkum, kaso double headshot mula kay Nef. Pero next challenger na ang makikita natin dito ay si Jesse Vash na wala na rin. NDG with the judge. Medyo nandun pa siya sa malayo and reckoning gagamitin na rin. Cove nasa loob. Tamang ping lang muna tayo dito. Wala pa rin makakahula kung nasaan si NDG. Noel the GOAT, Noel the Clutch. Aabutan na kaya si Net. Si Net pinakatalikuran pa. Huwag kang tatalikod dahil at tumalikod lang. Sa amin ay si Jose Rizal at nabaril pa siya. Ba't mo ginagawa yun, Net? And that's gonna be NDG.
Grabe, ang happy talaga ni NDG, guys. NDG redeeming arc to. Villain arc na ng mga taga-Team Secret. Hindi na kami mabait. At ngayon, 4-2, everything is just perfect together sa side ng Team Secret. There might be a little bit of those mistakes. Kahit mapunish si Invi, kita nyo naman yung trades eh. At ngayon, nag-change na sila ng posisyon. Medyo sabi nila, masyado nang excited ang iba't ibang miyembro ngayon ng DFM. Pero nga lang, the more that DFM plays low, the more na kinakain sila ng buhay ng Press W gang natin mula sa Team Secret. Pero syempre, as for NDG, sabi ko nga, on that Cypher, kinda, dito sa Breeze, sobrang passive niya talaga. Pero ngayon, sobrang active before Nest right now has been eliminated kagad.
At sila ang kumuha ng aggressive push na yon. Nakita rin naman natin si Jeremy. Gusto niyang pumitik mula sa operator. Kaso mayroong cascade and mukhang another dead body dito sa main as Medusa will be the next one. Anthem, tamang scan lang muna siya dito. Cypher setup na nasa B. At mukhang mababantayan naman. Pero itong si Mia, medyo malalim yung pwesto niya.
Siyempre, pagdating kay May, sabi nga natin, siya talaga yung consistent player. Imagine getting that team MVP all throughout. Ang ganda talaga di ba? Pero hindi lang pwedeng si May sa 5v5. Hindi naman to ibang game di ba? Na 1v1 lang, sarili mo, sisisihin mo. Jesse Vash, maraming nasa tapat niya. Nakuha pa rin kagad siya ni May ngayon, but still okay lang. Dahil 4 pa rin sa Team Secret, available lahat ng kanilang mga ultimates. Pero nga lang, Borkum right now is gonna go down. 36 seconds na lang. Nandiyan pa kagad si Jeremy to actually delay them. Pulls off the knife. Ngayon, harangan lang niya ang isa. Pero nga lang, mag-whip siya. 5-3-2 pa rin si Ces. Bakit hindi pa rin ito nayataps? Kaso habang yan ang nangyayari, Invi has his null command. NDG also has his Cypher ultimate. He pops off one. May kita niya yung isa pa kapag nilabas niya ang kanyang kapote. Pero right now, pwede kami ni Invi dito is mag-spray lang ang spray. Pero speaking of, kinuha na niya. Nakikita niya kung nasaan. Pero biglang mawawala na naman ulit. Isa pang blink. Hello. Pero syempre, nasa loob ng Viper's ultimate ang iba. At ito, Anthem is gonna die. Since right now, it's low on HP. It's gonna be 1v1. Konting iip ng hangin na lang yan. NDG, nasa sayo ang kamay ng Team Secret. Spray mo through the smoke! Spray mo through the smoke! Spray mo through the smoke!
Ayun lang!
Sayang! Sayang na sayang talaga. 5 HP na lang yun, si Sis.
Grabe ka naman, sis. Isang ligaw na bala lang, Team Secret. Kaso, it is what it is. Nakakuhaan talaga ng magandang pwesto ng Viper Spit. Kahit yung isang blade score man lang na manggaling dun kay Jeremy, hindi rin siya nasagi. And of course, the 50-50, hindi rin alam ni NDG kung saan siya sisilip. They don't have prior information. At ngayon, time out muna. Hinga-hinga muna tayo.
Time out muna, tatawa ko sa mga tao. Di ba naka-live yung si Phil, Taylor, tsaka si HG? Sinagsumbong sila doon. Sabi nila, ako doon nasa kanila sa stream, kasalanan ko pa. Kasalanan ko pa talaga, guys.
Ikaw pala ang salarin.
Oo, ito pa, naniniwala na sila kay Hev Abby. guys.
Believer.
Ayan. Tama lang naman. Pero wag makakalimutan na lahat ng Team Secret ay dito sa Breeze nga diba? Sobrang yung performance nila dito na-underwhelm talaga halos lahat. Pero as of now, going up against DFM, this is really looking good. Under-defending. Dito din talaga sila nahirapan against Talon doon sa first half natin. Natatandaan yung next game pala natin pag nanalo ng Team Secret ng clean 2-0, DRX versus Talon. Mainit.
Talagang iba ang mga makikita natin mga laban ngayon in starting things off with this fight na napaka-close. Tatag na siya dito. Pero okay lang. Makakabamba out naman sila. Pero dalawa na ang tumusbamig. That 3 para Team Secret and Borkum. Babantayan na tong A. Hindi na kayo makakadaan pa.
At ito pa, yung mga guns ng Team Secret, it's just Guardians, iba sa kanila Bulldog, at pass for DFM naman, Anthem na lang together with Medusa ang natitira. Sabi nga sa mga di pa nakakalam, sino to? Mga taga-Crazy Raccoons to dati. So that's crazy, man. Ngayon, Anthem na, save mo na lang yan, Anthem. Eto na, may ma-Among Us ngayon. Ang pangalan niya ay Anthem, na magugulat sa Vince to. Tingnan natin magugulat to. Magugulat to. Gusto ko yung sino-surprise ako. Sheesh.
Ang nasusurprise naman ng mga flowers.
Oo. Ganun talaga pag tinatrato ka ng tama o side.
30 seconds sana all. Hindi ko naramdaman, no, label Pero tingnan natin kung ano nga ba ang ililabel ngayon ng DFM. Kung this is another save para dito kay Anthem. Pero wala Mukhang binabantayan ni Jeremy. Wala na talagang chance.
Sana maramdaman.
Sana may mag-drop bigla.
Makaramdam, guys. 8 seconds na lang. Ayun!
Ayun! Sumiran! Iba talaga! Ang gulang-gulang mo!
If you're not a good shot
naramdaman niya. Sabi niya parang may naramdaman ako dito, banda dito sa Gedli
may naramdaman yan. Ang galing makaramdam ng mga Pinoy. May 5th sense kasi yan, guys. Tingnan nyo. Diba? Makaramdam. Nakakuha pa si... huli ka. Diba?
Huli ka.
Huli ka.
Saan kasi nagtatago
Saan yung may paglaro ng tago-taguan sa Pinoy. Grabe naman. Buti mabait si Jessie Vash huli ka. Pag si Indy yan, iba yan. Words of affirmation yan.
Yun ang maganda. Pero tingnan muna natin to dahil dimensional drift na nga ang ginamit dito ni May. Kanina pa siya nagkapaglaban. Kaso super close. Up close and personal. Pero still, hindi pa rin na mangingibaba. Unti-unti na nga tumutumba dito. Sinubukan nila gumawa ng play with their thrifty. Kaso hindi pa rin yun magiging okay as Team Secret will push even further.
Ngayon, 6-3. TS just leading. Although medyo mabagal talaga dito, no? Kasi sa DFM nga, sabi nga natin, they only have a Sova. And the problem is, compared sa Team Secret, ang dami mong ideas with that double initiator. It's a very common role talaga to have this type of lineup sa Team Secret, which I mentioned earlier. Pero the more nga na mas comfortable sila, the more naman na magiging mas maayos. But as for DFM, not bad. It's just May doing the work. Nakita si Jeremy doon. Nakuha yung top. Bago ma-pop off yung smoke, sumakto pa sa side ng DFM. At ngayon, na-reveal kung nasaan sila. They're gonna go to B instead. Si Envy na lang matitira sa A. Pero yan na nga, ilalabas na nga nila kagad ang halos lahat. May right now is gonna go himself to the side. Pero nakita na nga din kagad kung nasaan siya. So well, Borkum nagabang, 4 na miyembro ng Team Secret, pero nga lang nag-bail out siya. Talagang nililito nila isa-isa, pero nga lang, huwag nyo kakalimutan, si Envy ay nasa A-side pa.
Yes, at hindi na tinanggal kaagad yung tagging doon ng camera, kaya alam nila na totoo yung kanyang pag-teleport. But Medusa, masyado sila malalim dito at nasa loob na, galing sa double doors. 4 members ngayon ng Team Secret. Patiently waiting lang dito si Medusa, habang si Envy nag-aabang at mahuhuli siya ni Cess mula sa likod. Mahuhuli naman ngayon sila Borkum at Jessie Vash. Last member, NDG, at alam nila kung nasaan siya, kaya kailangan na lang muna niya magtago. Kailangan na lang mag-save at pumwesto sa ibang lugar.
At ngayon na nga lang, NDG does the work. 3 na lang kagad natitira sa side ng TFM. Tignan natin kung clutch ni NDG. Sabi ni Vil, pag daw na-clutch ni NDG to, mamimigay siya ng 5 battle pass. Nag-chat siya sa akin. Paki-announce daw sa stream.
Ayun, in-announce na natin. 5 battle pass. Ang operator na lang kayo na isi-save. Pero 5 battle pass ang nasa linya. Oo, rinig na rinig. So pwede siyang masurpresa kaso masyado na malayo. Even exit frags, hindi na rin niya susubukin pa. As long as ligtas ang operator, no problem para dito sa Team Secret and DFM. Having that 1 round with good plays, maganda yung naging pitas kay Jeremy.
Ano ito pa? Dito lang din yung timing sayang. Ayun, bago ma-pop off yung smoke ko, nagkaroon ng perfect timing si Mendoza against the members of Team Secret. But still, 6-4 pa rin doon. Laki pa rin ng gap pagdating sa 2 rounds na meron ng Team Secret. Available pa kagad yung null command kagad ni Envy together with NGG, still with his neural theft. Although Anthem has that Hunter's Fury. Tignan natin how they will be making it effective. Pero ngayon, yun nga yung para sa side ng DFM, sobrang slow ng approach nila sa Breeze. Alam nila they will be having real trouble with that work come together with Envy dito sa A. And si NDG naman kagad pagdating sa B. Pero on this operator na meron si Jeremy, will he finally get those kills? Alam na nila kagad, narinig na rin lumilipad na CCTV. Si Borcom nakapag-setup na nga din kagad. Kumuha na rin as well ng modis para lang ma-takedown sila. Pero very obvious na kaya ngayon si ENP, tatapatan na nga lang yan din kagad. Sees right now, goes for that flag. Pero nga lang, may kasama na ngayon na Hunter's Fury. Mati-takedown nga ba si ENP? Mukhang mati-takedown siya. Pero importante, available pa din yung null command niya. At lahat ng mga, pwede po siya magasolinahan ngayon ni Borcom. Right now, 5v5, retake na nga kagad ang marereview. May isa pa sa flank, na-surprise pa nga din kagad. But Anthem, right behind, mafi-figure out ba ito ng Team Secret while they are buying time?
We have the operator, pero si Ming nagpapakawala ng mga bala. Si Jeremy ang unang tutumba, pero tamang tap lang. You have the blinds, pero hawak lang maigi dahil NDG. Sinubukan niyang i-hold, kaso ni Raid papasok. At pinulang lang for Team Secret.
Wait, don't really lahat sila nag-try i-tap yung spike na walang nag-clear. Diba?
Actually, feeling ko, tinik advantage nila yung cascade or yung...
Yeah, pati yung cage, yung cyber cage dito ni NDG. Pero still, sana yung may iba, habang nag-defuse, clear na kagad kasi naka-surpress naman kagad with the knife ni Envy. So sana pinush na lang kagad sa A-main. Medyo sayang yung round na yun for Team Secret. Pinilit muna na nag-panic sila on that defuse. But then, DFM, konting approach nga. Sobrang slow approach and yet very effective. Naglabas na nga na ngayon ng flash si Envy. Alam na nga nila dito manggagaling, pero Medusa still takes down Borco. Ngayon may shock dart wala kay Jessie Vash. Walang nangyari. Oh, he actually got sis. Pero nga lang, may reconing pang kasama ngayon din. Jessie Vash nagtatago. He finally takes out May. At ngayon, Medusa na lang si Ketwit Netang natitira. 2v4 na to. Napakahalaga na to sa side ng Team Secret. Dahil Jessie Vash ngayon, inaako lahat ng kills together with Envy. And Team Secret will be getting the first half with a 2-round difference against DFM.
Napakaswabe ng entrada ng unang half natin. So close para sa magkabilang side. And even yung last round na yun, muntik pa nga masecure ng DFM. Pero dahil sa napakatulis sa shock dart at mga pagpitas nila Jeremy, naging okay pa. Ano yun? Mouse buffs ba yun? Ganun pala, para gumanda yung tutok. Hahalikan mo yun, mouse.
Oh, tatandaan nyo, may kilala tayong player. Pangalan niya Stocks. Tapos si Stocks, guys, katabi na matulog yung ano niya, yung mouse niya.
Ay, ganun ba yun?
Oo.
May TLC, may tender loving care.
Oo, katabi niya daw. Talagang minamahal niya sa mouse niya. Oo, ganun ka palong-palo si Stocks. So feel ko ganun yung effort nilalagay ng Team Secret sa buff nila. But right now, 7-5, kung mananalong na ng pistol ngayon ng Team Secret, ulit malaking advantage. That will be a 9-5 against DFM. But then, looking at DFM on their defending when they went up against teams like DRX here, feel ko or on basing sa previous experience nila, it's still a big secret na kailangan natin harapin ngayon. Pero syempre, the lead is still nasa Team Secret. Once, sabi ko nga, nakakuha silang momentum. Ganito yung performance ni Jeremy. Okay na din actually ngayon si NDG. I'm sure, kayang-kaya nila kunin ng Breeze map.
Yun nga. Kumbaga ito yung kanilang pick eh. Kaya iba yung confidence na nilalagay nila. And this is the pressure na manggagaling sa DFM. Kasi sila yung maghahabol ngayon na isang puntos para maidala tayo sa map 3. Kaso feels like Team Secret. Mukhang buo na ang loob nila tapusin itong laban na to. Pero si May, medyo malalim na naman ang kanyang pwesto dito ha. Nagkatagpuan.
Malalim. At ngayon, ako po, baka makita niya kagad si Borgo. Yung atake ngayon ng Team Secret, mukhang bumabagsak sa mga taga-DFM. Pero sabi nga natin, okay lang yun. Maraming kailangan na adjustments. Invirate na, Jesse Vash actually working pa. 2v3 pa rin to. Malaki pa rin ang posibilidad para sa side ng Team Secret. Nakaikot na siya, pero nga lang naka-inv yung spike. So he gotta work para lang makita kung nasaan ang tatlong miyembro ngayon ng DFM. Kailangan niya maisalba ngayon si Envy, pero magkikita-kita sila. Sa iba pa siya nakatingin ngayon at baka mayari pa siya. Pero nga lang magkalayo sila ni Jesse Vash. Timing ba ang kayang timing na
nakaisa!
Nakita niya! That's why he's gonna be running back papuntang B-site. At ngayon, naki-Jesse Vash yung magandang posisyon. At may kita na, yung tag lang mapupunta kay Neth.
30 seconds left.
Sayang yung timing na yun para kay Jesse Vash. Napansin pa rin siya. And now it's all up to Envy. May flash pa siya.
Ayan, pwede pa siya mang sorpresa dito. Kaso nakaabang lang sa Geddy kung lumabas yung siko ni Neth. Kaso wala siyang impormasyon kung nasaan pa yung isang miyembro. Flash, dalawang atamaan. Pero good placing dito ni Neth para half-flash lang. And okay lang, pistol round lang yun. Nice try, Team Secret.
Nice try. Pistol lang, guys. Pag full buy, kita na natin. Pero grabe, no? Montik na yun. Siguro hindi na nakita si Jesse Vash or ginawa kasi ni Jesse Vash, pinis niya, diba? Tapos, akala niya hindi na siya kukunin pa. So, umalis na lang din siya. Siguro kung nagkasama sa team, that round would have been to the side of Team Secret. Pero ito pa yung sayang, wala din talagang pera gano yung Team Secret kasi hindi pa nila na-plant yung spike din. So, ngayon, si Envy is just gonna dwell because he got a kill on that sheriff. But the rest of Team Secret right now only have their pistols.
So, talagang tipid tips muna tayo dito. As Medusa, naka-CCTV. Tamang bantay lang kung sino nga ba mag-push. Pero everyone ngayon sa Team Secret, B-hit ang pinaplano. Medyo sakto dahil nakita naman natin tatlo ang nasa A, isa ang nasa halls. Si Medusa lang ang nandito at nasira na nga nila ang tripwire. Ito na ba ang simula dahil ang screens nakaangat, makakuha ng malalim na pwesto dito si Jeremy. Kaso ang tutok ni Medusa medyo matulis ngayon at mukhang chinecheck niya bawat corner. Envy, sakto yung paglubog niya doon. NDG naman ang nakahawak sa elbow. Manggagaling lahat sa city. Sisimulan na nila with a cascade. Dire-diretso na pagpasok ngayon ng mga tropa natin dito sa DFM pero di pa rin nila makikita kung nasaan. And a good play mula dito kay Jeremy, pero alam na natin na merong nakaabang doon si Envy at si NDG. Kailangan na rin niya bumakap dito kasi siya ang susunod tutumbain. The last member, Jesse Vash, hindi gagana, and with only one dead member, si Neth lang yung naging casualty doon.
Medyo masakit yun sa side ng Team Secret. Pero okay lang, we still got 1-7 to 7 na nga ang score as of now. And you can really see na talagang sana for Team Secret sa kanilang attacking, hindi sila mapanghinaan ng loob. Maganda rin na ipundar nila nung first half eh. Pero syempre, things might get overwhelming. Problema niyo yung Cypher, problema mo yung flashes ni Lotus, problema mo yung TP niya. So, ang dami nilang kailangan tignan pa. Pero I put my full trust dahil nga sabi nga natin, ang Team Secret, parang nangyari lang kanina sa Lotus map na ang daming adjustments na kailangan nila tignan para lang talaga makuha nila yung capability ng kanilang mga sarili. Natag ng onti ngayon si May with those shots coming in from Jeremy at ngayon this mid control tinatry pa rin ng Team Secret na makuha.
Yan at dalawa ang nakabantay dito sa B-site. Gusto mag-cross ni Jeremy. May nakabantay rin naman si Ness. At dahan-dahan mahuhuli lang dito ni Anthem na meron nga malapit doon sa kanyang binabantayan. But still, Envy and the squad, hindi pa rin sila nakakapag-decide kung saan ang hit nila. They're just being patient ngayon kung saan nga ba magiging pagkakamali. The scan, ayun na, nawala na yung mga tripwire. Toxic screen na rin na magkabilang side, nag-scan. At mahuhuli nga ba dito si Medusa, tinatago sarili niya sa loob ng box. But then again, mananalo pa rin ng Team Secret sa mga trade na yun. 3 versus 2, ito na ang backup.
Speaking of backup, 3v2 na nga. Team Secret, you gotta make this worth it. Kailangan talaga manalo sila para lang talaga hindi makuha ng lead sa kanilang DFM. Pero nga lang, Volcom is gonna go down. And now magiging 1v1 pa. Sis! Makukuha pa ni Sis yung top against Jessie Vash. And sayang tong round na to. Mura na tong round na to eh. Sa side ng DFM, bonus lang nila to. And yet, nanalo pa din sila against Team Secret. At ngayon, for the 3 rounds, for the first 3 rounds, DFM has been winning. And I think they discussed din ito sa panel na hindi binan ng DFM ang Breeze kasi alam nilang maganda din yung performance nila dito. Alam nila na it won't be a problem para sa kanila. Tatandaan lang natin sa mga nandiyan na hindi pa nakanood ng ibang mga matches ng DFM, well, etong team na to guys, sabi ko nga, new acquisition, new upgrade from them, even if they were defeated badly by etong mga taga-DRX, it was still a close one. That was a 13-8. And usually, kapag DRX ang kalaban mo, one-sided ang match. Overwhelming ang DRX. Pero syempre, ngayon nga against Team Secret, pinili pa rin ng Team Secret ang Breeze. It's a high risk, high reward for them. At mukhang yung high risk yung mga nangyayari. And Jessie Vash right now is being just shut down ngayon by Anthem.
Sunod yung pagkaka-shutdown nga sa kanila dito. They are feeling confident on taking this map. Pero recently, feels like nung naging attacker sila yung medyo lost. And once again, DFM going back na sila yung ahead currently. A 3 versus 4 scenario. Medyo lamang naman tayo by numbers, but in terms of firepower still, Team Secret has yet to prove or take down mga members. Pero yun, nakatalikod na naman si Medusa.
Oh, buti na lang, Jeremy. Hello? 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 Is this a big win mula sa ng Team Secret? Talagang konting pikit lang natin guys sa isang iglap na nahalo pa rin yung Team Secret kahit sobrang risky ng ginawa nila. And I think for me, together with Neth, ang maglaking posibilidad na lang dito is 1, go for the exit frag, or number 2, i-save na lang yung guns nila. Pero still, they have money sa next round. It's not much of a problem para sa kanila. Pero nga lang as Neth is buying time at ayaw niyang putulin na ang string of fate ngayon na nasa kanyang harapan. May right now, goes for that option, save the operator instead. And finally, Team Secret, kahit medyo madugo ang mga recent rounds, na ipanalo na lang ngayon at tie pa nga ang ating score. Oh,
ayun, nagkahulihan pa.
Oh, wait. Nagulat ako doon.
Kahit ako pero ibig sabihin, operator drop. At ayun nga, itong Team Secret, inuunti-unti nila. Alam nilang they are at the back foot. Hindi natin kailangan maging aggressive. Mag-antay lang tayo ng mga pagkakamali ng DFM. And upon gaining nga yung mga ganong klaseng pwestuhan, magagawa nilang itumba yung mga members ng DFM. Kaso dahil nga mabilis yung pagkakagulat dun kay May, I believe hindi na nga nakuha yung operator. At least na drop. So more gastos para dito sa DFM. Magka-match tayo currently.
And the match now, 8-8 na nga ang nangyayari ngayon. DFM, now tables have been turned pa. At ngayon, naka-outlaw na nga si Jeremy. Tries to get it, he tries to punish up some damages. Pero sinabayan na nga kagad ngayon ng null command para lang talaga maiwasan yung mga team utilities. But oh no! Nakuha pa rin ang mga taga-Team Secret. Borgum together with Energy is gonna go down and they gotta watch for Medusa. Sa iba sila nakatingin. Pero buti na lang si Jeremy together with Jessie. Basta dyan ang mag-ama, hawak-hawak kamay. Si May na lang kagad towards the flank. At yan na nga, lumabas ang flash. Jeremy's gonna go down 2v2 ngayon. He still goes for that plan. Pero nga, nalabas na ngayon ni May ang kanyang face mask. At dito yung kailangan mag-ingat ang mga taga-Team Secret. Yung ganito, very tricky talaga to pagdating sa approach na yan. At yan na, speaking of, pupush niya yung flash. Sa iba pa rin! Sabi ni Envy, alam ko din yan. And finally, 1 round difference na ang meron ng Team Secret against DFM. And ito pa, wala silang pera ngayon.
Ayun, so ibig sabihin, mas malaki ang chance ng Team Secret kunin tong round 18. And grabe, hindi na peke basta-basta. With the dimensional drift. Alam na, basang-basa na ngayon ang DFM. Ito yung sinasabi nating timing. Ito yung pag-a-adapt ng Team Secret from their losing rounds. And they didn't even use their timeout kanina. At ngayon, DFM pa ang unang uubos ng timeout nila.
My goodness. Medyo hirap na hirap talaga ang DFM ngayon. All in all, kahit ba ganun kaganda yung performance nila against DRX, mukhang pagdating when they went up against Team Secret, yung mga prepare nila ngayon, mukhang nawala. Naaral ng Team Secret ng maayos. And sabi ko nga, this is risky. They lose this round. 2 rounds na ang difference. 3 na lang bago maipanalo pa nga ng Team Secret to.
Konti na lang. They are inching once again at mukhang na-alarma kaagad ang DFM. Si Warbirds, wala ulit siyang kailangan sabihin. Telepathy lang. Malalaman natin kung ano ang gagawin natin, guys. Kasi tiwala lang ang puhunan dito.
Siyempre. At saka, alam naman na Team Secret yung gagawa nila eh. Diba? Yeah, maybe those 3 rounds are really kind of cheeky, but at least nasalba nila yung 1 round. Sabi ko, every 50 round or maybe every half by round, if you win it, ang laki ng momentum change para sa team mo. And right now, it looks perfect for the side of Team Secret. Pero nga lang, may konting push na mangyayari ngayon, pero hindi nila kukunin yung pain na yan.
Dahan-dahan lang. NDG, matatimingan niya yata si Medusa dito na nakaupo. Oy, check mo yung likod! Gilid! Ayun! Ano ba naman yung Kuya NDG? Sa sobrang galing mo, hindi mo pa na... well, pag mga free kill talaga, may mga ganong klaseng jitters kasi hindi mo kailangan pag-isipan eh. Bigla ka na lang mapapalaban pero neural theft, nagkaalaman ng pwesto dito, pinitik-pitik ni Net Casio siya ang susunod na matutumba. Ses, dire-diretso, kaso si Vorkum, sumusubukan mo pang lusunin, matatalo naman kita doon. Viper di pang pinapakita ngayon.
At ngayon, Medusa mag-isa. Meron siyang traps, meron siyang cyber cages. Gonna go for that top. Pero syempre, meron pa tayong pero nga lang.
Wala nalagay.
Kinuha niya yung bait. Ang tanong na lang, nasaan? Mahuhulaan ba niya kung nasaan si Jessie Vash? Mas spray right through lang siya. He's still gonna go for the defuse. Akala ni Jessie Vash, hindi niya kinakapit. Actually, nahap na niya. And still, buti na lang.
Kaya pa rin.
Nakaya pa din. Akala ko, makukuha na. Pero Team Secret, it's still Jessie Vash we are talking about, guys. Those rounds, the crucial rounds, sino nagpanalo? Si Jessie Vash pa din.
Pinapakita pa rin ang gulang na yun. At ang maganda rin kasi doon, Ray, si Mukrob, nilapag niya yung snake bite eh. So yung mga Mukrobyo doon, pinagkakain si Medusa. 99.9% ng germs yung dumamage doon. Kaya konting pitik lang kay Tito Jessie Vash, tulog.
Oo, ano yung sinabi niya? Nagpe-playtime lang naman daw siya. Tama naman.
Pinapakilig lang kayo.
Kinakabahan. Siguro lahat kinakabahan. Ala! Sabi ni Jessie Vash, nagpe-playtime lang ako. Ingat lang.
Playtime.
Oo. Sabi nga ni John Lloyd ingat. Pero ito, if DFM loses this round, match point na ang Team Secret. Kasi wala nga silang perang gagastos ng mga rounds for the side of DFM. It's really overwhelming them. But although ito, once they push in right through sa side, meron kagad ready na Viper's Ultimate si Borgo. Meron kagad na ready Neural Theft si NDG. But on the other side, meron kasing Hunter's Fury yung DFM just in case na magdi-default plant or kaya pag magpa-plant na rather ang Team Secret sa side.
Pero mukhang patience play pa rin ang gusto nila dito at mukhang it's go time with the time ticking sa kamay nga ngayon ng Team Secret. Pero Medusa, hindi na pa matatamaan dito, hindi niya alam kung saan yung pwesto pero malalaso na nga siya mula sa likod ng dalawang members ng DFM ngayon. Nagpapakawala ng mga bala. 3 sa nawawala ngayon sa Team Secret. 2 versus 4 bigla ang senaryo sa mabilisang execution. And tila ba na-execute naman ngayon ang mga miyembro ng Team Secret. Jessie Vash ang nahuhuli dito. Ang clutch king natin currently. Maubos siya kaya itong 4 na miyembro. Pagka naubos siya, mamimigay dito si Ray ng 10 PC. Sabay-sabay kaso namatay.
Huwag mo sabihin yan, sa Iris, kinakabahan ako sa mga sinasabi mo, 10 PC, makiklip ako dito sa stream, but then,
hindi naman, ano lang yun, pampakilig lang.
Pampakilig lang?
Oo.
Oo, kung sa Team Secret, sayang yung round ay naganda ng execution nila, but seems like, After Jeremy got the kill, hindi nila pa natin nasa-check yung backside. It is going to be Medusa. Feel ko talaga maganda nila gawin dito is they need to make sure saan yung kailangan nilang i-pull off na utils. Para lang makuha yon. And eto pa, nag-time out din kasi yung mga kaliwat kanan pagdating sa teams natin. So maybe there was just a little bit of that refresh. Pero ngayon, one round left. Magastos na round for Team Secret once again. Pero nga naglabas na nga to is Fury. Meron ba tayo mapipitas? O, nanguhula na siya kung saan yung mga miyembro ng Team Secret pero walang tinamaan si Anthem at all at maganda yan. Wasted opportunity para sa side ng DFM at need i-capitalize to ng Team Secret.
Yes, exactly. So actually, meron naman napingasan ng konti lamang doon si Burkung pero definitely meron naman Viper Spit. So post-plan situation ang pwede natin i-take advantage dito. Pero ang stack ngayon, papunta sa B at mukhang mag-u-turn pa papuntang elbow, hahatiin nila, susubukan nila i-pincer attack. Kaso ang problema, nakaabang doon sa Gedli si Anthem. Pinapakawalan na at ginamit na rin dito ang harbor wall na may kasama pang reckoning dahil ilang segundo na lang kailangan na nga nila mag-commit dito. So delay tactics na lang. Pero na-scan doon si NDG kaya makukuha siya ni Nef. Wala pa rin napupunit na mga miyembro dito ng DFM as Team Secret. Screams lamang ang pagitan kasi headshot na magagaling dito kay Jesse Vash, returning the favor. Anthem, super low. Andito rin na maganda yung position ni Jeremy at mukhang sa likod ng kamay. Kita niya dito si May at mukhang May tutumba nga dahil si Jeremy ang naging biktima. Pero alam naman natin na ngayon na Viper Split ang ating pakikinabangan ngayon at 2 versus 3.
At ngayon nga lang kahit 1 versus 3 na nga natin, may kita natin ngayon. May iwasan ba ni Borkum? Mukhang may kita siya ngayon. And now, he's just trying to save the day. Makuha ko
iniipit siya, iniipit.
Mukhang wala siyang pakialam. Pero nga lang, si Sis takes it down. 10-10 pa nga tayo ngayon, Osiris. 2 wasted rounds sa Team Secret. Pero as for DFM, pumupuso pa sila, guys. Siyempre, papuso yan. Nasa tunay na anime battle na tayo. 10-10 na eh.
Alanganin na eh. Kumbaga, ito na yung yung mga clutch moments o yung mga redemption arc ng mga anime. And to be honest, sobrang close pa rin naman yung laban na yun, no? It's just that, of course, yung pagkagamit ng Viper Split and having that dimensional drift, alam natin yung pwesto. Ses naman ang nakabawi doon sa Viper Battle. At tulad na sabihin ko, may 2-time as fun Team Secret. They can definitely use it right now para maka-recover doon sa dalawang magkasunod na slump. 10-10 na tayo dito, Rere, ha?
Medyo nakakabato side ng Team Secret at right now, they still have 2 available timeouts. So hindi naman siya sobrang crucial for everyone. They still need to refresh. Pero nga lang, this is the problem. Naka-eco lang sila most probably. Either they eco or they full buy or they half buy. Yun yung mga choices nila ngayon. And feel ko knowing na how they performed earlier was just a half buy, feel ko gano'n din yung gagawin nila. Pero ayun, nagsasalita naman pala si Warbirds.
Oo, siya na yung nag-call ng timeout eh. Sabi niya, okay na, magsasalita
kailangan
na
nila mag-relax. Kailangan mag-relax ang Team Secret as of now. Hindi nila kailangan magmalite. So they will be dwelling upon this. Sa half-buys nga ang meron sila. 2 Marshals from Jesse Vash together with Envy and 1 Outlaw from Jeremy. Tignan natin if it's going to be worth it or not. Dahil pag nanalo sila dito, may pera pa rin ng DFM, hindi pa rin malaking problema to for them eh.
Oo, as in magiging back and forth pa rin yung palitan pag nagkataon. Kaya kailangan nilang maging consistent for 2 consecutive rounds kung gusto talaga nila pilayan ang ekonomiya ngayon ng DFM. Pero slowly but surely, moving tayo dito sa mid. Kinokontrol ni Jeremy, dala ang kanyang outlaw. Pero DFM, 3 ang kumukuha sa A-main.
Speaking of 3, DFM is just taking their pretty time. Alam nila kung ano yung advantage nila. Kinuha yung tripwire, okay? Buta na lang, nakuha na nila yung isa. Yun naman kailangan eh. Gusto yung utilities ng Cypher na yan eh. Para alive and kicking ang mga taga-Team Secret. Medyo yung mga punishable angles hindi na sinisilip ng DFM ngayon. Pero nga lang, Jeremy on his outlaw. Outplayed right now by May. At 4 na lang natitira sa side ng Team Secret.
Right here. Scanning ahead.
Tignan natin kung kakayanin nga ba. Dahil unti-unting bumabangon ng DFM at si NDG na ang susunod na matatanggal. Hawak nila ang halls mula sa double doors. Sila Morkob. Sinusubukan nga na i-contest yung A. But then again, after ng mga ingay na yun, susubukan nila mag-shift papuntang B. Pero alam naman natin na nakabantay doon si Medusa. At mayroong mga utilities na nakaabang. Hindi tumama ang kanyang Marshall. Mula naman sa right side, andun si Anthem. Medusa running low. Isang bala na lang, magte-tricks na siya sa kamatayan. Waiting for any opportunity. At the opening para dito sa DFM flawless. So it means hindi nila man lang nabawasan yung bulsa ng DFM.
Yun yung masakit Pero sabi ko nga they went with that half buy just in case they want something, diba? Just in case na maipanalo nila, then worth it. Kaya a risky move para sa Team Secret, but I think naman, they definitely tried something lang on their sleeves, pero it didn't work against DFM. Dahil nga ngayon, hindi minadali na DFM. They respected the eco kasi nga syempre na-trauma sila sa nangyari sa kanila kanina sa side ng DFM. At ngayon na nga lang, hindi pa rin nagamit ni NDG neural theft niya. Medyo nasasayangan ako kasi laki ng magiging impact niyan. Ilang rounds yan nakatambay dyan, guys. At ngayon naman, for DFM, malaki na tong chance for them to get the match. But eto pa, kung natalo Team Secret dito, wala silang pera for the last round. Pwede pang maging point para makuha ng DFM itong breeze map natin. Pero ngayon, gumagalaw na sila. They're on the book. They tried to trap them. And speaking of, they're trying to find all of those wires all together sa side ng Team Secret. They got the B side sobrang mabilis. At ngayon naman si Medusa, ang number one problema nila, makukuha nga ba ni Medusa to or hindi? Pero mukhang hihintay na lang niya yung mga teammates niya. At yun na picture na nga. So alam na ng Team Secret saan magagaling ang DFM.
Oo, lima-lima pa. Buhay pa ang mga tao dito. Unti-unti na pumipwesto si NDG. Ang lalim ng pwesto niya. Pwedeng-pwede siyang manglasot at merong nag-iingay. So alam niya yung mga pwesto. May blind na manggagaling. Hindi naman siya matatag doon. Kaso yung swing dito ni Medusa. Kasabay ni Ses. Siya ay tutumba. And no misses this time. Jesse Vash mula sa likod. Sabay kay Anthem. Matutumba na ng tuluyan.
At ngayon, entry pa sila pero alam na ni Easy, naririnig niya yung mga footstep through the smoke na nga sila pinapanish isa-isa. Pero wala na kagad oras sa mga taga-DFM. Pero mag-fight na lang mga taga-Team Secret. Make a wish everyone! Hindi pa tapos! Hindi pa match point ang DFM! 11-11 pa tayo ngayon!
Ginamit pa nila yung Viper Spit doon, Ray. Ibig sabihin, one less of a problem para dalhin to sa match point. NDG and Jesse Vash, the moment na discover nga nila yung mga push na yun, nadepensahan na. Tulad sinabi ni NDG, wala nga. Parang wala naman, di ba?
Parang di naman mahirap. Wala nga madali lang to. So why not? At ngayon, why not? 11-11 na nga kagad nila basta ang Hatter's Fury. Kung may manitake down o wala, pero makuha nga ni Easy to. Back on the momentum na ang mga taga-adobo sa D5 na lang kagad. Dalawa na lang, may na lang together. Without them, at mukhang nawala na sila momentum after losing that round. And we only have right now the hope of them all. That can be Macon from DFM. Nakuha pa niya, pero now, Bork ang binawian na now. Match point pa tayo, guys, sa side ng Team Secret. Hindi pa tapos ngayon ng laban.
Match point. Ito na ang iniintay natin, Ray. Ang kalamangan na mabangon ng Team Secret. At kung makikita man natin kanina, light armor or half armor na lang ang nakikita ko sa DFM. Meron pa namang ultimate neural theft dito kay Medusa. Ininvest na ang 3 ultimate na nanggaling dito sa Team Secret para maisara ang score with 1 point away. DFM, ano ang kanilang gagawin? Pero hindi nila binibigyan ng ideya ngayon ang DFM kung saan ang kanilang pwesto. Pero maganda ang pwesto dito ni NDG at Jeremy.
And speaking of, malapit na talaga sila. NDG, lahat na. 12-11, guys. Maririnig na rin Jeremy, the #1 problem of B-side. That's gonna be Medusa. Nag-follow na rin kagad ngayon si Anthem. 3 sa 5 na lang kagad na natitira ngayon. Ang Cyrus, makuha naman ng Team Secret ang clean 2-0. Pero si May gumagat But there's a trade coming from Energy. 2 na lang sa 4. Malapit na ang Team Secret makuha ang sweet victory. Pero syempre, masyado pang maaga. Baka ma-jinx ko kasi pangalan ko nga ay Ray Curse. Pero yabang yan ay nangyayari. Hinati na ng mundo. Makukuha pa nga ngayon. Nagkakainin niya ng buhay. Pero kinain na ni NDG. At isa na lang. And Team Secret wins this 2-0. Hindi pa uuwi ang Team Secret right now against sa TFM. Nahirapan sila yesterday or nung isang araw against sa nakalaban nila which was Talon, but right now they gave us a redeeming series, Osiris.
Ang pagbangon ng Team Secret, Adobo Gang is back. We are alive para dito sa Pacific. And hindi naging sapat ang detonation, pero respetado pa rin ang team na to dahil nagawa nilang i-close yung laban na yon, and even kahit sa sariling map pick ng Team Secret, naging double digits ang kanilang palitan. So, kudos pa rin talaga. It's just that Team Secret. Mag-aantay na lang tayo ngayon. Magkakaalaman kung makaka-proceed nga ba papunta sa play-ins.
Talaga nga naman guys,
Ayan,
pagdating
Abby, kabila.
lagay niya lang yan guys. Maraming salamat Team Secret. Grabe, akala natin pupunta pa ng third map, but then ang ganda ng call ng timeout na yan. Yeah. Parati na lang, nasa timeout talaga. If hindi mo talaga ma-waste yung opportunity ng timeouts mo, sobrang magiging timely siya sa mga players mo, sa team mo mismo. And I'm happy to see it actually, guys. This is how Team Secret paved their victory. Papunta lamang dito sa ating series. I'm so happy to see them. Once again, congratulations sa kanila.
Ayan, so napakagandang game nga from there on. And I think, ready na ba ang panel?
Ayan.
Ay, hindi pa yan. Hindi pa. Okay, so pwede pa natin pag-usapan, pwede pa natin i-enjoy. And ang ganda ng mga naging dulo. The moment na nakuha nga nila yung timeout, it feels like yung tempo talaga nag-shift na sa kanila. And on a Team Secret fashion na sige, matatalo muna tayo ng ilang round, kuha muna tayo ng information, paano ba sila gumagalaw. And then once na makuha na nila yung kanilang tempo, napakadali na lang i-take over ng buong game.
Alam mo, add ko lang din. I'm happy that NDG right now has been performing good. A lot of people na talaga last time, medyo nagulat tayo that hindi siya all throughout his games dati, hindi siya nagse-sentinel. Parati siyang nagko-controller, parati siyang nag-initiator. His best games are on his Astra and Breach. And right now, finally after this second series, na-realize natin that it is really NDG's time to shine naman this series. But right now, guys, throw muna natin sa host on that interview.
Fourth goes to TS. Congratulations.
Thank you.
네, VCT Pacific Kick-off 이제 네 번째 날이 밝아왔습니다. 오늘은 TS의 승리로 시작했는데요. 지금 NDG 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. So NDG, it's massive congrats to your team, and it's your first win in the kickoffs. How do you feel? And also, how can you rate today's performance?
At first, my monitor is off, so I cannot kill. And now, and with the team's composure, with the team's strength, we did our part, individual.
So you mean teamwork?
Yeah.
Okay. 네, 지금은 모니터가 꺼져 있어서 말할 수는 없지만 지금 우리 전체적인 팀워크가 굉장히 좋았다는 평을 들었습니다. 또 다음으로 이 NDG 선수만 팀 내 새로운 멤버로 합류했는데 어떻게 적응을 하고 있는지, 그리고 또 지난 경기에 비해서 굉장히 활약을 많이 보였거든요. 그거에 대해서 좀 물어보도록 하겠습니다. NDG, you're the only freshman in your team, so how are you adapting to the team? And comparing to the last match you had, you really performed well, so can you tell us about that?
Just probably a bad start, but moving forward, we'll do our best.
Oh, so how about your teammates? Are they like good too?
Yeah, they've been supporting me to adapt to the changes and many more.
Okay. 네, 분명 다른 선수들이 적응을 할 수 있게 많이 도와주고 있고, 또 시작은 조금 힘들었습니다. 첫 번째 매치 때는 힘들었는데 이제 두 번째 경기에서 이게 우리가 준비하고 노력한 걸 많이 보여줘서 만족스럽다는 답변으로 이어갔습니다. So it was a clean win on map 1 and a neck and neck match on map 2, but did you expect to be a 2-0 win? 이제 맵 1에서는 좀 깔끔하게 이겼는데 맵 2에서는 굉장히 아슬아슬한 경기를 보였어요. 그래서 2-0 승리를 예상을 했을지 물어보겠습니다.
If we do our best, we probably expected 2-0. Yeah.
Oh,
so,
really?
and we did it.
Oh, so you expect another 2-0 for the next match? Okay. 열심히 연습한 결과 2대0 승리를 이끌 수 있을 거라고 예상했고 다음 경기에도 예상을 한다고 아주 굳센 마음을 전했습니다. So congratulations again.
Thank you.
There's one more event left for the fans. Your signature on the doll, right there.
There?
You need to write your signature on the doll. It's a cute little bear, and you can throw it to the fans. It's a lucky doll, so whoever gets it, it's a lucky day. Yes, on the back. So any fans, raise your hands or scream. Anyone on the back? NDG, NDG. You can go front of the fans, yeah, or the back. NDG, NDG. Okay. He's going to the front. Sorry for the back row fans. Oh, nice, nice catch. Okay, thank you for the interview, NDG. This was TS showing great performance. And next up, we have Talon and DRX coming up. So wait for that, guys. I'll toss it back to the desk.
First day jitters. First day jitters. Like, you know what? Never mind. Forget the first match that we had. That was just a fluke. We had some issues. We're back now. That's what Team Secret says with that 2-0.
It seems to be the case. I mean, this was the performance that we were expecting from them in that opening series. Obviously, you know, if they played at this level, who knows what would have happened. Talon's still looking strong, but this is a very necessary win. They keep themselves alive and in the tournament, and they're also reinstating some hope. And good God, every time I have any amount of hope in you, Team Secret, you shatter it, and then when I give up, you always show up.
I mean, I know some people were saying Team Secret predictable as ever, right? As soon as we start predicting against them, that's when they show up and they perform. But jokes aside, obviously NDG kind of taking his stride as well, of like, oh, well, my monitor was off during the first match. I finally learned how to turn it on. I mean, it shows. He performed up to the expectation that some people had of like, we know he's mechanically good. Can he put those scores up against some of the other pros? And today he says, yes, I'm right there.
Not to mention, we had a big question on whether Jeremy would be able to deliver, and it goes to show at that Greece map, he definitely did, and he did get those operator plays, he did get those entries, as we were expecting him to, especially with a lot of pressure on him being that solo duelist.
Yeah, we saw a big improvement from him. I mean, last time out, 5 and 8 as far as first kills, first deaths. This time, 10 and 8, so doubling that amount. Getting punished about the same, but finding way more value. The team was playing around him. They were setting him up for a lot more success. And when he had that operator in his hands, he was finding a lot more consistent kills.
Yeah, and that gives him the confidence to pick up something like the Outlaw as well, which really punished DFM once again, trying to stick to the half armor to try to keep themselves in the game economically. You can't rely on that as much anymore with the Outlaw in this patch of Valorant. I also want to say, I mean, NDG, now that he's getting the kills, he has the confidence to go for these deep lurks, right? To try to open up more space when they need to do so.
Yeah, I think like with the, you brought up the Outlaw, I kind of like that you have some duelists venturing and kind of like taking ownership of the Outlaw. We did see Texture, of course, with that first ace. It looks like Jeremy has the potential to actually pick that up and make that his gun as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Governor was using it against them, so might as well just pick it up yourself and start using it against your own opponents. As long as you can hit those shots, then, you know, it has an immense amount of value. So it was a very good look. But as you mentioned, NDG, I mean, what a glow up for him in particular. Came out of that last game. I mean, collectively, Team Secret, after playing Talon, was -54. -21 was NDG. So he was a huge percentage of their deaths in that game. This time he comes out and he goes positive by 7 across the 2 maps.
Yeah, and Jeremy, of course, again, we mentioned obviously the long-range duels, but just overall, I mean, the overall KD really leading the charge here as that primary duelist, picking up the support that everyone's providing him. I would say Envy starting to look once again a bit more comfortable that we're used to seeing from him, but last year, we had to expect him to be the hard carry. Now Jeremy saying, no, I'll take on that mantle as that duelist.
Yeah, you gotta love it when it's an Envy and Jeremy like really leading the charge, right? Yes. I love that combination, and I love seeing Envy back on the initiator role, especially since like we saw him earlier flexing over the controller. We know that he can flex. I just feel like for Team Secret, this mix is a lot better, especially when you need like the extra punch to help Jeremy in there, right? It's like kind of like Envy is that dedicated initiator for Jeremy, while Vash kind of like just opens up the lay of the land.
Yeah, and now look at the bracket. My biggest question is every group going to have a rematch? Because A and C are already on their way for a revenge match, and now Team Secret says we're ready for our own as well.
I mean, either way you cut it, it's a rematch for Team Secret. It's either they play against the same opponents that they had already today, or they go up against DRX And Team Secret was the only team to
They've
beat
taken
DRX in the regular season. So that in itself, there's a bit of a grudge there that's held by DRX.
Well, speaking of DRX, before anything else, of course, we do have DRX versus Talon coming up. Another very exciting match with a lot of history as well to look forward to. So that'll be coming right up after this very quick break. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
After hosting champions in Europe and the Americas, in 2024 we'll take Valorant's biggest moment of the year to a new part of the world. A place where esports resonates through the very soul of the culture. Welcome to Seoul, Korea. Korea is synonymous with esports. It's home to some of the greatest competitors of all time, the VCT Pacific League, and one of Valorant's most passionate communities. We wanted to come here for a while, and we're very excited to bring champions to Asia for the very first time.
Let's get away with murder! Unreal! Oh, it's gorgeous! Even one! What a monster! The villains have had their day!
This August, the 16 best VALORANT teams in the world will converge here for a chance to write their names in the history books. From August 1st to the 25th, champions will take over the city and crown the 2024 VALORANT World Champion.
제일 큰 세계 대회에서 한번 우승컵을 들어보고 싶어요.
챔피언스는 또 중요한 대회니까
모든 선수들이 기다려왔던 무대죠.
챔피언스 우승이 목표예요.
진짜 우승밖에 없는 것 같아요. 무조건 이제 우승해야 되고.
발로란트 챔피언스 우승 트로피 아닐까요?
마스터즈는 챔스를 가기 위한 하나의 길일 뿐이니까.
챔피언스를 기약하고 챔피언스는 또 중요한 챔피언스 우승이
우승 못하는 제일 큰 세계 대회를 가기 위해서 이제 저희 목표는 이제 챔피언스 우승이니까.
우승하고 당당히 트로피를 들어올리고 싶습니다.
We are back with our second series of the day, and it's going to be between DRX and Talon Esports. I am so looking forward to this matchup, especially since both of these teams had such a fantastic debut, right? We had a 2-0 for DRX. We saw the power of Flashback, or adding Flashback over to the roster, and we saw Talon with the biggest bang that Pacific has seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really huge performance from Talon. Flashback looking great, but this was a matchup that we thought last season was going to be really hyped once we got into the regular season, because it was that rematch coming in after lock-in where these teams were fighting amongst each other to try to make it into the top 4. DRX obviously was able to take it right then and there, and then when they faced each other in the regular season, things were a bit weird, to say the least. But we've got a different identity, different players for both of these teams, and right now they both look very, very good.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference, obviously, with this revamped roster for Talon is, although the last year Talon also had a decent start at lock-in, this year the energy seems to really match that, right? Last year it seemed to be a bit more of the whimsy factor kind of carrying that energy, whereas this year it is the confidence of players like Governor that's really pushing them forward.
Yeah, I like that you brought that up, because it did feel like at that, at that face-off during lock-in, it feels like DRX cut that momentum from Talon, and it seemed like it was very doable, right? Right now, it just seems like Talon is a kind of team that you would back away from, especially since, again, as we mentioned, we have Governor, but on the side of DRX, we have Flashback. This is such an exciting matchup because these are the two new faces, new talents that we're going to be seeing in this matchup, Achilles.
Yeah, and they have both very much impressed. Flashback, this guy, again, since his debut back in the 10 Invitational during the offseason, a little bit of a rocky start, but then really started picking up steam right here off the rip for VCT Pacific. He looks incredible, and the same very much could be said for Governor.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are leading the charge in their respective roles after the opening matches for all teams, right? Putting up the highest ranking so far, and surely they will have to face off against each other throughout this upcoming match because, again, it is the Duelist versus a Sentinel. At some point, it's going to have to be Governor who's trying to break into a site that Flashback is trying to hold. Now, Flashback, I mean, just slow and steady, calm and collected. Just look at the way that he's able to anchor down in one position, micro movements so just to make sure that he stays in the fight.
I mean, there's been a lot of talk about Flashback, of course, how could you not, right? But I want to turn some attention over to Foxy9 because last year, he was on the Duelist role, right? But now we see him potentially flexing a bit. It was his first time on a controller during the match against DFM, and it feels like he is giving this space so that you do have, players like Flashback able to hard lock into their roles, and you do have, Buzz able to take that spotlight still.
Sure, and this feels like DRX are just finally doing with Foxy9 what they've always been so very good at, which is take a cracked Jet player and make him play something else.
Yes.
Move him over here.
Is that a theme? That seems to be a theme.
I mean, they did it with Mako, and look at where he's at right now in his career. So they're looking to do that again here with Foxy9. They finally have had a lot more time to develop and build up his flexibility here for the roster, and so far he has looked good. I mean, seeing Foxy9 controller, it might feel weird, it might feel wrong, but it was working out for them, at least in the opening series.
And it's almost necessary for this roster of DRX because you have someone like Flashback who's just so built as a Sentinel. Then you have someone like Buzz who's so built to entry into a site to create space. So Foxy9, I mean, obviously you can see it. He's more than just happy to be able to play all the matches on stage with this core 5. So trying to carry that through. Meanwhile, Talon, one of the biggest changes we have is Cruz is no longer leading the team in-game. It's Lenny. And he showed that he really prepared for this during the offseason in their previous match against Secret.
And I think that was one of the biggest questions, Mark, that we had surrounding Talon, and why some of us had some lower expectations for them was because handing the reins over to somebody that has not been publicly proven to be able to really guide a team, that's a very concerning thing. But Lenny definitely stepped up to the occasion. Not only was he IGLing incredibly well for the side of Talon, he was also fragging out of control. We saw both of the IGLs in their respective matches actually looking good, with Stax kind of having a return to form, those days of old where he was playing that breach and consistently putting up firm numbers.
Yeah.
I think that, Lenny, you bring him up, and it's everybody knows in Southeast Asia that Lenny is cracked. I mean, everybody has been talking about this guy, which is why last year when he was on Team Secret, there was some excitement drawing up. But now he gets his chance to truly shine, and I do have to commend the amount of preparation and dedication that he really has to, spend this time to basically draw up all of these people who are new on this roster, bring them together to have this amazing debut. I mean, that's a testament to how much he is actually able to rally everybody together as an IGL.
Wow, and look at this.
It's a nearly perfect pentagon.
And as even as it is, it's actually, I think, almost ideal that it's going to be your second line of attack and defense that's really contributing the most, right? That just makes it so stable for the likes of Buzz and Foxy9, who will also flex to the double duelist, to just create space because you have faith that the likes of Mako, Flashback, and even Stacks in their opening match to pick up those kills and convert it to a round win.
I think this would even be more skewed towards Buzz as well if you could take it. He's so gathering because he is that so very selfless player when it comes down to entering, gets so much information, but oftentimes does die first. But over here on the side of Talon, I mean, of course, Governor, he's about to drag this thing across the line.
Yeah, and this isn't, again, this is nothing against their second line of entry or things like that. It's simply that Governor was having an absolute field day. He just did not need support in that match against Team Secret. And the couple times he did get support, he absolutely converted on it, continued to just push forward, get multi-kills almost every single round, and carrying that into those round wins.
That's right. I mean, these visuals kind of give us an idea of how a team plays, right? And if it skews towards, like, maybe they're duelist, or maybe towards one player, that's totally fine if they still win.
Yeah, and this is where you can start to see where per role we have some unique stats that get added into how they're ranked, right? So for the likes of the Sentinels like Flashback, it's going to be defensive round win rate. How much can you help the team win on those defensive halves? Whereas for those duelists, it's the first kills per round, and Governor performing very well on that front as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was just, every time he saw somebody, they just died. They, you know, just sudden heart attack and collapse, and he would just be able to take them down. It's like this guy had a death note, and he was just constantly scribbling in it and just picking people off with it. Just a phenomenal performance, but this is going to be a real test for Governor. He's coming into this one. Team Secret, obviously, after what we just saw from them, were completely out of sorts in that opening game. He still performed incredibly well, but now he's going up against a still very regimented, very experienced core from DRX.
But that's what makes this matchup so exciting, right? You have Governor going in. How hard can he possibly push the defenses that Flashback is going to prepare on the side of DRX, right? This is going to be very exciting, and it's going to be very interesting to see how, when the sides switch around, things could be very, very different for one team or another.
Yeah, and not just Flashback, also the likes of Mako, who's always been praised as the best controller, or one of, at the very least, around the entire world. Obviously, nothing against the first match against Team Secret, but even Team Secret admitted that was not the form that we're used to seeing from them. So Governor's got his work cut out for him.
He certainly does. And I mean, one of the things that Mako was able to walk away with after that game versus DFM was never surrendering a first death. They could not find him first. We'll see if Governor is up to that task.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. But before that, we're going to throw it on over to the stage because we do have a coaches interview waiting for us. Let's see what our teams have prepared for this matchup.
VCT Pacific Kick-off 오늘의 마지막 경기, 데이4 마지막 경기를 앞두고 있습니다. 바로 제 양옆에 있는 코치님들이 지금 서 있는데요. 바로 DRX와 탈론입니다. VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Kick-off 4th day. Two incredible teams are standing right next to me, DRX and Talon Esports. We are here to talk with the coaches. 안녕하세요. Hello.
안녕하세요.
Okay, first with Hermie for DRX. I want to ask you, it was Flashback's debut for the last match, so he showed incredible performance. So what do you think about his moves? 털미 감독님, 플래시백의 데뷔가 아주 성공적으로 이뤄졌어요. 어떻게 평가하시나요?
저는 개인적으로 예상했던 대로 플래시 선수가 너무 데뷔전을 잘 치른 것 같고요. 사실 앞으로 더 보여줄 수 있는 모습들이 훨씬 더 많기 때문에 기대를 많이 해주셔도 좋을 것 같고, 사실 연습에서는 지금보다 훨씬 더 잘합니다.
정말요?
네, 그리고 제가 가진 경험을 플래시백 선수에게 최대한 전수를 해주면서 진짜 세계적인 선수가 되게끔 좀 최대한 도와주려고 노력을 하고 있습니다. 네.
I actually expected his wonderful performance, but I could say again, he has more to show you guys. So everyone, you need to watch for Termi. He's going to be one of the biggest players in the world. Did you hear that?
Oh, I did. Amazing.
Amazing. You think he was amazing too? Oh, okay. Oh, nice reaction for the answer. And I got your question too. It was a shock to a win with TS. Different result from the previous season. So it was amazing to flip things around. So how do you feel about the win?
It was a shock to you guys, but I'm pretty sure I told you it would happen. So it was not a shock to us.
Not a shock. Okay.
No, ma'am.
그 전 경기에서 TS를 상대로 2대0으로 이긴 것에 대해서 놀라웠다고 말드리니까요. 저희는 이미 예상된 거였고 전혀 놀랍지 않다고 여유롭게 말을 해줬습니다. 그럼 다시 털미 감독으로 들어가겠습니다. Any thoughts on the new talent? 이제 탈론이 좀 새로운 멤버들을 영입했잖아요. 어떻게 보시나요?
탈론 경기를 제가 다시 봤는데 거버너 선수가 정말 엄청 잘하더라고요. 그래서 오늘도 사실 엄청 경계를 하고 있고요. 엄청 공격적인 선수인 것 같아서 좀 조심해야 될 것 같습니다. 네.
I see all the Talon matches, and I saw Governor popping up, so obviously I'm watching after him. Okay, did you hear that again?
Yeah, and he's right. I think that was Governor's coming out party. I think they're an amazing team. I think this is going to be a tough match for us. This is probably the weakest version of DRX we'll get all year. They're going to get better over time. So we have a great opportunity to slay the dragon today.
Okay. 네, 정말 잘 들었고 저희도 거보는 선수가 아주 잘하고 있다고 생각하지만 DRX가 아직 그 저력을 보여주지 못하고 있다고 생각 때문에 DRX 팀에 대한 기대도 크다고 답변을 했습니다. So you talked about DRX. So I want to ask you any last words for your team or for DRX?
Nope. I believe we're going to win. I think the vetoes are in our favor. I think they're an amazing team. They will get better no matter what happens. And regardless of the result, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be proud of my guys.
사실 별 할 말이 없다고 전했는데요. 우리 팀을 믿고 좋은 결과를 이뤄낼 것이라고 굳은 믿음을 보이고 있습니다. 또 어떤 결과에 상관없이 정말 자랑스러울 거라고 예상을 한다고 말했는데요. 현미 감독님, 그러면 감독님도 할 말씀 하셔야죠. So any last words for you two?
팀 컬러가 엄청 공격적이더라고요, 탈론이. 그래서 오늘 경기가 개인적으로 맵을 봤을 때 재밌게 나올 것 같고 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
By seeing the maps, it's going to be a really fun match, and we know that Talon are making aggressive moves, so it's going to be really exciting. Okay, thank you for the interview, two coaches.
Thank you.
Best of luck for the match. Okay, fans, we are now going to start DRX versus Talon, Talon versus DRX. So, who's going to make it? Let's go back to the desk.
Gotta love Frost with the I told you so. I knew this was happening. You guys didn't want to listen to me. That's what he said.
He's been very confident. I got to talk to him a little bit before the season began, and he was just saying, there's a lot of people who are touting us. I kind of understand it. Things last year, they weren't that great. But I'm here now. I've been working with these guys, and I can tell you that we're moving in the right direction. And so far, he has absolutely proved it.
And I like to see this story for not just Frost himself, but the team of Talon, right? I like that he's accepting, okay, during the offseason, sure, you might have had your doubts or your skepticism. It's hard to tell, obviously, a lot of theory. But then saying, but I've always been confident. I did tell you so. At some point, you're going to have to start believing me. And if they prove that today, I mean, boy, oh boy, they're about to convert a lot of people over.
And both of these rosters did get a lot of attention because of their roster moves, right? And not exactly the most positive way. You had Talon with like, oh, why are you changing this roster? And all of a sudden it's players coming in from different regions. This is not the way we do it, but it seemed to be working. And for the side of DRX as well, they said, why would you put out these players? Why would you put in these players? And an academy player at that? But now we're seeing the payoff.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of fans were saying after the opening match, okay, I'm still sad about the likes of RB and Zest, but if it's going to be Flashback playing this well and Foxy9 looking stable enough to flex around, all right, I'm in it for the new DRX, and I'm tending to agree. I've been one of those doubters of DRX. I'm slowly inching back towards the DRX camp, and a Flashback's a big reason. He provides so much stability to this team and allows the likes of Buzz to be even more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, that combined with, again, Stacks, just how good he was looking in that opening series, it feels like we're kind of returning to that older form when DRX is really starting to come around on everybody's radar globally. But we have a holdout. It's worth pointing out here. Asarai, he was correct. You both were correct about the first series.
That's true. That's true. Now we've kind of split a little bit because I do still believe in DRX. I do believe in that veteranship. I do believe in that championship mentality. I think that Talon, this will be a very, very close series indeed, and I think we're going to get a lot of explosive plays. But will they take this series from DRX? Maybe not quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, not to try to bail myself out or anything, but I really do think Talon not only just has like a okay chance, I think they have a good chance to beat DRX as well, especially if Governor is popping off at that level. Add to that, I thought Lenny's calling was very solid against Team Secret, so that's like a good two pieces of ingredients to start with.
And for me, that is one of the biggest things that's going to matter here, and why I'm favoring DRX just very slightly in this series is because of the calling. The experience that Stacks has, the number of plays that DRX have up their sleeve.
Sure.
I'm wondering if Talon have a similarly stacked arsenal, or if they're really going to start struggling if they can't find a way to stop DRX. So that's going to be a lot more pressure on Lenny, and that's why I think DRX should have an edge here, but this is damn near a coin flip for me because I was so impressed with how Talon came out swinging that first series.
Yeah, you know, you see our predictions right here. It looks like, oh my god, everybody's favoring DRX, but it doesn't show how like 50-50 we are. It could swing any which way. I mean, I had a hard time.
Percentages.
Yeah, we really should.
Exactly. Exactly. It was like 51-49, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think that's very fair. And to me, actually, for Talon's sake, I think if they were to win, whether it's a map or the entire match, I think it'd be nice to actually not see Governor being the one that's hard carrying. I would love to see how Talon looks when Governor is shut down a couple times in a couple of rounds. How do they adapt to that? How do they set himself up in a different way so that they can find success and find those round win conversions?
And I think that they're going to have to do that because even with some of the player changes coming through here, I mean, DRX, that solid core, they have so much experience when it comes down to shutting down other aggressive, Jet, Neon players, whatever it
Especially
may be.
like a singular player as well.
Yeah, they've gone through it time and time again at Champions, at Masters events and whatnot, so they know how to handle aggression. So this is going to be a test to see how much Talon can really change up the playbook and how they can try to catch DRX off guard.
And I just want to steal away just one more second here. Also, I think this is a good chance for Ban as well. He had a rough going on T1 last year to the point where, because he was on T1, a lot of Korean fans were like, I don't know why T1 picked this guy up from Americas, and then he would play the Jet. And they're like, okay, you have some shining moments. Now he looks a lot more comfortable on different roles. He can still go for that double duelist. If he can prove himself against the new DRX, that's a good redemption arc for that player as well.
A lot of second chances on the side of Talon, right? And it's really coming together quite well. And you mentioned about how you would like to see how it looks like when Governor is like not exactly like pushing through, right? But I want to see also on the side of DRX how it's going to look like when Flashback maybe hangs back just a bit. Who else is going to come up? Are we going to see Mako again in one of those plays? Are we going to see the clutch factor from Stacks come in once again? And let's not forget, DRX does know how to shut down aggression, as you mentioned, Achilles, because their favorite partner at Paper Rex, I mean, they've gone against him how many times? Come on.
Well, they haven't been able to manage them for a little while.
A little bit,
so
yeah.
They do have the
maybe
training.
We'll find out in this
They
tournament.
do have the training.
But yes, they have the training, but they also have training against the likes. I mean, Aspas out there, Old Optic, Current Energy, etc. Like, they have gone up against the best teams out there in the world. Have they beaten them every time? No, but they have plenty of experience in learning how to deal with it and how to at least play a very close game against that level of aggression and skill.
Yeah, actually, you think about the history of DRX, they have played against all the players who are always contesting, are they the best player in the world, right? It started with CNET, of course, when he picked up the trophy.
Also mention Fnatic.
Yes, I've played against Fnatic. I mean, yeah, so they've had a lot of experience playing against Superstar and Superstar teams, so that might be really the deciding factor here.
Yeah, and it'll be a great test for Flashback, of course, because he will be standing up to that. We're going to see, again, how Flashback is going to stand up and be able to stop Governor and the rest of Talon Esports as we get into our second series of the day. So let's right into it. DRX versus Talon Esports.
DRX 소속 플래시백 조인혁입니다. 아무 커리어도 없던 제가 쑥 들어와서 부담스러운 시선도 너무 많았었는데 겨우 이제 한숨 돌린 것 같아요. 두 번째 경기부터는 감독님이랑 형들이 많이 응원해줘서 제 기량을 조금은 보여줄 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Buy up next round anyway. But Flashback gets two, and the shock dart doesn't go out, and he follows him up.
완전 날아갈 것 같고 너무 좋았어요. 너무 진짜. 저는 올 때부터 질 생각 절대 안 하고 왔기 때문에 누가 오든 솔직히 자신 있습니다. 꼭 우승할 수 있도록 항상 노력하겠습니다. 앞으로 플래시백이라는 이름 보면은 다 긴장하게 만들겠습니다. 기대해 주세요.
Hello, I'm Lenny from Talon Esports. If I had to choose one for DRX, is that they have a really big coaching staff. And I'm pretty sure they can make like any good player into a really great player. And I feel that the way we're gonna deal with that is just to make sure that our game is fundamentally sound. Our game will like be disciplined and we will like work together as a team better than anyone else. I think we'll give them a fair fight. We're gonna make sure that we have everyone like on the same page and we're gonna do our best. So guys, expect the adjustments for today's game.
Introducing our teams for the second match of the day. First up, please welcome to the stage, DRX! Next, let's give a big round of applause for Talon Esports.
DRX and Talon Esports, two new rosters, two new iterations of teams that we're all too familiar here with Achilleos. So as we're looking at the first pick, we have DRX on Split.
Yeah, Split's gonna be coming through, which I was wondering if DRX with Icebox open would just simply lunge at the opportunity to play it, but this has always been such a great map for them. They had one of the longest win streaks of all time for themselves on it, but this is getting spicy because Talon now going to Ascent. This is Old Faithful and internationals for DRX.
Sure, but here's the thing is that, first of all, obviously Talon gaining a lot of confidence in that 13-3 scoreline against Team Secret. Also, DRX, they seem to look during the offseason to try to find something new on Ascent, and they haven't quite figured it out, right? They tried going back to the age-old breach. Obviously, they had a little fun with the Euro as well, way back when the offseason first started at the 10 Invitational, and none of it has looked that new or invigorating or even promising. So, Talon, I mean, we heard Coach Frost saying that he thinks the draft went in their favor. I'm not blaming him. I'm not blaming him.
Well, breezed around it all out, and I mean, both teams having wins now on that map as well. This could get really spicy because if we go all the way to that, then we get, the Buzz Yoru going up against Governor on the Neon with ban on Yoru as well.
Speaking of Neon, of course, now on Split, the other question is Talon, are they going to play the potential double duelist themselves? Because ban can flex onto that Jet, and then you could have Governor playing either the Raze or the Neon even when it comes to the Split.
Very possible.
Well, we're going to find out what indeed the Asian compositions will be as we toss it on over to our casters, Paper Thin and Asteroid.
Thank you very much for that. We are now looking, of course, at the agents here. Paper.
Yeah, okay.
Anything
so,
speaking to you?
Well, the Breach for Stacks is one of the things that really sticks out in my mind. Something that he used to play a lot on this map, and then it kind of went to the sky for a while. But I think with some of the changes, they feel like they can lean back into that a little bit. But the Sova as well for Lenny. This is something that is a much
What's up mga friendships ko? Dahil tapos na ang match of Team Secret, sila ay nanalo, and now we are going into Talon versus DRX. FYI lang sa mga nanonood, kung sino man ang matatalo, yun ang makakalaban ng Team Secret. Either we're gonna go for another one against Talon or they're gonna be facing DRX. Pero looking at the map dito, this is a 50-50. Most probably, rather than kanina, this is gonna go into map 3. I am sure of it. Pero, ang daming surprises. DRX, hindi ako fan nowadays ng kanilang defending. Pagdating dito lamang sa split, it's kind of skeptical for me, but then I still put my trust when it comes to DRX. But then, the fan in me, gusto ko manalo yung Talon because Lenny, together with the boys, they have so
Tama.
much to show, diba?
Yeah, parang napaka-promising nitong lineup na to. Tulad nga na sinabi sa panel kanina, si Van na kinwestiyon ng mga tao from T1 na sino ba to, bakit ba napili ito. And ngayon, he's striving alongside with Governor. They are good friends and really meshing well dito sa team. And si Cruz, dahil nga nagbago yung kanilang IGL na punta na kay Lenny, talagang napakaganda ng kanilang sabihin nating dynamics for today. So I think Talon, sana makita pa natin yung kanilang shining moments. Pero ngayon, pretty different kasi sila ang naka-Astra dito sa game na to.
I mean, maganda talagang Astra dito. Nakita na natin yan, di ba? Pareha sa halos lahat ng teams. But then, they're gonna go with a double controller lineup instead. Pero ngayon, si Ban may napitas na nga kagad. It's gonna be 3v3 ngayon. Medyo nakaka-overwhelm nun. Pero nga lang, Cross! Sayang nag-grip siya doon! Foxy9 gets 3, and we only have a Jit boys. The remaining boy right now, he gets 1. Is it going to be yung pangalawa? Mako is really low on HP. Wala na din kagad hawak-hawak pa si Jit boys. But dang! Foxy9! Mainit na mainit ang start kagad for the side of DRX. And sabi ko nga last time, maybe it was their first day, marami talagang common mistakes for the side ngayon ng DRX. But all in all, looking at the effort ng team na to, nakaka-excite. At ito pa, nakita nyo kanina yung interview.
Oh, ano bang meron sa interview?
Alam nyo, di ba may bago nga sila, which is si Flashback. First time lang niyang makapasok sa Tier 1 scene ng VCT, ng VALORANT Pacific. So, nakakagulat na kaya niya makipagsabayan kagad because he knows he's got nothing to lose. Alam niyang mananalo siya. Sure win kagad pala ang inaabangan niya.
Ayun, iba ang confidence. Lalo na yung init ng mga kakagaling lang or mga bago dito sa Tier 1. Tulad ng sinabi mo, nakakasabay naman siya. So, yung confidence, baon na baon niya dito to this game. And for now, itong Talon feels like since syempre sila yung nasa back foot, wala silang good guns, pero sila yung magkakasama dito sa A. Dikit-dikit lang tayo mga tropa kasi wala tayong kagamitan eh. Ang magagawa lang natin, daliin sila sa firefight. Meron tayong camera setup dito sa A. Kaso sabi naman ang punta ng DRX so nagkasalisihan. So talagang plano na lang dito magpa-execute sa spike. Ayaw nila magbigay ng ekstrang pera dito sa DRX.
And while that is happening, we are now back on track. 5v5 right now. At wala, ang Talon, they're just sitting pretty. Maybe just gonna go for those exit frags. Ayaw nila masyadong mag-sacrifice ng maraming effort. Pero, grabe si Governor, no? Grabe naman yung Governor na yan. Napakalakas niyan. Oh, si Gob. Si Gob.
Si Gob, tropa namin.
Tropa yan eh. Pero hindi yan, by the way, Gob yan eh. Pero ngayon, Stacks, dalawa kagad. Masyadong na-excite si Kuya mo, Stacks. But then, Talon, atras na nga lang din sila. Ayaw na nila ngayon makakuha pa ng mga iba't ibang mga bagay-bagay. Pero what's more important is at least hindi na nabigay gano'n yung credit sa mga members ng DRX. And now, let's see what Talon will do next. At wait lang. Is this right? Am I seeing a Sova? Yeah! May Sova nga. Akala ko na mali lang yung Sova talaga pinili ni Lenny.
Yes.
And, okay. Okay lang. I mean, they have a Sky. They have a Sky. Pero I think with this Sova naman, sabi ko nga, it's not that bad. You have Shock Stars, you have Hunter's Fury. Default is really good. May mga recons ka. Nagamit naman na to ng ibang teams as well. It's not that bad. Pero nga lang ngayon, going up against DRX na may Concussive Breach, 2 smokes. Let's see, kung magiging workable nga ba to against DRX.
Yes. And expected nga natin dahil nga not only for that double smoke, so meron kang cage, Meron kang orbs, toxic screens, napakaraming utility dito na pwedeng gamitin ng DRX if gusto man nilang makipag gunfight. And even using nga itong dog just to deny yung trips or give an idea kung nasaan sila. Habang dito naman sa side ng Talon, kahit sabihin natin sila yung defensive ngayon, itong Cypher, parang recently hindi pa nila napipigilan kung gaano kabilis mag-execute ngayon ang DRX. Although meron nga silang mga sapat na utility din to check or to damage those corners, hindi pa rin nila masagot na maayos to.
And yung di magsagot ng maayos, DRX is just too good, guys. Isa-isa na nga lang din kagad. Mga Talon right now, medyo nahihirapan sa pacing ng DRX. And this is why they always choose split map. Diba? Kahapon, sabi nga na, nung isang araw sabi ko, kaya ba to ng DRX? Dito sa split, hindi ako, I mean, one of their best maps to, pero they always lose to other better teams like Paper Rex and T1 maybe. Pero ngayon, lumalaban nga yung DRX. They finally got very comfortable, pero naki-flashback ang hold. And speaking of the holds, flashback takes out one. At isa na lang kagad na titra. That's gonna be Governor himself.
Oh no, ito na si Gob. Remember, ito ay bonus round ng DRX na buy round from Talon. Pero feels like sila pa ang natatalo ngayon. At getting those upgrades din. Sila pa ang mas nagka-rifle ngayon. So, hindi na ilalaban pa ni Gob. Mag-save na lang ako para sa next round. Pero DRX, sila ang mainit ngayon.
Ayan talaga. Alam mo naman na pagdating sa, no? Pagdating syempre sa mga tropa natin mula sa side ng DRX, it's just really crazy. Alam na natin yung performance ng team na to, pero crazy din kagad ngayon yung mga moments from the side of Talon. They're just popping off as well. Pero nga lang, parang mas ano na, no? Mas may stronghold na yung works ng DRX. Nung unang araw, sobrang may mga ano pa, jitters pa, pero ngayon, it seems like there's just a solidified roster sa side DRX. But ako, low-key lang ako ha. Kung ako papilin, gusto ko Talon talaga manalo. Wala lang.
Naman.
Bago lang, you know,
underdogs di ba?
Alam mo na, it's DRX, but if it's Talon, it's
Iba
just
naman.
different. Oo, diba? Sobrang iba yung vibe ng Talon ngayon. I'm really liking it. Pero sana hindi sila mapul. Pero looks like there's going to be the big push coming in from Talon. And that was really crazy from them. Good call mula sa pool kagad ni Cruz. And now with the pain shells coming in from Governor. What a good call from the side of Talon.
Yes, a smoke to smoke yung play nila doon. Nasa loob, popping flash na may kasamang paint shells and swing. Kompleto Ricardo sa ginawa nila doon. Pero Foxy9 hitting back. Pero si Gob na bahala sa'yo. Niligpit na si Foxy9 habang si Mako. And flashback still lurking around A. Nakuha na nila yung spike at hindi yon binahayan ng Talon. So balik sila sa kanilang pwesto, regroup muna tayo, alamin muna natin kung nasaan, pero alam na ni Lenny na mayroong sumira nga nung tripwire na yun. And they are moving in papuntang A at 3 versus 2, Ray.
Kinakalmahan lang ng DRX. May camera pa, may cyber cage pa, may traps pa kagad na pwedeng ilabas ngayon si Flashback. But then, it's Mako making the moves. 13 seconds left. They gotta clear everything. Medyo maduguto, pero binigay lang na Talon yung time because they know they have the manpower. At ngayon na nga, yung mga smokes ay manggagaling na nga para sa side ng DRX. Pero Talon is just taking their pretty time. They have recon pa naman. They have those lineups. Pero may nakaabang na kagad. Nasa behind the screens lang din kagad. Ang isang katulad ni Flashback, he spots one and kinda know already where they are going. Some of them watches out through heaven. Pero nga lang di ata nila ma-figure out. Labas na nga kagad ngayon. Yung tripwire na destroy. Pero nga lang there's just it. Flashback, tignan mo na maigi. Gamitin mo ang mata mo. Pero buying time. Legit boy, saved it. Pero nga lang guys, magastos na round pa rin sa side ng Talon ito. But all in all, it is a thrifty side for Talon Esports as they take this round.
Ang daming nawala doon, pero kudos nga dahil lahat sila nagsama. Nag-regroup muna sila, walang basta-basta nagpabaya. And then taking advantage sa elbow. Ito pa lang yung entrada pa lang nito ng Talon na kung saan nakakuha nga sila ng mga early kills and then making sure na mabackupan yung bawat swing ng isa't isa in that Cypher Cage from Jit Boys, no? Para i-deny. Kasi naglaro pa rin, na mind games pa rin ito si Flashback eh. Parang iniisip niya, meron pa rin kayang nasa heaven dahil isa-isa lang yung swing nila patungo sa left at nagstay lang, dumikit lang sa wall itong si Jit Boy sa right side. So wala talagang idea itong si Flashback kundi i-check yung kanyang heaven. Pero for now, once again, that's a thrift round. So it means kargado pa rin ang Talon ngayon. They kind of need to make gastos. Pero showstopper ang pakakawalan muna dito. Wala nga lang tatamaan and Governor. Kailangan niya muna umatras. Napingasan ng konti si Foxy9.
At saka nakita naman niya din kasi may trap na plinis kagad si Flashback doon sa may screen na side. Kaya medyo nakuha nga, pero looks like the 3-man nga ng Talon, they were prepared for that trade. Pero habang yan ay nangyayari, mukhang push pa rin kagad. After this, pinayanig talaga yung banig at mga miyembro ng Talon ay talagang lumayo nga lang din kagad. Jit Boys try to prefer kung meron man lang siya, rather try to pick off or try to see kung meron siyang makukuha. And speaking of nga lang, Mako takes down Crows. Default is up onto the side of DRX. Isa-isang bumabagsak ang mga taga-Talon. May kasama pa kagad Viper's ultimate pero mukhang walang mangyayari. There's just going to be the concuss pero nga lang, band together with Jit Boys are actually working well. May kasama na nga neural tech, mali-reveal ang mga miyembro ngayon ng Talon, but then Ban all by himself going up against 2. Will Stacks actually get him pero mukhang magtatago lang din sila. Off angle hindi, pero dalawa pinagsasabay siya. Buzz takes him down and DRX still wins this round against Talon. Ang ganda kagad nung ginawa ni Stacks doon. Sabi niya talagang pinayanig with his ultimate Rolling Thunder at 4-1 na nga kagad.
Ganun lang, di ba? Once na makuha nila yung kanilang post-plan situation, napakadali na lang mag-execute ngayon ng DRX. And yung pwesto dito ni Buzz, nakailang huli siya and up until the very last moment, sinubukan nilang i-pincer si Ban. At wala na siyang mapwestuhan dahil once na mag-push siya doon, kitang-kita siya ni Stacks and giving him out to dry and wala rin siyang utilities to use doon dahil nga ipit na. So kailangan nang gamitin. Much needed timeout para sa ating map 1. Big shoutout sa ating mga viewers dyan. Sana nag-enjoy pa kayo dito. Lalo pat ang Talon is fighting really hard sa kanilang situation.
And itong Talon nga whenever they are on split, it's not their best map talaga. And this is a big opportunity for the side of DRX to have split open, have the first map for themselves. And ito pa, yung scary thing about DRX, sabi kanina ng coach ng Talon, they are still having a time to actually adjust. Pero I think yung adjustment sa DRX hindi mo mapapansin because technically you have the 3 pillars. You have Mako, you have Stacks, you have Foxy9, and you have a Buzz rather, and you also have Foxy9. Pinalitan nyo lang naman yung other 2 players and you got Flashback. So I think hindi siya mahirap ikutin and Flashback has his own thing compared kapag kasama mo si Buzz or si Stacks yung IGL nila. But on the other side nga Talon, ito yung sa tingin kong mas lalo talagang nag-a-adjust ngayon. Different languages, different nationalities, and yung para itanggal yung team na to, it will take so much time. But at least ngayon, nag-reap off naman. Lalo na yung performance nila last time against Team Secret. That was spectacular. At ngayon nga lang, there were just trades. Wala na si Foxy9 ngayon, pero nilabas na kagad ni Mr. Buzz ngayon. Ang kanyang ultimate, walang tinamaan. That's gonna be Stacks instead. Pero this round has just been a thrifty or rather an eco round sa side ng Talon.
Wala silang no choice. Wala siya talagang pupuntahan doon sa heaven. Tinry na lang niya i-dodge yung showstopper. Kaso he is left out in the open kalaban si Stacks. And ngayon, the only crews defending yung A kanina, napulot man niya yung Vandal. It was fairly too late dahil nga na-trade siya 3 versus 2. Ang mahalaga lang is kuha sila ng konting kills dito para naman mabawasan ang kapirahan ng DRX. But it feels like Flashback ngayon. Alam niya yung pwesto. Merong shorty. Once na dumigit siya dito pero nakita nga natin na scan or napindot na siya doon ng camera. And wala ng oras pa para makapag-bago ng pwesto si Lean. And that's a loss again for Talon.
DRX. Ang linis lang talaga nila magtrabaho. Lalo na pag nilagay niya itong mga to sa defending, ang lakas din ng defending nila. This is so dangerous sa Talon. Kung anong pinaranas sila sa Team Secret last time, ito yung binabalik sa kanila ng mga taga DRX, and it's really painful, but don't worry guys, Governor is on that operator already. 3 out of 5 ultimates ay ready na sa side ng Talon, while DRX naman, they have on the other side naman yung kanilang mga pagdating sa kanilang mga ultimates. Pero hintay pa natin kung how will they make it work. Kasi ngayon now, yung setups ng DRX, you just follow it by the book. Sobrang by the heart nila itong ginagawa and ina-apply at walang mistake so far.
Yun nga, tulad na sinabi mo, ang flawless masyado. Nag-iintay sila ng opening na pagkakamali dito. Yung may the toxic screen, pwede sila mag-move up. Tinamaan na ang paa dito, 30 HP ang natitira kay Buzz. You still have the operator na hindi pa rin natin napapakinabangan dito kay Gova, pero kailangan niya muna umatras, creating a lot of space. Ito na ang raid ng DRX. Cruz may iwan sa loob. Nag-yoga pa siya, pero nababantayan naman siya. Kaso 1 kill after another ng Talon with that quick turn over. Chick Boys mula sa heaven.
Buti na lang, binawi ni Jeet Boys yun. Grabe ka naman, Jeet Boys. And finally, Talon nga. Wala pa silang ginastos na ano dun ha, by the way guys. Wala pa silang nagastos na ultimate doon sa side of Talon. It was just all utilities and the perfect timing from Crows. That was pretty explosive sa side ng Talon. Pero kapag inulit natin to, sabi ko na nga, Governor on that off was pretty perfect. But then, si Jeet Boys parang ginawa lang niya, alam niyo kung ano ginawang aim labs. Yung mga taga DRX, literal, hindi man lang tinigdan yung heaven. My goodness, DRX. 3v1 na nga lang yun. Naging bato pa.
Binantay mula sa taas lang, no? Doon yung pinanggalingan niya, training range lang at inubos na lang niya ang mga miyembro ng DRX. And ngayon, for round 8, once again, the patience play ng DRX, hindi na gumana yung mabilis ang entry kanina. Tulad na sinabi ni Ray, 4 ultimates pa rin ang nakasave sa Talon, pero DRX definitely got also their own ultis, lalo na nga itong neural theft ni Flashback. Nakikipaglaro lang siya ng mind games. Binato niya yung kanyang Cypher Cage sa ramp para lang makapagparamdam. Actually, sa harap niya para lang madepensahan yung posibleng push sa kanya. Lalo pat nakakita kasi siya ng star na nakatanim doon. Preemptive, ika nga. Pero 4 members ng DRX slowly closing in. Pero hindi nakikita ni Cruz. Kailangan niya i-activate to. Kaso pinaangat lang niya ng konti. Ito na ang fault line. They're jumping in. Satchel in. Kasi si Jeet Boys, matutumba siya nang binunot niya ang kanyang sombrero. Neural theft kakagat man. Pero si Mako with a trade na mapupunta naman dito kay Governor. At alam nila kung nasaan ang huling miyembro na si Flashback. Inaabangan na ng operator kay Governor.
Walang nagawa at all ang mga DRX. Good decision coming in from Crows. I think that was a good opener. Tapos, ang bilis lang talaga ng response ng Talon against sa DRX, pero ang dami din nilang ginamit dun eh. Talagang sinabayan nila kagad yung entrance ng DRX, and DRX just went 1 by 1. Yun lang din yung medyo disappointing dun. All went by himself. Na-flash din kagad ni Stax ang sarili niyang teammate. At si Flashback, busy pa nag-lurk, pero walang nangyari sa DRX. And right now, sabi nga ng DRX, it has been a big momentum sa kanila, pero unti-unting nakakabawi ang Talon. So that was really crucial para sa kanila. So they decided to go for that timeout. Just discuss ano pwede pa nilang magawang bago.
Yes, and nakita na natin yung advantage na pinapakita ngayon ng Talon with their snowball, with that operator in hand. Napakadali na lang nilang makapwesto at kumuha ng mga aggressive play. It's just that itong DRX needs to identify kung anong problema ngayon kasi parang mas naging komportable bigla. Napako na sa 5 and itong Talon ang dumidire-diretso, taking those aggressive fights against Governor at wala rin sa proper timing yung kay Flashback. So ngayon, magkakaroon man tayo ng konting buy. They still have their ultimates. Kaso hindi pa rin natin alam kung paano nila i-contest to dahil meron din sariling ultis. You still have the Hunter's Fury at Cosmic Revive dito ni Crows, kaya pwede silang mag-retake ng site once na ma-overpower sila ng DRX. But then again, hindi ganun kaganda ang kagamitan ng DRX, kaya pwede pa na i-save ito for the next round.
And yun, na pwede pa, mukhang ayaw pa i-save, ipasave kagad, pero nga lang, may nakaka-overwhelm yung Sova na yan. Pero looks like wala rin naman naging problem. Pero nga lang, may na-caught one talaga. Fox and is gonna go down as well. Yung mga smokes kayo ni Mako, will it actually be worth it? Pero Jeet Boys, may konting kaabangan lang galing sa screens. 4v4 tayo kagad. May neural theft na available para kay Flashback. At tatlo na lang before Buzz can get that showstopper. Pero may Cosmic Divide pa tayo na pwede gamitin ngayon ni Crows. And this might be effective. Pero speaking of, mukhang hindi. Denied lang sila kagad with the utilities coming in from Stacks. But then, the crossfire is out there. Governor is doing his best. At right now, Stacks still got him! Nakaya mo si Stacks over that! That's gonna be 2v1! And still, DRX manages to win it! 6-3! Oh my goodness! Ang ganda na ginawa ni Stacks doon. Sinabayan na lang niya, in-stinger lang niya sa muka. Yung gagawin sana ni Governor against him.
Nag-move forward si Stacks doon. Parang lagpasan siya ng camera. And itong initial kill na to before pa mag-up yung Cypher Cage, nagawa na nga nilang talunin yung isang miyembro na yon. And so close. Alam naman natin na napaka-notorious ng Stinger sa mga ganun malapitang laban. Missing out yung showstopper. 2 ultimates has been burned at medyo nasayang sa side ng Talon. DRX back to the pedal ngayon. Lalo pa, they still have their own ultis with that 2 points naman. Showstopper kay Buzz. Any moment.
At any moment, anytime. Yep, nandyan ka agad talaga yan. You can definitely see it. Pero, for Mako, okay, good hold lang naman para sa side ng Talon. Pero syempre, the momentum is up there sa DRX. Pinaplansya na naman nila ng napakamaigi. Sabi nila, hindi namin sobrang itetake yung risk going up against Governor. But seems like may meet up tayo ngayon.
Uy.
May meet up tayo ng mga taga-tropa natin. Pero alam, Foxy Knight!
Oh!
Governor, nakita yung palad. Tapos si Crow sumunod na nga din kagad after him, just spamming through the smoke. Tatlo na lang kagad natitira sa isang iglap sa side ng Talon, but then Lenny tries to fight them one by one.
Oh no! Jeet Boys naman na dito sa likod. Napakagandang flank nun.
Oo. Napakaganda sana, pero nga lang siya na lang mag-isa going up against 2 people. 2v2 tayo ngayon. Low si Mako, low si Foxy 9. Oh no, may chance, but then, wait lang. 6 HP pa rin yun. May chance pa rin for Jeet Boys to actually get that clutch. 4 kills. Jeet Boys, gising, nagising. 6-4. Talon is just telling us that dito lawang sa split, kaya nila makipagtaguyod against DRX.
Nakikipagsabayan sila ngayon sa DRX. Akala natin magtutuloy-tuloy na naman ang momentum ng DRX. Pero nice save mula dito kay Jeet Boys. And even Lenny na nakakuha pa ng ilang kills. But at the very last moment, that neural theft mattered. Ito rin yung pagtalon niya sa loob ng kanyang cage para nga makapagtago. 6 HP and a dream. Para dito kay Jeet Boys. Grabe, pinawisan ng malamig si Jeet Boys doon. And then Mako, medyo close naman sana. Kaso mas nauna lang talagang bumaril itong si Jeet Boys. And for now, once again, members ng DRX mid control, hinabol hanggang sa huli. Kaso si Governor, nakabantay siya dito, makakuha ng dalawa. Si Foxy naman na makaka-shutdown sa kanya.
Si Governor General, kita niyo na naman na siya na naman ay pumipitas sana, pero nga wasn't worth it. Pero may mababoga to. Ay, nalamang pa rin kasi si Foxy 9 yan. Guys, si Foxy 9 talaga. Hindi yan Viper, duelist yan. By the way.
Pala.
Sabi ko nga, napakadali lang pag Viper ka. May sarili ka lang buhay eh. Talagang wala ka namang iisipin kundi yung wall mo lang, lalagay mo lang. Tapos may molly, pero ito may welcome to my world. May kasamang flash, madedetect kung nasa ng iba't ibang miyembro ngayon ng mga taga-DRX. Pero nga lang nakaka-overthink dahil nga nakita rin ni Stacks yung tuhod ni Lenny at dalawa na lang kagad natitira. That's gonna be Jeet Boys together with Bam. But then, time is ticking. Flashback takes him out. Si Flashback na nanggaling sa kabilang sulok ng mundo at si Jeet Boys na lang kagad natitira. Finish off by Stacks. This round again ay nasa kamay ng DRX.
DRX. Isa lang ang ginamit na ultimate to secure that one game. And definitely, ngayon, before tayo mag-switch, is it gonna be a 7-5 sa comeback ng Talon or 8-4? Dahil feels like talagang naging mainit na naman itong DRX. So close para doon kay Crows na makuha yung judge kill. Kaso sabay nga sila nagkasilipan and Stacks taking those aggressive plays and hindi rin talaga okay na makalaban nga sa loob ng Viper's Pit, pero sinimulan na kaagad nila pagpasok dito. Rolling Thunder sa Chell para makatakas. Wala no doon si Buzz, but then again itong sila Foxy, buhay pa rin sila dito, pero mukhang may slow down muna sila dito sa main.
May slow lang, ma-out lang. Pero ngayon, DRX hit lang din ba sila? Yep, nandito na sila eh. Wala nang going out to unless if they manage to pick out at least one. That might be cross. Pwede silang mag-cross papunta sa mid. And speaking of, ayan na nga, Lenny is gonna be out. Yun nga, nasa kabilang sulok na punta na spot. Fox nila, narinig na kung nasaan sila. Mare-reveal pa ang iba't ibang miyembro ngayon ng Talon. And now, Flashback makes his work once again. It's all up to Jit Boys. Sa pangalawang blink, nakita na nga din kung nasaan siya. Binabantayan na siya ngayon ni Mako at tinitignan na siya ng mga miyembro ngayon ng DRX. Wala na siyang kawala ngayon dahil Flashback once again saves the day. At ano naman si Flashback, mahilig sa tresto eh. Parang nagbabasketball lang. 8-4, DRX talagang laki ng kalamangan nila. Tatandaan nyo, attacking side pa yon.
Oo, and lalo ngayon, di ba? Tulad ng sinabi mo, mas notorious sila pagdating in terms of defense. They have all the utilities para nga ma-fend off. Merong fault line na initially pagka-open pa lang ng round. Si Flashback, currently nakikita natin kung gaano nga nagper-perform. Ang tagal niyang inantay itong moment na to, and it feels like Talon. Malayo-layo pa ang kanilang tatakbuhin, pero baka magbago yung tempo dahil attacker na sila this time.
And ito pa, for Talon naman sabi ko nga split is not their best map. So maybe mayroon tayong onting pag-adjust. This Sova composition, hindi ako 100% confident about it. But it looks promising naman. Ngayon na magsiswitch tayo ng sides. Kung may lineup na special right now si Lenny that he can show sa attacking side, maybe that will be the best thing that they can use against DRX. But then DRX, saan ba sila matibay? Sa defending, promise yung lurks ni Flashback. Yan yung tumalo sa mga teams na nakalaban na ng DRX. Ayun din yung nagbigay ng kahirapan sa DFM last time we casted these teams. That's why, if I were Talon, I really need to be keen on Flashback. Ito pa, hindi ganun ka-powerful yung flag si Flashback. I mean, he has 9 lang compared kay Fox and 9 na 14. But he makes the most impact kapag kailangan na kailangan siya. Last time, may 3 siyang kills. Last time, may 4 kills siya. Tapos, napapop off niya parati yung neural theft niya. So, this is very special sa isang katulad ni Flashback. And nagigets ko na kung bakit siya kinuha ng DRX. Kasi may sarili siyang way para ma-execute yung ginagawa niya and actually works for DRX.
Yeah, sobrang explosive na kasi with only 4 members sa kamay ni Mako, Stacks, Foxy, and Buzz. So hindi na nila kailangan ng added firepower. Kailangan nila nung kaya maging mag-isa, maging strong, independent man. And nakita nga natin yun sa kamay ni Flashback. Ilang beses din natin siya nakita doon pero sumabit lang na bahagya doon sa tripwire. Pero still, DRX. Makakapasok naman ng Talon dito. DRX on their defense. Papaulan lang dito si Mako mula sa heaven. And successfully ang pagplant ng Talon.
Yep. Mabilis ang plant, but then 4v4 pa naman din. What will DRX actually do? Jit Boys takes him down. Nagkata kagad ang execution ng Talon ngayon din. 3 na lang kagad ang natitira. Foxy 9 overthinking kung saan siya magko-commit. Pero nga lang, timing is perfect against him. They're actually hitting the shots all together. But then Jit Boys from heaven, meron siya makikita ngayon din. 3v2 tayo rather, but then Marcos Pato. No, it's
sticking lang. Inamaan si Rose.
Through the smoke. But at least Talon, this is a big win para sa kanila.
Napindot pa rin, umabot. Na-late lang ng bahagya doon si Foxy, pero once again, that big win spells more upgrades na makikita natin dito sa Talon and Jit Boys. Siya naman ang nagpapakitang gilas ngayon. Ngayon, nagkaproon na sila ng freedom na mag-lurk, maghanap ng mga kills na yon. Grabe.
Importante to sa Talon eh. Talagang pag natalo sila sa pistol, this is just gonna be a rampage by DRX. But then guys, relax sa mga fans ng DRX. They just take some time to actually go for it. To actually adjust sa kanilang kalaban. And sabi ko nga, this has been a big problem. Lenny on that Sova might be having a big impact sa attacking. Nagbigay rin naman. Plus Jit Boys on his lurks are actually pretty explosive.
Yeah, hindi pa tayo nakakita ng sarili nating lineup na kung saan makakapagbigay nga ng malaking impormasyon or sabihin nating advantage yung Sovereign ni Lenny. Kaya ngayon, medyo alanganin ang pwesto but Ban will take out Foxy 9. So it means nanlinis na nila isang parte ng mapa. Hindi man ganun kalalim pero si Buzz ngayon may ikipaglaban against the Crows and si Mako naman na makakakuha ng trade yon. 3 versus 4 at alam naman natin ahead ang Talon. So DRX, we might just see na talagang tubomba muna sila for now to magkakasunod na rounds sa para sa side dito ng Talon on taking advantage of what they got. But still, with that kill coming in from Stacks, ay malaking magiging tulong yun para magtuloy-tuloy sila dito. You just have the Marshal habang si Mako unti-unti nang bumababa. Governor, nagtatago lang sa likod. Meron siyang 79 HP. Once na maka-bail out sila dito, pwede silang tamaan. At ngayon, binaramdaman na ng drone na may kasamang Marshal. Fault line para lumabas na doon si Mako. 1 member down. Lenny is out. Governor, nagdidikit sila dito sa elbow at tatamaan na naman siya doon. Headshot kay Mako. Si Mako umubos kaso di niya alam kung saan manggagaling. Jig Boys making sure na sa kanila naman ang round ngayon.
Bumabawi ang Talon on their attacking side. Sabi ko nga, enough na pag 8-4 yung score mo. The fact that it's just 4 rounds, ang daming chances para matake mo yon sa kalaban mo. And nanalo pa sila ng pistol, nanalo pa sila ngayon. But let's see what will happen sa Fubai. Because so far, napapractice na nila kung anong problem nila. That's gonna be flashback, how they actually move sa side ng DRX. Although for Mako, ROI yan, big investment that they finally have those skills kahit papano. Pero malamig sa flashback right now sa unang match nila. But let's see if this is going to be a big impact. But dire-diretso lang ang Talon. Walang katakot-takot going into A. At I think they will finally commit here. Lenny spots out 1 from heaven. Nag-flash na sila kagad. This might be a big risky move sa side ng DRX pa rin. Dahil kalat-kalat na ang mga miyembro ng Talon at nag-iisip sila ng next step nila.
Yes, at habang dumidepensa nga itong DRX, si Mako, nandun pa rin siya sa B. So medyo magkakalayo pa rin ang mga members natin. But at Spike making its way papuntang sewers at Foxy 9. Sayang, pagkapulot lang niya ng orb, ilang second lang para mamatahan niya ang pagtawid ng mga miyembro dito ng Talon. Kaso dalawa, sinisilip na yung Heaven dito. Maganda ang pwesto ng mga DRX members sa B. So they have the idea if ever na dun man nila i-commit. Kaso nagkakapalitan lang dito. Nag-iingay lang sila. Hindi nila alam kung saan pa rin sila pupunta. Pero feels like ngayon, kokontrolin na nila ang B. In 30 seconds, magsisimula na execution. You have the snake bite na naka-ready dito. Pinatagusan si Foxy and piso na lang ang natitira. Kailangan na niya ibitaw yun. Na-scan pa siya. Andito na ang 5 miyembro ng Talon at mukhang DRX may ipit na sila. Mako is down. Sunod mo pa si Foxy. And this will be a side to take ng Talon.
Oh, madugo-dugo na talaga to sa side ng DRX. Once again, Talon is just doing good, guys. Talagang kinakain nila ng buhay. Ang DRX ngayon, as in, the plans are just really polished. Gusto ko yung confidence ng coach nung sinabi niya kanina sa interview, kaya namin kunin ang DRX habang nag-adjust pa sila at this point, habang may bago sila, habang ang daming roles na kailangan ibigay kay Foxy 9 as of now together with Flashback. This is just too good. And Talon, isa na lang kagad bago nila matay ito against DRX.
Yes, at trailing nga talaga sila, at least nag-pay off na. And the confidence play, iba talaga nung nag-shift na yung tides na mas naging attacker. Yung focus ngayon ng Talon, mas komportable sila on taking sides, on taking those gunfights compared kanina na hindi sila makasabay sa opensa ng DRX. Actually, halos the same na lang ngayon yung naging sitwasyon na itong DRX kanina, yung hindi masabayan, tas ngayon sila naman yung hindi makasabay sa kung paano pumapasok itong Talon. Iba-iba rin yung pag-shift nila na manggugulo sila sa A, then bigla na lang from vents, changing the pace, papunta sa B, and a 30 seconds execution, napaka-flawless na para dito sa Talon.
Ano talaga yung Talon slowly but surely, sobrang coordinated lang. Skeptical ako ngayon, kanina pa sa pro ni Lenny, but right now I think it's just giving so much potential para sa side ng Talon. Crows kagad, alam naman natin when he's on that controller role, hindi niya nadi-disappoint. yung mga tao. Tapos ito pa, si Jitboy, I think ang laki ng impact niya. And I love the growth from this guy. Mas lalo siyang nagagamit ngayon ng team mismo. Mas lalong na-expand yung kung ano ang meron siya. But then, for DRX right now, slow approach lang din. Pero wala eco round to Medyo madugo talaga to para sa kanila. Na-reveal pa nga kagad kung nasaan sila ngayon. Governor tries for that push against Foxy 9, hinahabol lang niya ngayon, pero buti, ayan, nasaan yung discipline. Usually, hahabulin mo yun pag Pinoy ka Pero pagdating sa Talon, hindi niya gagawin yan. Dahil Governor takes down stacks, Mako gets his shot, at least kahit papano, but flashback na lang together with Foxy 9 na natitira.
Yes, exactly. At tulad nga na sinabi natin kanina, yung disiplina na pinapakita ngayon ng Talon na hindi sila nag-overcommit basta-basta. Slowly but surely, a very madugong round para dito. At si Foxy ang susunod na casualty with only Vandal dito kay Flashback. Pwede niya i-save yan, pero mukhang gusto niya pa muna kumuha ng isang miyembro. Ngunit nakikita naman natin yung pwesto ni Lenny mula dito sa likod na pwedeng kumuha ng exit frag na yan. Dahan-dahan. Chine-check pa rin dito ni Flashback. Gusto nga ba niya ilaban? That's still 3 members. Actually 2 on site. May mga lumabas na rin. Hindi na niya yata ilalaban to. Tamang silip sa Gedli. Alam naman nila na maganda ang pwesto ng bawat isa dahil si Crows ang siyang magbabantay at up until the very last moment. Taking down Flashback. Magkaparehas na tayo ngayon. 8-8 sa ating scoreboard.
Siyempre, baka Talon yan. Let them cook. The 8-4 was just gawa-gawa lang yan guys ng Illuminati. Ang importante na nanalo daw ang Talon. The one of like the underdogs as of now. This roster, everyone's like, can they actually do this? They came from different nationalities. May iba dito, Korean Americans. Sa Amerika talaga lumaki si Governor together with Ban. Si Lenny galing sa Singapore. Diba? Si Crows galing Thailand together with Jitboy. So, ang dami talagang kailangan i-master ng Talon. And yet, right now, against DRX, isa sa mga best teams natin lamang dito sa Pacific, syempre, ay talagang nilalampaso nila. But Stacks right now, after that mistake, pagdating sa Hunter's Fury, looks like si Governor is gonna be crashing down at meron pang bumupuso at bumubuhay sa side ng DRX.
Malaking bagay yun dahil alam naman natin yung firepower na dinadala ni Governor at yung kanyang entry. So this time dahil wala na siya, hindi pa rin nakakuha ng site itong Talon as DRX controlling itong mid. So they have the idea if ano man na pwede nilang puntahan dito. But the swing mula doon, the trade and the kills. Paint Shells against Ban. Last 2 members ng Talon ngayon habang 4 members ng DRX will just revert back. Yung disiplina rin dito, Ray, hindi na sila basta-basta nakipaglaban sa gitna. Parang sige, okay, bantayan na lang na muna natin ulit yung site. At makikita naman dito, masasighting ni Stacks yung posibleng pagdaan once again nila Ban. Alam niya, nakita na niya. So they have the information. 3 na ang nag-move in papunta sa B. Nakuha man dito ni Crows ang spike. Saan siya pupunta? You have the cypher setup mula kay Flashback. Nag-aabang lang dito sa Gedli, sa corner. And that's gonna be Buzz, making sure na sila pa rin ang ahead dito sa palitan ng putok.
Nanalo pa rin yung DRX doon. Medyo sayang lang after that Hunter's Fury ni Lenny. Looks like just because of Stacks stopping etong isang katulad ni Governor. Mukhang nahirapan yung Talon towards that entry. Pero kayo naman din, looking at it, mukhang sobrang it has been just a healthy adjustment already from DRX. Maybe because of IGL na si Stacks, alam naman niya na pag importante ng round kapag kailangan na nilang bumawi, makakabawi naman sila. It's not gonna be big of a problem. Pero nga lang, konting setup lang mula kay Flashback para lang talaga hindi makastep up ang Talon. Or rather, setup mula sa Talon yon. Pero ngayon, DRX, pumupunta kagad si Governor, nahabol niya. Wala ka mahabol siya. Meron kagad siya mahabol. Foxy is gonna go down. Mahilig maghabol si Governor Val.
Grabe ka naman, Governor. Talagang pinaligpit sa mga alaga niya Pero nakita naman natin yung sitwasyon doon na si Foxy, yung nakagip dahil si Buzz naka-bail out na siya sa sobrang habol. Gusto nila surpresahin ng trade kaso tinamaan at ngayon siya na naman ang naging kapalit after a very good fault line kasabay nga ng kill na yon. Pero si Jit Boys makakuha naman ng isa pang miyembro mula dito sa DRX, and DRX bumabawi sila, alam nila yung pwesto ngayon at si Stax mula sa likod may kita niya one member after another kasi si Crows nakaredy rin siya, 85 HP, 2 versus 1 at hindi pa rin nalalapag yung spike. 30 seconds, lumalapit na sila dito, ready na sila sumilip, paglalaroan, mag-iikot-ikot, magko-cosmic divide at saan nga ba siya pwesto? Inarangan na ng wall, saan ang una magsiswing, tatalikuran niya muna yon. Wala tayong audio cues dito dahil yun na ang bago ng cosmic divide, pinaglalaroan na ang kanyang puso. Magtatanim ba talaga? Nakapagtanim na siya, nag-push na nga na sabay dito yung dalawang membro kasi magkabilang dulo. Flashback ang tutumba and he needs to go back nga ba dahil si Mako ang siyang makakakuha. Another round for DRX.
Nice try mula sa side ng Talon. That was pretty big for them, but yet hindi siya naging worth it. Pero for Crows, NT na lang din kagad. Mako was just really disciplined all throughout. Ayaw niya kagad abulin ng abulin. Baka kasi ma-isolate masyado si Crows and he might still get it. But DRX, looking good, looking tough na nga din kagad sila. But right now, medyo heartbreaking yun sa Talon nga. Kay Crows na sana yun, malaking panalo na nga kagad yun. But once again, si DRX monsters of comebacks to. Medyo mahirap talaga kalabanin ang DRX whenever you're on tough situations. You know that DRX is so powerful. But then, wag natin kalimutan, that is still 8-10. May chance pa rin syempre ang Talon. Meron pa naman tayong next map. That's gonna be a map pick by Talon eh.
Oo, kumbaga pwede pa naman talaga. Kaya okay lang. Pwede pa naman sila mag-settle down ngayon. But DRX, it feels like mas gamay na nila. Mas ahead sila currently sa mga ganitong klaseng galaw nila. Slowly once again, ang Talon, inaantay lang nila kung sino man ang mag-o-overcommit. Pero ang DRX, okay, disiplina muna tayo, friends. Wala munang basta-basta maungulit. Dodging that boombot. Meron namang sumira. Governor, taking an aggressive angle dito, ha? Okay. Snake bite. Para maharang siya. Wala pa rin magko-commit. Wala pa rin gusto sumilip.
At talagang para sa side ng DRX, they don't want to like maging aggressive. Kanina kasi tinatry lang nila i-punish yung Talon ng iba't iba. Pero nga lang, Talon, careful na sila. Governor with that operator. Will it be possible? Oops! Muntik na talagang umangat si Foxy9. Pero binibait lang din kahit paano. Hindi nagpapakita si Buzz. Ayaw niyang makita siya ng mga miyembro ng Talon. This is actually pretty smart. Umiwalay. Instead, they gave them the control onto the side of Talon, but also that gave a lot of opportunities sa DRX, and that opportunity nakuha rin ni Foxy9 at wala nang oras yung Talon at all. This is just a big comeback mula sa side ng DRX. Lenny na lang kagad together with Banang natitira.
Oh no! Naiwan yung spike sa heaven. Oh my G. And that's gonna be it. Dahil si Van, wala na rin siya magagawa in a good Viper speed. Pero joke lang yun dahil si Stax will be sticking around the corner and make sure na walang matitira sa Talon. So ngayon, kulang ang kanilang kaperahan. They might be settling for only Guardians and half armors and 11 ng score. Kailangan ma-execute ito na maayos ang Talon para ma-push ang kanilang advantage or makabalik sila sa good economy. Pero once na may panalo to ng DRX, they are going to be confident na para siguradong madala na to sa match point.
Oh, madadala na nga ba nila ng match point to? Dahil full ba yung Talon? They took the high risk, high reward nga naman pala talaga. But then, 4v4, Flashback still got that tap. That was pretty big kahit wala na si Buzz. At least bumawi si Flashback doon habang pali sa mga miyembro ng Talon na kapag out na nga din kagad sila. Pero kaliwat kanan ngayon na marireveal ang mga miyembro ng Talon dahil kinuha na nga kagad ni Flashback ang neural theft. So dalawa sila ni Jit Voice, medyo aware na nga sa isa't isa. But then, saan nga ba magko-commit itong mga taga-Talon?
Oh, jump pick. So may idea na si Foxy9 and members ng Talon slowly but surely moving to A. Hawak na ang vents. Pero nakaabang naman dito si Foxy9, kaso dalawa na ang titingin sa kanya, toxic screens. Itataas niya muna dito to create a lot of space and delay. Kaso yung Siko doon ni Crows at siya pa ang unang makakapagpatumba. Flashback, alanganin yung pwesto niya dito, wala rin siyang one-way sa nakatanim. Pero Talon, might be playing into the smoke. Papuntang screens and elbows. Alam naman na meron ng tao pero wala pa rin napapatumba dito sa Flashback. 3 versus 4. Jit Boys mapapatumba na niya si Flashback. So nasa kanila na ang sight. Habang si Mako, the last member ngayon, sisilip against Gross. Makakapatay siya, Shrouded Step. Kaso, na-overthink pa siya. Nasaan ang ibang mga miyembro ng Talon? 8-11 tayo dito. Nakita niya yung long barrel. Kaso si Van ang naka-ready for that kill.
Well, oh well. Talon is still alive, guys. Hindi nila hahayaan na mawala kagad ang pinaghirapan nila pagdating dito lamang sa split. Pero nga lang, sabi ko nga, DRX, they're still a solid team. Pero nga lang, ito si Cross talaga. Yung ganda talaga na naging alert niya. Tapos wala na talaga naging choice ang DRX at all. As they only had Mako. And yun na nga ang nakita natin for Talon. Slow approach, very risky, but the high risk are high rewarding. Si Buzz ngayon, si Cross kagad, wala na kagad controller ang mga taga-Talon.
Naku, delikado yun. Tulad sinabi mo, losing that smoke. May hirapan sila pumasok basta-basta. At makita naman natin dito si Flashback na nagbabantay mag-isa. Wala na si Stacks. So bawas na naman ang another utility na pwede pakinabangan dito ng DRX. Pero swinging on to that smoke, makikita niya si Governor. Kaso makikita natin mula sa likod. And another trade na magagaling dito kay Foxy9 at meron na nga nakaabang dito sa Heaven. Dalawang miyembro ang nakatingin habang si Van paglalaroan with a jump pick. Pero nasaan ang isa pang mga miyembro dito? Dahil sa elbow ngayon, si Buzz ay mapapunish na rin at papapatay. Hindi pa rin naman nakukuha yung spike. Bantay, sarado ang dalawang miyembro and the swing. Nagkakitaan, alam na nila kung nasaan. Kailangan niya mag-reposition dito at maghanap pa ng ibang angulo at opening. Kaso mula sa malayo, mag-swing nga ba si Foxy? Again, alam na naman nila na nag-iba siya ng pwesto.
Oo, paiba-iba na naman ang pwesto. Pero syempre, alam na sobrang nasa panila kay Van right now. Yung pressure at gagawin ngayon ng DRX ay maghihintay lang ba? Mukhang hindi. It's still going to be a 12-9 match point na nga kagad ang mga taga-DRX. And this is really crazy. They're also kind of good pagdating sa Ascent map. This is not, parang ito lang yung average map nila. But everyone can play in Ascent, either good or bad. Yep. Pero nga lang for Talon, this is quite crucial. Dahil nga lang yung hinabol nila, mukhang hindi naging worth it. But, papartidahan ko lang na close yung match natin ngayon.
Ayun. At least umabot na tayo sa match point. And kailangan nang gamitin ng Talon yung kanilang timeout just to make sure na magawa pa nilang habulin ang DRX with only 3 rounds behind their back. Pwede pa nila ilaban to. It's just that DRX in control ngayon and I do believe na kapos din sa pera itong Talon. Kaya most likely yung firepower leaning towards DRX.
This is just a play where Talon can actually just go with the thing that they wanted the most. Gawin ang Cosmic Divide, hatiin ang buong mundo. Pumasok sila either sa kung wala si Flashback dito sa A, they can go. Pero nga, he's gonna be positioning himself sa A. So most probably, they need to go B. But then, let's see how will they cook it. Kasi medyo alam naman na nila yung traps ni Flashback. So it won't be a big problem for them.
Understanding already the traps. Actually, pwede nga pangsira nga yung mga shock dart na yan. Para nga sigurado maka-entry sila ng walang problema. But they know how aggressive this is. Cosmic Divide, napakalayo ng pana doon ni Lenny. So alam na nila yung tao dito, but still, Buzz taking down Governor. Another swing, kaso si Jit Boys up close and personal with the headshot na magagaling sa Stinger. You have the neural theft. So they got the idea kung nasaan na mga tao dito. Double ultimates ang kanilang in-invest para sigurado madrag pa ang ating game papunta sa side ng Talon.
Mapupunta nga ba to sa side ng Talon ngayon din? Or kaya pang ma-retake to ni Captain Stacks together ang kanyang best friend? BFF niya yan eh, si Mako.
Ay,
Pero
best
na,
friend pala
kinuha
sila.
na ka. Oh, mag-best friend yan. Parating tag combo team yan. Pero time is ticking. And baka may kita niya yung shoulder kagad. Will he get it up? Jit Boys is there for the answer. Stacks is low on HP. Kaya nga ba nito dahil crossfires ang meron? Planted pa kagad. Medyo mahirapan na nga si Stacks. And this round goes into the hand of Talon. Pumupuso pa sila.
Sinubukan pa ni Stacks, kaso hindi nasapat pa. Alam naman natin na meron ding pre-planted up gravity well, kaya pwedeng ilaban last 2 rounds para madala ito sa OT. And the resilience of Talon is shining. At dito nga si Governor, pinasok na kaagad. Despite of them na masalo yung konting paint shells, talagang nagawa pa rin nilang i-contest yung site na yon. And at the same time, Jit Boys making his own play with that stinger para makakuha ng kill and prompting you to use that neural theft, giving a lot of information para magbago ang tempo ng Talon.
Magbabago nga bang ihip ng hangin? Yan ang tanong dahil DRX right now, they're on a save. Bang mauti pa. Grabe naman.
Nagpaparamdam na ang OT. Parang kanina kasi medyo mabilis na yung mga napanood nating laban ngayon. Kung sino nanalo magpo-proceed at susunod na kalaban ng Team Secret. Kaya kailangan nating bantayan na maigi kung sino nga ba. Pero 3 miyembro ang nandito ha. Pops, Bulldog, sumilip. 3. Lalipas kaya sila dito. Do you have the dog? Alam nyo lang merong isang tao sa loob ng the game of DRX. Trying their best. Makakadalawa sila dito pero tatamaan naman na showstopper. Si Foxy on that gravity well. Oh well. Bawas muna.
Munti ka na si Governor doon. Makakuha ng barela. Ayun, makakuha ng barela ang mga taga-DRX. Then Talon, alam na kagad, after taking those traps, alam na kagad ng DRX saan sila magko-commit. But then, looks like si Stacks is quite desperate to buy time. Lilith's gonna go in! At ngayon, we only have Governor! Napakatapang! Gawin ng DRX yun! Wala akong kala malam yung Talon. And what is the 50 round na naipanalo pa rin ng DRX. The Mans of VCT Pacific against Talon. So pinakaunang map natin na 13-10. But remember, dikit pa din ang score against DRX. So that means the gap is just getting closer and closer against one of the top 2 teams in VCT.
Exactly. Alam naman natin na ang DRX is one of the most consistent teams sa VCT. And this time, sinubok sila ng Talon. And alam na natin yung growth ng Talon. And ngayon, mas pinapakita nila na mas kaya nila sumabay sa even more top tier teams. It's just that so close. And iba yung confidence na dinadala doon ng ating last 2 member with that rolling thunder kasabay ng double swing. Ang pinaka nakita ko highlight dito, Ray, flashback. Iba yung performance niya.
Ako, I think I gotta give this to Stacks. I mean, alam naman natin na parating magaling si Stacks. Pero gusto ko rin naman sa kanya ibigay yung credit. Pero syempre, tignan natin kung paano nga ba ito pag-iimahimayan ng ating panel. So sa kanila muna to.
RB's going to Shanghai. Please cheer for him or something along those lines. The font is very small, but that is adorable that they're still here cheering on for DRX games as well.
Right, still sticking with their team and with good reason too, as we saw DRX still looking like they're in top form, even up against Talon, which was such a surprise to many.
Yeah, I mean, this is a maximum comfort map when it does come down to it, though, for DRX. And they go back over to Old Faithful with Stacks there on that breach, the agent that very much made him a household name in Valorant. And overall, the setups for DRX are just a bit stronger. I think that I could, the casters were talking about it, I could kind of see what Talon was going for. It's a bit of a curveball to try to bring this Sova out there, but didn't necessarily bring as much value as they would have had they just had a slightly different pick into this. Not necessarily.
Yeah, and obviously again, it's also, it seems to skew more towards one side of the map than the other, not as even. So, you know, whether you have that choice to be able to do that or not, because they have the choice of defense or attack, and because it's split, they're going to start on defense. But I think that is, if you are going to use the Silva, which obviously there's probably some reason most teams don't, that's probably where it's weaker, actually. That, you know, trying to just break apart the defensive setups with the shock darts on the attack might be a bit more useful. So at the end of the day, the new composition, okay, we see hints of it, but that's not really what carries them close to the finish line. It's really performances like Jit Boys here coming up against DRX, and with the traditional composition for DRX, they're able to carry through.
Yeah, that said, you know, even with that, you know, maybe they could have gone with a different agent composition. Maybe that would have closed out this map because it was very, very close, right? This still cements Talon Esports as one of the strongest teams that we have here during kickoff. And I love that you brought up Jit Boys, because how could we not? I mean, look at that performance there.
Yeah, this was a huge one here from Jit Boys. Very much like the Jit Boys that we saw in his debut back over at Lock-In, where they were pushing DRX to the limits. I mean, you remember that qualifying match and went the distance to try to make it into the top 4, and DRX were just basically able to scrape by with a victory over Talon. So this was Jit Boys in a major return to form.
Yeah, and of course Foxy9 as well. I mean, we've been really hyping up Flashback for good reason, but Foxy now looking a bit more comfortable on that Viper, the positions he's supposed to hold as well, and just able to fire through multiple lines of attack and really hold his position.
I mean, again, if you told me that this guy who was a Jet main was going to go over to Viper and suddenly start finding so much value, it's just astounding to me. I just can't wrap my head around how something like that can occur.
Is this the first success story, though? Is this the first success story?
No, because we have Mako.
Yeah, Mako would be. Yeah.
I mean, right now.
Well,
so far.
For Foxy9, it's his first showing that's very convincing, I would say, right? Where he feels comfortable, because the biggest thing about Foxy9 was always, if he's put on these other agents, he's so concerned with how to use the utility that he can't fire back. And now he's found that groove enough where he says, I am now comfortable enough in this agent, in this position, where I still can bring up the aim, which was what he was originally known for when he was a recruit.
Again, and this is just kind of the magic of DRX, is being able to see that untapped potential in a player and then really just drill down into them and direct them to how, you know, for how they can play things that are just so very different from what they're used to playing.
And, I mean, Lenny talked about that in the pregame interview today, right, that we saw in the video. He says, I mean, if there's any team that I trust to do that, to bring up good players to great players, it's DRX with that coaching staff. And, you know, say what you will about what they did with the team last year, but clearly they're proving once again that they know how to scout players and they know how to bring them up.
And we just saw what they were prepared for Talon earlier, right? Even with Governor diving in, even with his entries, you could always trust 3 or 2 players on the side of DRX just ready for it, just ready to anticipate it, and they knew who exactly they were dealing with and the powerhouse that Talon was ready to prepare for them. And look at the success story. They were able to shut them down.
I mean, one of the other things that we didn't really touch on before we got into the game was just DRX's proficiency at playing 4v5. So even if Governor does go diving in, getting that opening pick, it doesn't necessarily correlate with a round win, because historically, as DRX has gone abroad over to, you know, international tournaments as well as playing in regionals, if they lose somebody, oftentimes they're able to turn it around. They can work with a deficit, because the information that is gained as that player ends up falling is usually vital to them turning the rounds around. So overall, really good. I mean, Talon with a nice little rally back there towards the end, but a couple blunderous plays that result in them not getting close enough to be able to take this into an overtime, to be able to take this map away from DRX. You know, you go back to round 19, running the clock down so very much, and then just not being able to get into that plant. You never want to be in a position where you're getting compared to Carmine Corp from last year.
Yes, yeah, that's definitely not the standard you want to be compared to. And the other thing is this is another one of those cases where, all right, Talon, they cooked something new, right? They try to deviate from the double controller where you have the Viper who is able to act as that semi-sentinel, and then you've got another one like Omen or Astra that's able to they stick with the double initiators, right? You still want the flashes from the sky, then you have the Sova. And while the scoreline was close, and like you said, they had some neat ideas in a couple rounds, it's one of those things where it's like, while I would love to see what more they had cooked up in another match, but then you have to question, there's probably a reason that Viper's so strong on split. So it goes back and forth. I'd be very curious in future matches, you know, how they adjust to it, what their thoughts were. But of course, this is only map 1 in this best of 3.
That's right. It's only map 1, and we are heading into Ascent for map number 2. You mentioned, you know, Old Faithful earlier. Well, this is also Old Faithful for many, many, many reasons memorable to DRX.
Yeah, I mean, every team, I mean, this map has been in for
Of course.
It's another one of those mainstays. It's like, okay, everybody has set comms, everybody has set plays that they know how to execute on when it comes down to Ascent, and oftentimes it's going to come down to just who is the better team when it comes into that execution. But DRX, this has always been their map where they make that comeback where it looks like they're down and out. You think about them versus FPX. You think about them versus Furia. It's just countless times where they are playing on this map and they manage to come out on top in international competition. So Talon, I think they, you know, even with their victory just a couple days ago, it was dominant, but is it going to be dominant enough to take down DRX?
I mean, let's look at it from Talon's point of view, right? Okay, so Governor still able to frag out in those moments, still playing that entry very confidently. This is one of those maps where, especially once you get the operator, you have to be a bit more self-sufficient. He can play to his own strengths a little bit. On top of that, you said, I mean, this map has been read front to back by every team through and through. So Lenny should have much more comfort and practice calling on this map throughout the scrims that they've had in the offseason. And we saw hints of that when they played against Team Secret. So to me, the question from Talon is DRX going to look different just because they have 2 new members that are mixed in this combination of roster, or is it going to just be the same playbook and just the order in which they line them up?
I love that you brought that up, right? Ascent is just so classic that it's going to boil down to these individual performances, right? Agent Compline, let's put that aside. Nobody really brings surprises to Ascent. Maybe some might,
well,
but...
Buzz did play that Euro at the 10 Invitational, and it was not successful at all.
True, for good reason. Plus, I don't
It's also the first time he played it.
True.
I don't think DRX is that type to like deviate for something that works just yet. They might want to put in a little bit more homework before they actually do that. Talon, though, I would say they would be willing to bring out a wild card if ever.
I mean, maybe. Yeah, maybe purposely, you know, they show the standard composition in that last match against Secret. They just crush them, and then they still have another card in their book. And then the other thing to question is this was one of those maps that Foxy9 was playing that KO on during the offseason when they weren't playing the Yoru, and it didn't look that good. You know, the timings and then the flashes, you know, being able to swing on it on his own as well. But also, we know how important it's become now on Ascent for KOs to support their Jets with long-range flash drives. Sure. And I'm curious if that chemistry is there for Buzz.
I mean, you'd have to imagine that if there isn't a compositional difference, if it is going to be that, we're still going to be seeing Stax playing the Sova, something that we saw from him the other day, and looked wildly improved. So if Stax is Sova, as poor as it looked initially when we first witnessed it, if it can get to that point that we saw from them versus DFM, then I think that Foxy9's KO could have a very similar growth pattern.
Not to mention, you also still do have the Sentinel showdown that we have because Jet Boys has had an amazing performance. For sure, he's riding on a lot of momentum there. As we jump into our highlights, we can see many, many of them. But he will be up against, of course, Flashback on the other side. And on Ascent, of course, it's very important, especially when you do have so many players that love to flank.
Yeah, I mean, on Split, you can talk about it's more about the setups and how much time you can buy, of course, on the attack. It's about your lurks. But on Ascent, at some point, you're going to have to anchor down against multiple people. It's just going to happen on this map when you're playing that Sentinel on the defensive side. And if Jip Boys can frag out like he did during these highlights on Split, then I think DRX is also going to find it's not going to be as easy.
And we'll, you know, take a little bit of time before we get into that agent select, but just some further conjecture thinking about it now. I could actually very much see DRX potentially leaning into the T1 composition setup for this, where they actually keep Foxy9 on the Viper, don't bring the KO into the mix. That is something that they absolutely could run, and it would suit their strengths quite a bit. That also allows for Stax to stray away from that Sova if he's not feeling as confident with lineups on Ascent. And he goes back into the Fade, which he's proven many, many times over that he's very confident on.
That's an interesting note, mostly just because even though T1 played it well, I don't think as many people were convinced about that composition and the way they played it. Obviously, we've seen other teams internationally prove that Viper is viable on Ascent, but perhaps just not as dominant. You have to play that in such a unique way, and you have to be so well in tune in terms of your comms and the timings of how you navigate the toxic screen. So, but it's good news. The good news is there are these options, right? Whether it's the Viper, I mean, maybe even, you know, some form of that combination with Harbor and being able to put up all these walls and push through like Paper Rex used to in the past when they were trying out the Reyna on Ascent. So
no surprises.
Nope.
No surprises.
No surprises at all.
Stock standard mirrored compositions.
Oh my gosh. Well, what else were we expecting? I don't know. We were hoping maybe there would be something new, but as of now, we are seeing, of course, this mirror match, and I think right now DRX, of course, riding on all of that momentum.
Yeah, I think the upside here for Talon Esports is obviously Sova fits on this map way more comfortably than he does on Split. So for Lenny, who did have a poor performance in that opening map, I think that this should be him getting into a much more comfortable position.
Yeah, and also my eyes once again on the duelists and their operator battles. Buzz has been continuing to prove that he's found that comfort throughout the offseason towards the end of last year as well. But now, coming back into VCT Pacific Kickoff, going up against the likes of Governor, does he have a good start on it?
I think the biggest question here for Talon is, do they know the telling signs of when the tiles crunch is going to happen. We'll see.
We will indeed see as we toss it on over to our casters, Paperthin and Azurai.
Thank you. We enjoy that. And now we're about to enjoy the second game, but I really do want, like, at some point, right, we get a different composition from any team. We've seen it yesterday, but I want to see it more.
It'd be nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad T1, you know, gives us something a little bit different. I mean, why not just, you know, four initiators? Saw that in another region.
Or three controllers.
Yeah.
Ayan, tayo na ulit ang magkakasama dito sa ikalawang yugto na bakbakan ng Talon na DRX sa mapa ng Pinoy sa Ascent. Kami pa rin, Ray at Osiris. Sinimulan na kaagad yung laban dito.
Okay, tignan natin kung gaano kahaba. Pero Governor right now, mabilisan lang against kay Flashback. At Lenny is gonna go for that flat. Ang bilis kagad ng Talon. May rason nga kung bakit kinuha to ng Talon. Mukhang nagpe-pave naman because it's not the best DRX map that we've seen. Pero we've seen them beat Paper X here. So talagang it's a 50-50. And na ngayon, kanina ganito din naman nangyari. Attacking side ng Talon, sobrang lakas. Pero the Tapas are gonna be working well. Foxy9 got it. Tatlo na lang kagad. Pero si Foxy9 is just too good. Tinatrap nila yung dalawang members. But time is ticking. They need to go for that defuse. Pero inaabangan na nga nila kaliwat kanan. And we only have one. Nahap na nga lang. They need to buy time. May nakatingin. Pero nga lang makuha pa rin ito ng Paper X, ng DRX. So, 1-0. Namiss ko lang kasing Paper X. Di ko pa sila pinakastay.
Sana maabutan naman natin one time kasi maganda rin ang kanilang mga performance recently at isa nga yun sa nakalaban din ng DRX. Sana naglabas ng Euro sa Sunset. Pero going back dito sa current situation natin, kailangan lang talaga mag-buy time kanina. Jit Boys tried his best. Kaso, 2 members still. Kung numbers game, pwede pa rin siyang i-duel or i-swing mula doon. Kaya mas kakayanin nga nilang mabuhay. At may panalo ng DRX, nasa kanila na naman ng tempo. May being the attacker ngayon ng Talon, medyo mahihirapan sila kasi defensive. Malakas masyado ang defense ng DRX.
Oo. We all know naman na ganito ang mga taga-DRX. Pero syempre guys, let's wait and see. It's not yet over pa naman for the side of Talon. It's just the start. Pero yun na lang, syempre, nakakaba guys. Kasi nga, malakas talaga ang isang katulad ng DRX in this map. They have a good performance. Just good, an excellent performance in Ascent. And etong Ascent comp ay nagsasawa na ako dahil wala man lang nagbago. Kahit yung panel, no? Kahit yung panel nagulat, di na sila nagulat. It's just the same. Di naman nagbago lahat eh. Siya lang naman na nagbabago.
Ay, yun lang. Medyo talaga nagbabago yung mga tao. Pero nakita nga natin kung gaano nga sabi na natin vanilla, sabi nila Raph, na it always has been the same na pick, same comp. Wala nang kakaiba, not even a different, sabihin na natin different agent. Pero nakita naman natin, go lang dahil nga nag-go-go na sila dito. Napakawala ng mga outlaw, pero ito si Flashback. Masyado siya malapit, pinapatabisan na dito ng Ares kasi hindi pa rin sila masisira ng moral. Mag-i-stay pa rin sila dito kasi naipit na nga sa Gedli si Lenny at mukhang wala na siya magagawa pa as Foxy will make sure na makuha ang another round sa DRX. Alam niyo na yan guys, hindi na rin bago. Pag nakuha yung pistol, mataas yung chance ang manalo sa second round.
Oo naman. Tapos DRX din naman to guys. So, just been pretty good for the side of DRX. Talagang now that they're here and they're defending sa Ascent, all is well for them. Ito din yung nakakagulat to. Si Foxy9 dati yung duelist, pero talagang gusto ko na nag-focus role na sila. Dati kasi sobrang sabihin na lang natin na liquefied yung mga mga flex mains talaga eh. Etong mga tropa natin mula sa DRX. At ngayon, meron na talaga silang minamaster. Pero nga nag-audition kayo dyan? Oh my goodness. At ngayon, nag-audition na nga din kagad. Governor takes the shot as well. And we only have Flashback remaining. Nakita niya yung isa, pero mukhang wala pang magpapakita sa harapan niya.
Yun, and tulad nga na sinabi natin, ano bang nangyayari? Doon sa pag-audition na yun is most likely gusto lang nilang mambigla and just destroy some of those sabihin natin economy kahit pa paano magasgasan nila. Kaso ang nangyari, sila ang nasurpresa dahil masyadong defensive yung pwesto ng Talon doon. Hindi sila masyado lumapit sa main, took a lot of time to entirely surprise itong miyembro ng Talon na yun. Sila yung talagang pumasok sa choke point instead of the other way around. And so they lose the moment ng kanilang bonus, and Talon with a much needed win to push themselves back to the scoreboard.
At least sa back on track na nga din kagad sila. Pero nga lang, yung pag-aasim talaga ng DRX. The problem DRX is they always isolate yung mga nakakalaban nila, which is not good. Pero para sa side naman ng Talon, sabi nga natin, you captivate DRX, make the most out of their mistakes. Sobrang magiging worth it yan. Pero Stacks, nako po, dangerous yung malalaking Odin na yan.
Bumunot na ng kanyang sariling Odin ngayon. Shock Dart, Jeet Boys, nasa loob lang naman siya ng smoke. Pero flashback, magkakatagpuan kaya sila dito, maganda ang pwesto niya. Hindi masisilip basta-basta habang si Lenny checking lang dito sa mid. Jeet Boys, ayan, makikita na siya dito ni Flashback. Once nalaliman niya yung push, mukha siyang safe. Pero si Flashback pala ain't safe anymore. That's no KJ. Make that 2, make that 3. Jeet Boys!
Here.
Triple headshot sa magkakaibang lugar. The advantage in the hands of Talon.
I don't get it why DRX is whiffing at this point. The whiff lang naman yung problema sa kanila. Guns are okay, the strats are okay, but this against Talon, sobrang nakaka-disappoint yung ginagawa nila ngayon. Pero is what it is. We still have Mako naman together with Foxy9, pero they are gonna be opting for that save.
That save being used for the next round. Dahil alam nga natin alanganin yun. Eh si Van, no? Ang nakakuha ng Odin. Pinapakawalan lang kung saan-saan. Tamang check lang si Governor. Baka may mapitas pa eh. Baka makaisa pa tayo. Kaso yung pwesto ng DRX, good spot. Kumbaga hindi yung basta-basta na lang may malilikuran o may iba ng mahuhuli out of nowhere. So making sure na meron pa rin silang matitake home. But then again, Jeet Boys entering yung patience niya doon sa BN. Unfortunate for Flashback dahil sulok na siya doon eh. Kaso hindi nga nag-work sa kanya. So other members will settle for Sheriff para dito sa DRX.
Oo. Talagang alam naman natin yan na for DRX, it's just been pretty clean for all of them. But is it gonna be clean? Onto the side right now ng Talon as they get their consistency. Pero nga lang DRX ngayon talagang pinapatulog ng Talon. When it comes to this type of executions, guys, types of agents, it's just all gonna be mattering kung may lamang ka sa mga kaguluhan ng mundo, kung may kalaman ka sa mga strat. Pero masyadong maasim si Flashback na dapat hindi mo na ginagawa.
Isa pa.
And then we only have one. That's gonna be Foxy9. With this Phantom.
Naku. Magkakaibang instances at situation ng pag-shoot nila with only Phantom in his hands. Paano niya pa matitake advantage? 16 HP dito si Lenny. Swing. Ay! Namali pa siya ng tingin. Pero okay lang. Headshot naman niya doon. Pero si Crows nandito pa rin at napunta pa sa kanya yung Spike Ray 2 versus 1.
Oo, talagang medyo mahirap-hirap na nga to sa side ni Foxy9. Pero let's see.
Overthink
40
malala.
seconds, nasa kanya. Oh no, he finally gets it. Inaabangan niya kung meron at mukhang maririnig niya na may dalawa sa kanyang harapan. Nilabas na kay Paranoia but won't connect. And Cruz takes it 3-2. Dang, Talon, 3 rounds na sunod-sunod.
Unfortunately, na nailaban niya pa yon. Remember, marami pa siyang utilities na pwedeng gamitin. He got the knight, he got the fragment. Pwede niya pa sana i-contest yun kasi it feels like hindi niya alam kung saang parte lalaban or saang side manggagaling. At isa lang yung nakita niya. So, he's still cautious kung paano niya nga ba i-take advantage yung part na yon. But then again, Talon is on a roll ngayon. With that comeback, 3 rounds sa sunod-sunod. Bladestorm ni Governor, makakawalan na pero may Odin pa tayo makikita dito. Hunter's Fury, pagkagamit ang Odin, kinasa na kaagad yung palaso. Nasa loob na rin si Governor ngayon at si Flashback ang susunod na mawawala. 3 members down and DRX are falling easily as that.
Eto, mukhang hulog na naman ang mga member ng DRX. It seems like they can't do this. Mukhang mapupunta tayo sa breeze if they can put on a stop right now against Talon. Yung mga shots hindi nagko-connect. Sobrang outplayed sila kagad. They get overwhelmed with Jit Boys. Hindi nila ma-handle yung perfection na kailangan. And this is what happens. Foxy9 on this flex roll. I'm not a big fan. Pero sa tingin ko lang nalalamangan lang sila, nagugulangan lang sila parati talaga ng Talon.
Kumaga one step ahead recently si Talon and understandable naman. Alam natin na this is their map pick. And ngayon parang DRX, kahit sabihin na natin ito na yung paulit-ulit na mapa, ito na yung ine-expect natin na makita sa bawat laban. Feels like lost pa rin ang DRX on how they execute yung ganitong klaseng mga play. And they might be more enthusiastic pagdating sa attacker. Kaso ngayon na kumukuha na madaming puntos ang Talon. Kaya kailangan nang itawag yung timeout na yan kasi ang dami ng kaganapan eh.
Oo, kailangan na talaga nila i-fix yung mistakes nila because it has been really hard already for the side of TRX. 4 rounds na silang natatalo, guys. Remember that. And it seems like they can't find their footholds dito lamang. They're getting just being kicked off right now by Talon dahil sa mga times na masyado sila nag-overpick. The shots are whiffing. Yung buong lakas nila, napagod sila siguro dun sa nangyari sa kanila sa may split. And I wish they will come back kasi gusto ko dito parang batters kasi everyone knows Ascent. And yet sa DRX, they're actually losing.
Yun nga eh, kumbaga. Ito na yung mapang hindi naman nagbago. So in terms of textbook play, dapat mas normal na ito sa bawat teams. Feels like itong Talon, mas preparado lang sila dito sa kinuha nilang mapa. And sabi nga sabi ni Coach, sige lang, labanan nyo lang sila ng labanan. And this time, itong DRX, harapin na nila si Governor na merong dalang operator.
Oh. At ngayon, ang mga taga-Talon naman, they just need to keep their consistency. Sabi ko nga, magaling si Governor. I think si Governor talaga yung best player ngayon para sa side ng Talon. While ang adjustments there, buti binigay ni Jet Boys together with Cruz. And now DRX, they're just having a hard time. I really do think ang hirap sa kanila ngayon kumuha ng defense. Parati silang nakuha. But then, excuse me! Excuse me, what is this? Ano to? Ano to nangyayari? Bakit biglang nanalo yung DRX? Nakakala natin nagdadala ng momentum ng Talon.
Ginamit pa yung Blade Storm pagkakuha ng operator sa file bailout dito si Bud. So kahit ano mangyari sa sitwasyon na to, ang mahalaga is save ang operator. Pero for now, hindi matatama yun. But still, naka-ready naman si Stax with only pistol in hand. Makakapatay pa siya doon. Pero si Lenny with that Odin, dire-diretso. Ako, medyo aggressive yung pwesto dito ni Buzz. Alam natin may drone, Blade Storm. Kaso wala na siyang pang-bailout and operator in the hands ni Lenny. Pwede niyang ilabas to kung sakali mang hindi magtuloy-tuloy, pero mukhang gusto niyang ilaban ng tuluyan with that Odin. Alam naman natin na sila ngayon ang nasa kalamangan, pero a good time out and a good change of pace para dito sa side ng DRX. Sa shock dart, nahuli ng Recon Bolt. Magtatago muna siya dito sa Gedli. Hindi pa rin mag-swing yung ibang mga members ng DRX. At ayun, binawalan na kagad ang Odin, pero magkakasunod na flash, even the fragment. At nasa Gedli na naman si Stax para tapusin ang trabaho and keeping the operator in their hands.
Grabe, ang lala ng mga pangyayari ngayon. I am so confused. Etong ginawa ka, ganda flashback together with Foxy9. Ang galing, the coordination is up there. Buti nakapag-restart sila. That was a high risk for them to actually buy for that round. Hindi naman lahat sa kanila bumili. Some of them has their sheriffs. But then, biglang sabi nila, masyado kasi sila na-overwhelm with Governor, with that jet. Kaya siguro nag-out sila kagad. Pero ngayon, they tried to keep the contact closer para talagang they get those shots work for them.
So closing in the distance para siguradong hindi
Close in the
ganun.
distance. Sorry, nerd. Sorry. Okay, go.
Okay lang.
Sorry, favorite song kasi yan sa FF. FF14. Hindi ko sabihin yung bahala na kayo. Yan kasing nasa Endwalker, by the way.
Yan.
Okay lang, wala namang
wala pa naman eh. Wala pa.
Wala pa.
Wala pa
Next
30
time.
seconds.
Wala pa. Yun. Overwhelm na naman yung Talon ngayon. Nag-iingat sila. So, ayan.
Sila lang muna dito and aware na sila sa capabilities ng operator. Kaya si Silip at walang tatamaan kasi si Jitboy once again makakuha ng kill dito and si Flashback nga ang nasa off angle na yun. Kaso na-trade lang naman na kill dito KJ pero dahil wala na kayo utility na gagamitin dito, napakadali na lang kanilang pagpasok pero sa boathouse. Headshot na magagaling dito kay Buzz. May scan man siya dito pero naka-ready na ang mga miyembro ng DRX bilang backup dito kasi dalawa ang niligpit ng Talon ngayon. Null command and they are in the commanding position para kapatumbay ng mga members dito pero nagpapakawala pa rin na bala dito si Buzz. Ang kanyang operator. Tamang patintero lang kasi si Jit Boys. Napakainit ang kanyang tutok ngayon. Pinatagusan ni Mako. But that's gonna be it. That's Gross on his crosshair. Dahil out na ngayon si Mako and Talon with that play. Solid yan ha.
Bakit mo sinilip? Stocks! Ay, si Foxy9 ba yun? Sinadakin lang ulitin ko lang. Si Foxy9 ata. Ay, di, si Stocks nga. Ay, di, si Mako. Okay. Ang akala ko, napatay siya doon kasi si para si Cross nasa loob na ng site. But okay, guys. They lost again on that round. That could have been to the side of DRX. They tend to overheat. That's the problem. The DRX. Common mistake. By the way, sa sobrang common, hindi na siya bago. Hindi na something na, grabe. Ay, parang lumipas na naman. Okay. And now, timeout goes to the hand of Talon. And I am quite happy to see that the Talon, despite yung mga konting lapses nila, next round will be a comeback round. Pero ang dugo ng Ascent, ang bagal. Imeya ba kayo, guys? Nasa Pacific tayo.
Guys, press W region tayo. Remind lang natin sa mga players dyan na pwede po tayong magdire-diretso kung nanaisin nyo po. Pero iba andito tayo sa mga much more calculated play. And to be honest, feeling ko nga yung ganitong klaseng, parang pag nag-clash yung dalawang high-octane players, yung positive to positive, magiging negative. Kasi kailangan nilang basahin yung isa't isa eh. Kailan mag-e-explode to? Kailan mag-e-explode dyan? And with that being said, DRX on the back foot. And nakapag-time out na nga tayo dito dahil medyo questionable ngayon nangyari pero 4 ultimates na naka-ready dito. Sisilip na ang mga miyembro. Governor will take down Foxy9.
At ngayon, I love Governor pagdating sa how good it is. This man is just crazy. It's just really hitting his shots perfectly and how disciplined is him. Usually, kapag may kita mo kagad siya, once he pick off, isang duelist, once he pick off one, they commit sa side. Pero dito, wala. Kita mo na, hindi naman sa nag-held back. It's just that if alam niyang hindi siya full advantage, hindi niya i-commit kagad. And with this type of roster na Talon has, sobrang promising nito. At ngayon naman, Ban tries to pick up at least one din as well. Pero mukhang wala pa naman. And DRX right now, very overwhelming. Pero Buzz, hello? Ano yun? At lahat kita-kita na yung ibang miyembro. Grabing sagutan ng dalawang teams. Ito parehas na magaling. Pero nga lang mukhang tutumba na kagad si Stocks. Sayang!
Si Stocks doon. Sayang. And even yung outlaw ni Mako. Lahat dumadaan sa crosshair. Pero lahat hindi tumatama recently. Isa pa lang yun. Si Ban pa lang ang siyang nauhuli dito. Pero the plant. And even the lockdown gagamitin na nila dito pero wala silang magagawa kundi ituloy-tuloy lang ang pag-atake. And that's gonna be it para dito sa Talon dahil nga sila na ang ahead in flashback, the last man standing. And medyo, talagang in-invest pa nila yung lockdown para lang masecure yun.
At ito pa look at the performance ng Talon as of now. Crispy aim, Governor para pinanganak talaga siya sa Ascent literal. All those cheeky angles. Although, nakita naman natin na They have good guns than earlier. Too bad sa DRX wala. Pero getting defeated like this ng Talon, ang magiging banger talaga. Itong breeze kung sakasakaling mapunta tayo sa mapang ito. Pero syempre, it's too early to tell because we can see naman that Talon, that DRX makes an effort just extending it. But those extensions feels like may mga oras lang na may mga lapses. Like ito, mukhang kanina, takot na takot si Buzz. Iba siyang pwesto. Pero right now, good read lang din ang nagmula sa DRX side.
Once again, DRX hitting back. Para naman makahabol pa sila dito. Operator kay Buzz. Sisilip, susubukan mag-pre-fire. Inactivate na ang dash. Still hindi pa rin gagana, Governor. Nawala na yung kanyang one-way na binabantayan. Crosser to crosser, operator to operator. Sino ang unang makakuha pa ng dagdag kills para ma-push ang advantage sa kanilang hands. Pero unti-unti na silang mag-move dito sa mid. Governor, magpapalit sila, entry, pinahawak muna yung operator sa tropa at hahawakan na nila ang market. Cloudburst, ito na ang execution. Sinira na ang pinto, kaso hindi pa sumabog kaagad ng Cloudburst pa, but the dash will be used in. Mapupunta na sa likod ng site ngayon ang DRX habang si Van makakuha na ng kill. But still, a good defense, a good exchange na manggagaling kay Foxy. Pwede niya patagusan dito para sa Governor. Hindi tatama ang kanyang shot!
Oh my
Si
goodness!
Buzz! Makakuha pa ng isa.
Grabe to. Nag-operator lang si Buzz, parang ihip ng hangin. Pero 2v1 to Pero wala ng oras. O nga pala. Puti na yun Puti na yung numbering
Oo. Ang tagal ng execution dun ng Talon. Sobrang naipit sila. Sa unang kill pa lang, nagdalawang isip na sila kung saan sila mag-i-execute.
Ang ano talaga yung mga jet natin ngayon, they're just too powerful. They have their own set. I think sobrang, tignan mo naman yung frag distribution. Every one of them is just good. Walang nale-left behind between these two. And ito Ascent is so common for everyone already. And it's just the same, guys. Sobrang same lang talaga kung paano ka mag-acto dito. Wala nang bago. Para sabi lang yan, walang magbabago sa bahay na to. Literal, ganun.
No. And yun naman ang maganda dun. Dahil nga, walang kailangan ayusin, walang kailangan baguhin. Pati tuloy yung mga teams, pare-parehas lang din ang pinipik dito. Ang kaso lang, nagkakaiba sila ng playstyle, nagkakaiba ng overheating moments, commitment issues. Pero tamang silip lang. Naku, medyo hindi na kinalabit doon. Buzz, bibitawan na dito ang kanyang anggulo at nakataas si Governor. Naku, magkamali ka na silip! Siya pala ang makakatulog and Buzz hitting back even further. Talon, what are you going to do? Magbabago sila ng pacing dito sila manggagaling sa 3 kaso si Buzz na naman ang nakatingin. Got to. Tatatlo pa yata ang kagustuhan niya dito. Alam niya na meron tao, hindi tumama. Dash away. Pero still, nasa kanya pa rin ang anggulo na ito as flashback will make sure na wala na makaka-cross pa. May shrouded step. Pwede magbago ang ihip ng hangin. Mapapantom siya dito and the push and the kill na magagaling kay Foxy 9. And DRX consistently making sure na makahabol sa Talon.
Grabe, ano to? Buzz versus Governor type of game? Grabe, lalamangan niya dun si Governor. Narinig niya ata. Or very obvious kagad yung ginawa nila. But, the adjustment nga ng DRX, they usually give a round for adjustments and finally nakapag-adjust na sila. Buzz right now is kind of unstoppable. And they're just crazy. Pares sa teams na to, Osiris, we will agree na pares yung skill set na meron sila.
Sobrang insane as in terms of tutukan talagang hindi na lang siya basta-basta pagalingan bumaril kung sino talaga yung una mong mahuhuli. Ascent is the map of battle of less mistake. Sa sobrang normal na niya, sa sobrang casual na natin siya nakikita. And ngayon, matutulak papalayo once again. Losing Governor every first round is a big problem para sa Talon.
Every round for Talon, sayang na din kagad yung naging aspeto ng momentum. Pero kasi yan nga, DRX to di ba? Kahit mo sabihin mong new roster, they're just the best team right now out there. Kita yung barrel ng baril niya. Malaki na din yung impact na yun. May kasama pang Hunter's Fury. Tinigil na din muna niya. Pero huwag kayo masyadong mag-accept. Pero kita-kita na kayo. Bond takes him down. We only have Jeet Boys na naman na mag-isa sa side ng Talon. And right now, it's gonna be a tie between DRX together with Talon. Halftime is there. Ang init na parehas na teams. Wala akong masabi. Wag na kayo mag-Ascent next time.
Oo. Iba na lang. Mag-icebox kayo. Kung saan man. Maiba lang pero 6-6 ang laki at ang layo ng ibinangon nila dito, Ray. At tulad nga ng sinabi natin, DRX, nahihirapan sila mag-defend nung una. Ngayon sila ang mapupunta sa attacker. It feels like yung ganitong klaseng aggression ng team, pwede nilang i-take over yung buong game. At pag nakuha nila to, definitely sila ang magpuproceed. But Talon still, they have their hopes. Governor, kailangan niya mag-ingat ngayon kasi siya yung unang napipick. At from there on, nawawalan na ng direksyon yung tropa natin sa Talon.
Oo nga eh. Yan nga din ba nangyayari once we switch sides? Because Street Boys right now looks promising as of now. Pero ngayon, habang tayo nasa break, pa-shoutout daw sabi ni Vil. Shoutout kay Vil.
Ayun.
Hello. Hi Vil,
Shoutouts.
kumusta? Saan na kumain ka na ng maayos? Ayan. Lang. Ano ba kinain mo, Bes?
Amang chill lang si Vil. Day off. Makikita na natin siya sa 24th kung di ako nagkakamali. Semis. So, abangan nyo si Vil at ang kanyang mga bomberong backup.
Akala kong ano nangyari, pero sana safe kayo guys sa mga nandyan.
At kumain na rin. Huwag nyo kalimutan mag-dinner dahil mahaba-haba pa ang adventures natin ngayon dito sa ikalawang mapa. Aggressive ang kuha ni Governor. Ang lalim na dun.
Oo, malalim ang hugot ni Governor. Pero nga lang, alam mo yung attacking ng DRX, hindi ako fan. So, ano kayang gagawin nila dito?
Bakit? Ano sa tingin mo yung
usually
iba?
kasi sa eto nga, nag-iba sila ng role eh. Si Fox, hindi ako fan ng attacker-sided plays niya. Pero sa kay Buzz, okay naman. It's Buzz we're talking about. Buti hindi na sila binibigyan ng mixed roles kasi mas nakagiging confusing to sa side ng DRX. But with the help naman ng Flashback, I think it will be different. He has an insane firepower, a fresh perspective din sa side ng DRX. Pero nga lang, they're finally destroyed. Di makapag-plant ng maigi kagad. But then, speaking of firepower, Flashback, isa-isa kaso nga lang ban is there. Low on HP ang iba't ibang miyembro ngayon ng DRX.
Oh, no.
Which is going to be crucial. Isa na lang kagad natitira and that's just it. What a take, what a retake. Yung position doon ni Flashback, alanganin na yun. Once he got the kill, alam na nila kung saan. And it just became a landslide sa side ng Talon.
Yeah, in that opening nga ng door na yun, ilang members yung kailangan niyang kalabanin. And kahit, despite of them already, knowing kung ilan yung mga members doon, kita mo si Lenny, siniko niya eh. Nangarap-harapan yung last member para lang siguraduhin na maging ahead. And Talon getting that pistol round. Ibig sabihin, sila ang siyang mangingbabaw sa susunod na round with those upgraded weapons. Mukhang magiging ahead na naman yata ang Talon ng dalawang round at gustong-gusto yata ng DRX sa may paghabulan eh.
At ngayon, ang ginawa ng Talon, may trade-offs, okay, pero still, medyo madugo pa rin to. Low on HP na rin, halos lahat sila. They got Governor lang naman din. It's just pretty... Ay, yun lang, hindi tumama si Lenny. Ayun na, tumama na din sa bakas. Buzz na lang together with Stacks ang natitira ngayon din. And Talon is just getting the huge advantage pagdating sa kanilang utilities, pagdating sa kanilang mga guns. So, it's just pretty hard to see DRX like this. And speaking of 2-round difference na from Talon, nag-iba na ang ihip ng hangin para sa team na to.
At ayun na nga, dahil doon sa kanilang magandang upgrades this time, napakaganda din ng kanilang sitwasyon. Kita mo naman yung ginawa doon ni Governor, oh. Even si Crows na naka-stinger lamang nagawa pa nga makapatay from that distance and making sure at the very last moment na bantayan na lang itong A site. They don't have much of a choice kundi ilaban na lamang. Ang pinakaiba dito, nasa bonus ang Talon pero nag-ready na si Governor ng kanyang operator. So pwede silang mga sorpresa dito if feeling confident on DRX because this is their buy round. So pwede silang gumawa ng play out of it. Pero for now, bigay muna tayo ng orb kay Foxy. We need that null command para maswabe yung ating pagpasok. Pero so far, so good naman as Lenny once again this deep dito sa B main, already giving a lot of information na hindi nakabistak ang ating mga tropa. Kaya kung mapapansin nyo yung number of persons natin, mas madami sa A.
Di-default lang sila eh. Ganito talaga sa Ascent eh. Okay, at least kay Lenny, nababasa na nga niya kung saan ang mga miyembro ngayon ng DRX. But Stacks, he needs to make those good calls. It's up to him together with Mako. Kung may mapipita sila. Pero after making those distractions, mukhang disiplina pa rin ang meron kay Governor. At yan na nga, mukhang may mabiktima. Nice flash. Pero syempre, Foxy takes one out. Oh, he can be out, but then looks like the shots are working. Alam nila, they're respecting those op shots coming in from Buzz. And Lenny na lang kagad natita. Grabing fake yun ng DRX. Literal, nalito ang mga taga, Talon eh.
Oo, and ito nga, last member, Lenny sa kamay ni Stacks. And with that, snappy of a play. Nakaabang pa yung operator doon ni Governor kaso hindi rin nila napakinabangan. Kaya for now, they need to settle less sa kanilang mga equipments ngayon. At kita mo naman na yun, si Foxy. Kahit sabihin mong siya na yun nanguna doon, tinangkin na lahat. Nagawa pa rin nila mag-survive at ang pinakamahalagang kill is removing Governor doon sa kanyang magandang pwesto. Pero still, meron pa rin naman siyang karampatang pera para magkaroon ng operator muli. 7-8 tayo ngayon. Getting close and look at that knife. Tamang scan lang.
Grabe, how can DRX just know where Governor is? Ang talino eh. Like, iwas na iwas eh. Dati kasi itong DRX talagang pinapunish nila yung off-player. Pero ngayon, alam nila eh. We gotta respect, wala nga tayong dedicated talaga naman 100% off-players. Well, so ngayon, we gotta maximize what we have. We have flashes from KO. We have flashback as well. Eto na, may mabibiktim. Ayun! Buti na lang sumilip siya at alam na. Finally, ng DRX, saan pupunta si Governor? Will it be worth it for them to actually commit here sa mid? Alam na nila kung saan siya pwesto and it's now the call para mag-cut na ngayon ang mga taga-DRX.
Confirmed pwesto ng operator pero the reposition, we are seeing a lot of stacked people pagdating dito sa A. This is the usual 4-1 setup as Lenny would still be left out to dry sa B side. Meron tayong null command kung gusto man nila ayusin to or gusto man nila ilaban pero bumunta na ng paranoia baka kasi nando pa rin sa same spot si Governor. Pero jump pick na naman muli. They got the confirmation once again. Back Foxy 9 taking down Crows but the shorty. Pero still, Buzz with the return kill. Shock dart, pinapaulan na dito. Meron mang scan na magaganap. Hindi pa rin yung magiging sapat para matulak palayo dito ang members ng DRX flashback. Tamang upo lang dito. Tamang timing lang. Inaabangan lang niya unti-unti at mukhang flashback throwback dahil binalik na niya sa score with triple kill. DRX equalizing.
What was that flashback? Sobrang nasty mo naman, my G! Yan na to! Hinahanap-hanap eh. Oo, yung tatlong miyembro nandun eh. Pero 1, 2, 3, punish lahat. Walang nagawa. And the crowd is just huge right now. Onto the side of DRX. 8 all. Ito pa, wala magagawa. Walang extra money. Gano itong mga taga-Talon.
This is looking bad sa kanila. Dahil pwede na naman mapunta ang advantage sa side ng DRX. And mind you, hindi pa nila in-invest yung kanyang null command doon just to push the side. Ganun sila ka-confident ngayon on taking those fights nang walang pinoproblema. Knife scan. Walang mahuhuli dito si Ban. Another orb na pwede nilang gamitin dito or mapakinabangan. Pero ayaw nilang gumawa ng tunog. Drone. Chine-check na naman nila uli bawat corner. Alam na nila kung nasaan. Cloudburst. Distraction play! At pumasok na nga sa pintuan. Still, si Buzz pa rin ang siyang mangingibabaw. Isa sa generator. Pero still, DRX with the flawless execution. Only Buzz goes down. Pero alam naman na natin sa entry niyang yun eh.
Ano to? Sobrang perfect ng DRX. Ito na yung ito na yung sasabi natin. There's just a gap between DRX together with Talon. In a way na dun sa mga crucial moments, ang nakakapag-snap out of it is the DRX boys. At alam nyo na crucial moments with a lot of experience, kaya mong makastand up kagad. Pero syempre, we gotta give it the benefit of the doubt. Nakaano naman kasi kagad Itong mga taga-Talon, naka-eco lang. Pero may makakasilip ata kay Governor. And speaking of, sisilipin siya. Mukhang di ka na nga siya ma-pick off ngayon. Pero di siya masyado aasimin ng mga miyembro ng DRX. Konting pahapyaw lang ang kailangan nila gawin. And they make their move! But Stacks, nagmamadali na naman ang koya mo.
And yun nga yung sinabi natin kanina na alam nila na a-identify nila yung pwesto lagi dito ni Governor, but losing Stacks means one less of a members, less of those gathering information before sila makapasok dito. And ilan beses na rin natin nakita na isang member lang ang nag-hold ng B. Kaya napaka-posible naman mang-surpresa sila dito at dire-diretso na nga papasok dito si Buzz. Na-control na nila ang loob ng B-site, even the null command. Ginvest na rin nila dito at isa lang ang siyang natitira. Moving in ang Talon for a retake, pero ang lalim dito ni flashback mula sa pizza. Makakahuli na naman siya. Lead from this guy! Mga makaka-4 pa nga, kaso tumalikod siya as Governor. Dala ang kanyang mga kutsilyo sa kusina ni Nanay. 3 versus 2 situation.
At ngayon, 2 versus 3. Even if Stacks is out of the roster as of now, mukhang nagawa na paraan ng DRX. Napakabilis na mga pangyayari na naman. That burst coming in from them is just unstoppable. Bana lang kagad natitira. Wala siyang choice. He needs to get out. Wala na silang pera next round. And that might be a double, already a round 11 na take para sa side ng DRX. And speaking of, that will be his answer. May pera pa naman. They can still force next round. Pero kapag natalo ulit sila, that might be a match point already para sa side ng DRX.
Naku, DRX. They are on roll and flashback from previous game. Nakita na natin yung capabilities niya. Hanggang ngayon, ramdam natin yung kanyang mga plays, yung kanyang pag-cut ng rotations and cutting the throats ng Talon, losing 3 members for a single guy.
I am just so shocked na...
Lost din ako
Oo, sa DRX. Hindi mo pala, Stacks, akala mo okay, too late na. Pero ang bilis Yung shot, ayos pa. Oh my goodness, ban, tap sa mukha. Next pa kagad, that's gonna be flashback. Ano ginagawa ng Talon? This isn't worth it. Pero wait. Lenny! Finally gets one. Pero nga lang, nadink lang kagad ang isa. That's gonna be flashback. Wala lang, nadingka lang kagad si Foxy na yung 2 sa 4. They need to go towards A sana. Pero nag-audition pa sila, hindi. Dahil si Crows na lang kagad natitira on this situation.
Meron siyang from the shadows, but definitely anong play ang pwede niyang gawin dito. Shrouded step and smoke lang ang meron siya. No paranoia. At pwedeng is-save na lang niya ang kanyang gun for the very last moment. And even Stacks ngayon talagang doing his due diligence na i-check bawat corner. But feels like exit frags ang aabangan dito ni Crows.
At ngayon, habang inaabangan nga natin si Crows at nag-aalangan ng oras sa lahat-lahat, anong gagawin ngayon ng Talon? Wala na naman siyang choice. Sabi ko nga, this is going to be expensive sa kanila. And next round pa, yung poproblemahin nila ngayon, Osiris. And this is it. Okay, got Baz, not bad. Pero next round, match point ito sa DRX ng mabilisan. Because wala silang pera gano. Okay, they need to force already. Wala na silang choice or maybe they need to have. Pero ito, medyo crucial to. Sana hinintay na lang nila. But I get the idea naman. They have full buys. They want to take the risk with that Odin as well. Pero it didn't work.
Yes, medyo hindi lang talaga nakuha yung proper timings. But definitely they have the confidence on trying to execute. They have the plan. Kaso hindi lang talaga nag-work dahil nga itong DRX mas iba ang galaw ngayon. Compared kanina, talagang nasa komportable ng attacker itong DRX. So it was really a good job na maidikit nila on a 6-6. Tapos ngayon sila yung mas may freedom to might lose some of those rounds to adapt if ever. Pero kita na nila, they have prior information. Si Lenny lalapit, susubukan niya kumuha ng off angle dito. Pwede siyang manorpresa. Merong recon. Kaso masasaktuhan nga ba siya? At ayun nga, nagkasaktuhan nga sila, nagkasilipan. Karanado Swarm, Jade Boys, nasa harap na dito si Boss. Kaso papuputukin ng kanyang ulo ng walang problema. At 3 versus 4, nagtatakbuhan na yung dalawang miyembro dito ng Talon para sigurado ma-back up nga itong nasa B side. But then again, low na si Foxy. Makukuha naman nila ang site, makakapag-plan sila, and with this last 2 members with only Pistol and Guardian mula dito sa mag-best friend na confirm na ang kanilang pwesto, pwede mag-iba ng posisyon dito o ng anggulo. At medyo magulo ang isip ng Talon dahil DRX on a match point.
Match point. DRX, Unbothered Kings. Ang hirap nun na. That was a 6-8 and then the rounds were just so slow yet explosive, very tactical, very smart. Foxy 9, bigla na lang siya nag-heat up. Lahat biglang nag-connect. Flashback also as well. Actually, buhat na buhat nga si Mako tsaka si Stux ni Buzz, Foxy 9 together with the newest addition which is Flashback.
Ako, pinapatunayan talaga ng Flashback na ako ang hinahanap nyo para mag-work well. And another lineup ng Nano Swarm na kailangan lang tanggalin. So less of a check of a corner, pero alam naman natin na merong Odin doon. Si Lenny, meron pa siyang Hunter's Fury Ang dami na pinapakawalan dito, mga palaso. Again, yung pwesto na naman ni Buzz ngayon. At hindi naman siya marireveal dahil nakapasok na sila dito. And God, Sorky, kaso nasa gilid nga dito. Si Crows, nakakuha sila ng another kill. Tumumba man dun si Van at mukhang tutuluyan na nga siyang patulugin with only last 2 members. This is looking bad for Talon. Kailangan to i-clutch with that operator para magbago pa ang sitwasyon. Kaso triple ultimates ang nakalinya ngayon sa DRX and X marks cross the spot. Na matanggal ngayon si Governor and lockdown. Kasabayan ni Flashback. Nakuha siya magpapatunay na kung bakit ang DRX ang dapat manalo dito sa game na to.
DRX, they will be going papunta sa playoffs already. Either Paper X or T1 ang kanilang makakalaban. But as for Talon, rematch once again. Kalaban ng Team Secret, bukas na bukas yan. Malalaman natin kung sino nga ba ang mananalo at sino pa rin ang uwi. Malay mo, Team Secret Redemption arc ang mangyayari. But then, quite heartbreaking. Close matches indeed. 13 to 9. 13-10. Grabe talaga, Osiris. Wala akong masabi. I mean, you got the gap. You don't have a gap against DRX.
Exactly.
Ang laki ng potential ng mga guys from Talon, and I'm looking forward pa sa roster na to. But then the next problem right now, Osiris, is kanino nga ba mapupunta ang titulo bukas papuntang playoffs? Is it going to be from Talon or is it going to be Team Secret? Pero syempre, bago natin ipasa sa host, ano ang mga final thoughts mo ngayon, Osiris, bago natin ma-wrap up to?
Grabe, ibang-iba yung pagpasok talaga dito ng Flashback. Sobrang napaka-highlight niya from Cypher to that Killjoy at ilang beses tinry i-clutch. And unfortunate for Talon, tinry naman nila, they have the star power or the firepower from the roster. It's just that DRX kasi, alam na natin, napaka-consistent na nitong team na to, kaya napakadali na lang or comfortable na sila to play from behind.
Oh yeah, that's just a lot of work nga sa side ng Talon. Pero sayang, no? I was close. Konti na lang eh. But then, sabi ko nga, yung experience ang talaga nag-iba. The way that si Buzz sobrang confident. The way na si Governor din man on his own. Pero I gotta give it talaga kay Buzz. This is a good Buzz game time. Mako, eto pa, partida to di nagpa-pop off si Mako together with Stacks. But the other three guys, si Foxy9 din, he really improved on this role, on that initiator. Nakita ko na nga na dati it hasn't been really good when he was playing other agents. Parati siyang nasa duelist, parati siyang nasa Raze, parati siyang nasa Jet. Pero right now, I think it really gave Foxy9 a click talaga para talagang mas lalong gumaling. But right now, guys, we will be heading off na as we pass it to the host. So guys, have a great evening.
축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
VCT Pacific Kick-off 이제 네 번째 날의 마지막 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다. 정말 자랑스러운 마음도 들고 저도 같이 기쁜데요. 이제 또 플레이오프에 진출하게 되는데 2대 0으로 두 번이나 이기게 됐습니다. 어떤 기분이실지 일단 여쭤볼게요. I mean, now you're going to the playoffs, 2-0 win, 2 times. How does this feel?
저는 이제 당연히 저희가 올라올 거라 생각했었고 이제 제가 개인적으로 생각하기에는 다른 팀보다 준비한 게 좀 있고 그리고 연습한 기간이 있다 보니까 준비된 거에서 나온 자신감이 이제 가장 크지 않았나. 그리고 뭐 플레이오프 올라간 거 뭐 당연한 거라 생각하고 있어서 기쁘긴 하네요. 근데 감사합니다.
I actually expected the result because we worked hard. Our efforts were like huge compared to other teams. I think we did the most practices and scrims. So thank you everyone for encouraging us for the win. And for the next question, you have flashback newly joining the team, so you're not the freshman anymore, not the youngest anymore. So how are you helping boosting the team energy? 이제 확신나의 선수가 막내에서 벗어났어요. 플래스픽 선수 영입을 하면서 어떻게 또 팀워크를 이렇게 띄워주고 계신지 어떤 좀 역할이 바뀌었을지 궁금한데요.
플래시백이 들어와가지고 제가 이제 막내 라인에서 벗어나가지고 너무 기분이 좋은데 근데 솔직히 말해서 지금 형들이 저 대하는 거 보면 제가 아직도 막내인 느낌이 들어와가지고 이제 플래시백 저보다 나이 한 살 어린이조차 이제 저를 좀 많이 놀리기 때문에 살짝 좀 그렇거든요. 근데 그래도 이제 한 살 어린 민혁이 들어와가지고 뭔가 이제 좀 나도 듬직한 형이 되려고 좀 이제 책임감 있게 게임하는 것 같습니다.
Having the new rookie in our team, I'm trying to feel more responsible for the team, but our teammates are still seeing me as the youngest one, so I hope I can get this role off. And I am also taking care of Flashback too because he's 1 year younger than me. 또 다음으로 이제 작년과 비교했을 때는 타격대를 주로 하셨는데 이제 좀 에이전트 롤이 조금 더 다양해지고 있다, 유연해지고 있다고 볼 수가 있나요? 또 어떻게 그걸 적응하고 계신지 궁금합니다. So compared to last year, you were duelist, but now your agent pool is quite wider than we expected. So are you adapting to the new agent role and how's it going?
저는 이제 이번에 작년에는 타격대만 했었고 이제 이번 연도에는 좀 여러 가지 챔프들을 보여주고 있는데 이제 작년에는 좀 저의 장점이랑 단점이 좀 많이 보이면서 뭔가 단점이 좀 많이 나왔었거든요. 그래가지고 이제 그거를 다른 캐릭터로 메꿀 수 있지 않을까라는 생각으로 다른 에이전트를 플레이하면서 연습을 했었고 전 당당하게 말하면 저는 모든 챔피언 이제 연막 그리고 감시장, 엔트리, 척후대는 잘 모르겠지만 척후대도 그러니까 모든 역할 다 다룰 수 있습니다.
자신감이 넘치는데요. 좋습니다. Actually, I only played duelist last year, but now I'm playing all roles, being super flexible, and I'm actually confident that I can do every roles perfectly. So I will show and prove it to the fans. 네, 지금까지 Foxy9 선수 만나봤습니다. This was Foxy9 of DRX. 그리고 저희 이벤트가 하나 남은 거 아시죠? 짜잔.
와우.
Wow.
윙맨.
Yes, the wingman.
윙맨.
Wow, the fans are going crazy now. You have to leave your signature on the doll right next to the marker. We have a marker. 원하는 거 어디에 크게 사인을 남겨주시면 좋습니다. 네, 여기. 네, 좋습니다. Leaving his signature on the doll, and fans are shouting for it. 앞으로 원하는 구역으로 가셔서 팬분께 살짝 콩 던져주세요. 살짝. Oh my god, what a noise. Yes, he's going to the back. Okay. Where should he throw the lucky doll? To the back. Woo! 네, 잘 던져주셨습니다. 딸 선수 인터뷰 감사했습니다. 다음 경기도 파이팅하세요. Thank you. This was Foxy Night and the end of the match for day 4. We are coming tomorrow again, starting with Gen G and RRQ. So be sure to join us. So bye bye and back to the desk.
Oh, look at that. Foxy 9 roaring up the crowd. But how could he not? How could he not have that energy, especially after that win versus Talon?
Yeah, I mean, especially given his performance. He was so clean the whole way throughout. I mean, I don't know that we've really had a performance from Foxy like that since kind of his debut when he got that ace on Ascent. You know, that was the same kind of energy we were seeing from him here today, except he's playing very different agents.
Yeah, and we have to remember, sure, everyone still hyped him up mechanically, but he had to go through a full year of people kind of doubting, is there something that we're missing? Maybe he's just not as good. Maybe he's not as special. Maybe it's only the operator. There were all these question marks, and then he didn't have the chance to go to those international stages. He had to go through that, and now he's just eager to prove himself. I mean, you saw how long those answers were. He just wants to let everyone know, like, you gotta shake off the doubts because I'm here to prove that I'm a great Valorant player, not just a great Jet.
He spent a whole year waiting for this moment, and now he finally gets it. And we're only at the beginning because this is kickoff. We're seeing a lot of players, and of course, how could we not mention Flashback? Oh, how many times did we scream just because of those triple kills that he got in succession too?
Yeah, I mean, those last few rounds were just all Flashback all the time. The guy was just absolutely incredible. Back-to-back 3Ks to really just seal the deal, put that final nail in the coffin for Talon.
I mean, in some ways, really securing those rounds to make sure that they keep the lead, right? Because it was pretty neck and neck. I mean, the first half ends, you know, with the 6 rounds as well on the side of Talon. Talon continuing to get the pistol in the second half. This really could have gone either way because on the other side, you had members like Ban once again really putting up some crispy shots. Governor still trying to do his best. Lenny holding it down now that Silva was much more comfortable on Ascent. So Flashback proving this amongst different opponents on different maps, I think is a very good sign for DRX.
Yeah, and I think this is why we were so excited for this match, right? Because it was so amazing to see all of this great IGLs, great shot calling, right, all around. But it just seemed like on the side of Talon, you know, once they got good entries, but once they saw DRX looking at them, the plan B or any kind of like, you know, security would fall through, and they couldn't exactly react fast enough.
No, they couldn't. And I mean, this time around, it's a very different story compared to what we saw on map 1 of Split. There it was Talon who were finding a lot of those opening kills. This time, though, DRX coming out dominant. I mean, 14 first kills on the team here with those 13 rounds won. This was just such a strong showing overall from the squad. And this is why I was scratching my head a bit when we had the coach's interview and Frost was saying, you know, I think that we really won this map draft for ourselves. Because, again, no matter how comfortable you might feel on Ascent, DRX is likely going to be way more cozy.
Yeah, I mean, just the depth of it, right? That's what we touched upon before the game on how deep does Talon's playbook go, because the plays they do show looked good. Once again, even here on Ascent, and Jin Boys still fragging out. I mean, really helped carry some of that momentum in the first half, but lost a lot of steam because the likes of Buzz, 7 first kills, 21 total kills, 294 ACS. It's just great to see Buzz now be free to focus on entering, opening up the site, being explosive for DRX, because they needed that. I mean, they just didn't have that kind of spear point power to break through a map.
Yeah, and you're seeing just, you know, Buzz being unlocked like that, Flashback coming into the role, looking so clean, Foxy 9 stepping up, and it's Mako and Stacks who are the ones who actually get to sit back and chill now. They're like, okay, you know what? We've paid our dues. We are just going to relax, sip some lemonade while the kids go out and they kill. Yeah, that's basically what we're doing.
Yeah, they're now the older guys sitting on the porch watching their teammates go out and frag out. But that means DRX moves on to Phase 3. And I know a lot of people have been kind of speculating what's going to happen in Phase 3 in the playoffs, but we have to remind you all that there will be a draw for the matchups in the semifinals as well. So after the play-ins, that will happen, and then it will make sure that you don't get a rematch from the groups. So we still don't know exactly what the matchups are in terms of who makes it finally to Madrid.
And of course, we do have our matches tomorrow, which will determine who will definitely be locking in those remaining slots for playoffs, right? We will have the match that is written in the stars. We have Genji and RRQ
inescapable
once again. And we do have another matchup that has a lot of history, right? We have Talon versus Team Secret once more. And we have Zeta and Global Esports. Any final thoughts from you, gentlemen?
I mean, all rematches. I think this is going to be a very tight few series.
Yeah, all rematches and all heartbreak. There's not going to be a single side from this that is walking away happy. There's going to be disappointment for sure from some fan bases.
Well, we are going to see whose hearts are going to be breaking and whose hearts are going to be soaring tomorrow. So we hope to see you back here in the same virtual place and same virtual time. Well, a little bit earlier tomorrow since we do have 3 matches coming up. But we expect to see you there. For now, good night, Pacific.
Just believe it, they can happen.
One enemy remaining.
Never doubt it, cause you got this. Hey, it's alright. We can shout it, cause we own it. We can be whatever we want.
One enemy remaining.
There's a new world that is open. Nothing mentioned, nothing spoken.